Waiting for the man in the hour to come out.
Well, have fun listening to Powell. I'll go eat something.
Take it easy, Zusia.
What do you think in Dbloc? What are the charts looking like?
Sideways. Looking like a whole bunch of sideways. People don't like to make too many decisions before Powell gets up and opens his mouth, you know. Almost better to just sit still and wait and then deal with it after.
Yeah, I'm playing the risky. I'm going to hold my position.
Let me see if Powell's
on the 30-minute. You think maybe it could be forming a W, or like potentially we could
guys.
have
All right, Powell's on. We gotta just chill with the talking for now. I can answer your questions after.
Of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee, following growth of 2.5% last year, GDP was reported to have edged down in the first quarter, reflecting swings in net exports that were driven by businesses bringing in imports ahead of potential tariffs. This unusual swing has complicated
Hold on, guys. You're right with
private domestic final purchases, or PDFP, as we call them, which excludes net exports, inventory investment, and government spending, grew at a solid 2.5% rate. Within PDFP, growth of consumer spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles rebounded from weakness in the fourth quarter. Surveys of households and businesses, however, report a decline in sentiment over recent months and elevated uncertainty about the economic outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.4% this year and 1.6% next year, somewhat slower than projected in March. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 135,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate, at 4.2%, remains low and has stayed in a narrow range for the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.5% at the end of this year and next, a bit higher than projected in March. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in May, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up over recent months, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Respondents to surveys of consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters point to tariffs as the driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation this year is 3%, somewhat higher than projected in March. The median inflation projection falls to 2.4% in 2026 and 2.1% in 2027. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. changes to trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. The effects of tariffs will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level. Expectations of that level, and thus of the related economic effects, reached a peak in April and have since declined. Even so, increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It's also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. We may find ourselves in the challenging scenario in which our dual mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.9% at the end of this year, the same as projected in March. The median projection declines to 3.6% at the end of next year and to 3.4% at the end of 2027, a little higher than the March projection. These individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, and as I've noted, uncertainty is unusually elevated. And of course, these projections are not a committee plan or decision. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on issues related to assessing the risks and uncertainties that are relevant for monetary policy and the potential implications for policy strategy and communications. Our review includes outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference that we held last month. We are open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up any modifications to our statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy by late summer. After that, we will consider enhancements to our suite of communications tools, including the SEP. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission, and we at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Here we go. This is where it gets funky, guys.
To what extent has the more limited impact from tariffs at this stage on inflation changed your view on what the ultimate economic fallout will be from these policies and the timing of when they will materialize in the data?
So we've had 3 months of favorable inflation readings since the high readings of January and February, and that's, of course, highly welcome news. Part of that just is that services, core services, both housing services and non-housing services, have really been grinding down toward levels that are consistent with 2% inflation. So that's the good news. We've had goods inflation just moving up a bit, and of course we expect, as you point out, we do expect to see more of that over the course of the summer. It takes some time for tariffs to work their way through the chain of distribution to the end consumer. A good example of that would be goods being sold at retailers today may have been imported several months ago before tariffs were imposed. So we're beginning to see some effects, and we do expect to see more of them over coming months. We do also see price increases in some of the relevant categories like personal computers and audiovisual equipment and things like that that are attributable to tariff increases. In addition, we look at surveys of businesses, and there are many of those, and you do see a range of things, but many companies do expect to put all or some or all of the effect of tariffs through to the next person in the chain, and ultimately to the consumer. Today, the amount of these, the amount of the tariff effects, the size of the tariff effects, their duration and the time it will take are all highly uncertain. So that is why we think the appropriate thing to do is to hold where we are as we learn more. And we think our policy stance is in a good place where we're well positioned to react to incoming developments.
So in terms of how we should interpret the rate cuts penciled into the SEP, is this reflecting that there's this expectation that underlying inflation will just stay well enough contained that allows the committee to eventually move ahead with those cuts? Or is it about responding to a deterioration in economic activity, let's say? I mean, how should we make sense of the forecast?
So if you look at the forecast, you will see that people do generally expect inflation to move up and then to come back down. But we can't just assume that. Of course, we don't know that. And, our job is to make sure, one of our jobs is to make sure that a one-time increase in inflation doesn't turn into an inflation problem. And that, again, that will depend on the size of the effects, how long it takes for them to come in, and ultimately on keeping inflation expectations anchored.
Hi, and thanks, Chairperson Howard Schneider with Reuters. If you look at the rate path starting in December to today and adjusted over the full time horizon you've got there, you've taken about a quarter point per year out of your projected path, and you end at a higher rate at end 2027 than you would have in the prior forecast. Is that a result of a sense that tariffs will lead to more persistent inflation? Is it a result of reassessments of where your short-term neutral rate is? Why are you on a slower path now?
So I would focus most on the nearer term as you get out to the later years. It's hard for anybody to know where the economy is going. You didn't see people moving their longer term, estimate of the neutral rate, for example, at this meeting. So, and those things are probably slow moving. So I think if you look at what's happening here since March, this is since March, right? You see a little slower growth, just a tiny tick up, a 1/10 tick up in unemployment, and you see inflation moving up 0.3. And by the way, it was a similar move from the December SEP to the March. So that's what you see. You see the effects of tariffs. I think we learned in April, after the March meeting, that substantially higher tariffs were likely, and then since then, the estimates of where the tariffs will be have actually moved back down, although still at an elevated level. So we're adapting in real time. And what you see is an accumulation of individual assessments.
But you say in the statement that risks have diminished on that front, but the July 9th, drop dead date for all the Liberation Day tariffs is still out there and unresolved. You've got now exchange of missiles between two Middle East adversaries with a possible U.S. involvement. How can you justify saying that risks have diminished?
So what we said was that uncertainty uncertainty about the economic outlook has diminished but remains elevated. Many surveys say that they do. So and that's actually a line from the Teal book, which you can see in 5 years. Remember to check that.
Maybe the war will be over by then.
No, but if you think about it, tariff uncertainty really peaked in April, and since then has come down, and that's really what that's just acknowledging. It's diminished, but still elevated. That it's uncertainty. So I think that's an accurate statement.
Thank you, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. There is an argument out there in favor of cutting rates more immediately. Inflation has continued to cool and is back to roughly 2% despite the tariffs. And I guess I also wanted to ask about, cracks in the job market with gross hiring slowing, concentrated in just a few industries. We've seen some housing data, including this morning, that have been pretty weak. Do you see any concerns that, the economy is weakening and that is a reason to cut rates going forward?
So we do, of course, monitor all those things. I think if you look at the overall picture, what you're seeing is 4.2% unemployment and an economy that's growing at a rate hard to know given the unusual flows in the first quarter, but it appears to be 1.5%, 2%, maybe a little better than that. Sentiment has come up off of its very low levels. It's still depressed. So, you can point to things. The housing market is a longer run problem and also a short run problem. I don't think it's indicative of, basically the situation is we have a longer run shortage of housing, and we also have high rates right now. I think the best thing we can do for the housing market is to restore price stability in a sustainable way and create a strong labor market, and that's the best thing we can do for the housing market. You asked about the job market. Again, look at labor force participation, look at wages, look at job creation. They're all at healthy levels now. I would say you can see perhaps a very, very slow continued cooling, but nothing that's troubling at this time. But we watch it very, very carefully. So overall, again, the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to economic developments, and for now, and we'll be watching the data carefully.
Well, just quickly on, given that there are concerns inflation will rise, but there is the alternate scenario that tariffs would create demand destruction and slow growth sufficiently, and that would perhaps keep a bit of a lid on inflation. Do you see odds of that scenario? What kind of odds do you see of that scenario coming true, and how many months of cool inflation would you need to see before concluding that maybe that lower inflation scenario is taking place?
So this is very much the conversation we had today and yesterday. There are many, many different scenarios, many combinations of scenarios where inflation does or doesn't prove out to be at the levels we think, and where the labor market does or doesn't soften. And I think what you see people doing is looking ahead at a time of very high uncertainty and writing down what they think the most likely case is. No one holds these rate paths with a great deal of conviction, and everyone would agree that they're all going to be data dependent, and that you can make a case for any of the rate paths, I think, that you see in the SEP. And we do this once a quarter. It's a hard thing to do particularly at this time, but it does reflect. If you see somebody writing down a rate path that involves cuts, that's them saying, yes, I think we will get to a place, more likely than not, where cuts will be appropriate, and it could be a joint probability of a number of possible outcomes. Again, remember how much uncertainty we face, though.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I wonder if you could describe for us some of those scenarios. How do you get to a place? I'm noticing that the uncertainty levels in your forecast are very high. How do you get to a place where you have the confidence in the outlook for, say, inflation and or growth or the unemployment rate? How many months does it take, and what do you want to see in the data to get to that level of confidence to actually reduce rates off the restrictive level?
So it's very, very hard to say when that will happen. We know that the time will come. It could come quickly. It could not come quickly. As long as the economy is solid, though, as long as we're seeing the kind of labor market that we have and reasonably decent growth and inflation moving down, we feel like the right thing to do is to be where we are, where our policy stance is, and just learn more. And in particular, we feel like we're going to learn a great deal more over the summer on tariffs. We hadn't expected them to show up much by now, and they haven't. And we will see whether, to the extent to which they do over coming months. And I think that's going to inform our thinking, for one thing. In addition, we'll see how the labor market progresses. So at some point, it will become clear. I can't tell you exactly when that will be. And meanwhile, we'll be watching the labor market very carefully for signs of weakness and strength, and tariffs for signs of what's going to happen there. And of course, there are many developments ahead. Even in the near term, developments are expected on tariffs. So I think we don't yet know with any confidence where they will settle out. We have an estimate, and I think all estimates are now pretty close together, but it's again highly uncertain.
When you say estimate of the impact of tariffs on the core PCE, is that what it is? And could you share that?
What you start with is what's the effective tariff rate overall, and people are managing to that. But, the pass-through of tariffs to consumer price inflation is a whole process that's very uncertain. As you know, there are many parties in that chain. There's the manufacturer, the exporter, the importer, the retailer, and the consumer, and each one of those is going to be trying not to be the one to pay for the tariff. But together, they will all pay for it together, or maybe one party will pay it all. But that process is very hard to predict, and we haven't been through a situation like this, and I think we have to be humble about our ability to forecast it. So that's why we need to see some actual data to make better decisions. We'd like to get some more data, and again, in the meantime, we can do that because the economy remains in solid condition.
Nick Tamarosa of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, I guess I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit more the divergence we see in the dot plot, particularly around the 2025 rate projections. I realize this is, you have one group of officials that are putting down no cuts, another that are putting down more than one. And again, recognizing that could be difficult to summarize, but is it a matter of people having a different outlook or a different reaction function, a different commitment to defending against another inflation mistake? How did that play out over the last 2 days?
So you're right. This is often the case. We have a pretty healthy diversity of views on the committee. We did have strong support for today's decision and broad agreement that our policy stance does leave us in a good place. But I would point to two factors, and you mentioned them. The first is just that parties have a diversity of forecasts, and they do align with where their dots are. So if you have a higher inflation forecast, you're going to be less likely to be writing down, more cuts. But remember, as we see more data, we're going to learn more about where inflation is headed, and that means when it is time to look at resuming our normalization process, the differences you see should be smaller because we'll have seen actual data. Right now, it's just a forecast in a very foggy time. So that's the first part, is forecast. Secondly, people can look at the same data and they can evaluate the risks differently, as you know. And that includes, the risk of higher inflation, the risk that it'll be more persistent, the risk that the labor market will weaken. People are going to have different assessments of that risk. So that you put that in there too. So those are the two ways that the two things I think that drive these things. Remember, though, as I mentioned earlier, with uncertainty as elevated as it is, no one holds these rate paths with a lot of conviction. So that's really where it is. It's a function of those things, and I think as the data come in, you should see those differences diminish.
If I could follow up, you've said the policy is in a good place and that it's modestly restrictive. Given all the uncertainty you just talked about, tariff levels, uncertainty around the pass-through, is it price increases versus margin compression, some of the softness that Chris talked about in labor and housing, why wouldn't it be better to have rates at a more neutral setting as the economy heads into this period of very high uncertainty?
So if you just look backward at the data, that's what you would say, but that's not. We have to be forward-looking, and the thing that every forecaster, every outside forecaster, and the Fed is saying is that we expect a meaningful amount of inflation to arrive in coming months, and we have to take that into account. So I think a backward-looking look would lead you to a neutral stance, but we can't. We have to look at that, and because the economy is still solid, we can take the time to actually see what's going to happen. There's a range of possibilities on how large the inflation effects and the other effects are going to be. So we'll make smarter and better decisions if we just wait a couple of months or however long it takes to get a sense of really what is going to be the pass-through of inflation and what's going to be the effects on spending and on hiring and all those things.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. Your friend down at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue continues to lob insults in your direction, and I'm wondering, given now that the Supreme Court has maybe carved out the Fed from some of the legal implications of that, whether this is just noise that the markets and everybody should ignore until your term is up, or whether you worry that it could lead to more pressure on confidence on Wall Street, on consumers, about the outlook for the economy.
Look, from my standpoint, it's not complicated. What everyone on the FOMC wants is a good, solid American economy with a strong labor market and price stability. That's what we want. We think our policy is well positioned to, right now, to deliver that and to be able to respond in a timely way as the data lead us around. The economy's been resilient, and part of that is our stance. And again, we think we're in a good place on that to respond to significant economic developments. That's what matters. That is what matters to us. Pretty much that's all that matters to us.
I need to ask, assuming you are not reappointed, would you stay on as governor when your term as chair ends?
I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about this.
Andrew.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I guess with workplace raids increasing, picking up significantly, what kind of effect would that have on the labor market in the short
with
term?
what picking up?
Workplace raids.
So you're asking immigration.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't want to speculate. One way to get at that from an economic standpoint, we of course don't comment on immigration policy. It's not ours to make or comment on. But what you see is an unemployment rate that has been really solid and at a low level, not really increasing. It's been in a good range and well within the range of mainstream estimates of maximum employment. And that means, like, part of that is that labor demand and labor supply are kind of moving down at the same rate. Labor demand is softening. You see that in job creation, but it's still kind of at a healthy level. And labor supply is diminishing because the immigration numbers that we see are much lower than they were. So those two factors, supply and demand, that's what has kept the unemployment rate in a reasonably stable place.
Okay, thanks. The other thing I wanted to follow up on is if you could elaborate on the potential changes to the SEP that you suggested were part of the framework review, I think.
So the framework review really has two tracks, right? The first track is our policy framework that is reflected in the consensus statement. And we've said that we would finish that and announce it by the end of the summer. So we're well along in that process. We've had the meetings that we need to have, and we're now going to be going into, into discussions about, specific changes to language. So that's the framework part of it. The second part of it is our communications tools and practices. Pardon me. And that part comes next. Okay, that's what we're going to do in the meetings this fall. Actually, what we did at this meeting, though, is we sort of prepared the ground for that. We had a meeting where we talked at a high level about a number of ideas. The SEP is part of it. Many other ideas. It's sort of how do we think our communications can be improved? There are a number of ideas. People offered a really it was a great conversation. Number of ideas, but we're going to look at those with staff briefing and a lot of thought in the fall. And I would say when it comes to changing communications, I would only support things really that only implement things that have very broad support. And also, you want to be really careful because I think our communications are pretty well received. They're not broken. So more is not necessarily better, but better is better. So we're going to be looking at ways to do things that will improve the clarity of what we do for the benefit of the public.
Kelly.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady, CBS News. You're famously known as the guy that makes decision based on data instead of speculation. You've said today the inflation data is in a good place. We don't know how tariffs are going to impact prices going forward. That's uncertain. But I've got to go back to the last time that you cut rates in December, and there was still the what if of tariffs. So what made you feel comfortable cutting then when inflation was higher than where it is today, and you didn't cut today?
Well, the forecast for inflation in December was 2.5%. Core PCE for 2025, the forecast was 2.5%, which was a good inflation forecast. I think what we've learned is that, and this was long before we had any idea of what the actual policies would be, we've learned that tariffs are going to be substantially larger than forecasters generally thought. And, we don't, our forecasts are generally not particularly different from those of other well-resourced forecasting operations. So what we learned, and particularly in April, was that very substantially larger tariffs were coming, and that would mean higher inflation. That's what happened. And so now you saw 2.5% forecast in December, you saw 2.8% in March, and you see 3.1% now. So it's 0.6 higher inflation for 2025, and that's a big part of the change, and that's due to the effects of the tariffs that are, we don't know where they're going to land, but it's pretty apparent they're going to land higher than outside forecasters were really guessing at the end of last year.
My follow-up to that, I think consumers, right, we're looking for relief on rates when it comes to mortgages, car loans. Small businesses want to take out more manageable loans. When you look at the cumulative inflation over the past 5 years, prices have risen over 20%. It's been a rough road. So what is the tipping point then for the wait and see approach in terms of how much it's going to help versus when it hurts the American consumer?
Well, I mean, we're trying to restore price. The best thing we can do for the public that we serve is restore price stability. If we can, and we will, restore price stability, meaning 2% inflation on a durable, sustainable basis, that, and also maximum employment. If we restore those things, that's the best thing, and that is our goal. The best thing we can do for the American people, for households and businesses, that is the ultimate thing that we can deliver. And they can make their decisions without having to think about inflation all the time. So in the meantime, we have to keep rates high to get inflation all the way down. They're not very high, let's be honest. I would say policy is modestly or moderately, probably modestly now restrictive. If you look at the economy, it's not performing as though it were performing under very strict monetary policy, very restrictive monetary policy. So I would say probably modestly restrictive. And so what it will take is confidence that inflation is coming down. Now, I would say without tariffs, that confidence would be building, because if you see what's happening with non-housing services and housing services, which are the other two big pieces other than goods, those are coming down really nicely now. So I think we have to learn a little more about tariffs. I don't know what the right way for us to react will be. I think it's hard to know with any confidence how we should react until we see really the size of the effects, and then we can start to make a better judgment. So that's what we're doing, and I think we can take the time to do that because unemployment is 4.2%. Wages are moving up. Real wages are moving up at a healthy clip now, and inflation is 2.3% headline inflation over a 12-month basis. So it's a good economy and a solid economy with decent growth.
Thank you, Chair Powell. So you're saying that uncertainty has come down, the economy is moving at a solid pace, inflation has come down over the past 3 months, and this is all moving in the right direction. So are you indicating here that Americans should expect some sort of economic pain in the second half of the year?
I'm not saying that at all. From our standpoint, what I can say is that the U.S. economy is in solid shape. Inflation has come down. The unemployment rate remains at 4.2%. As I mentioned, real wages are moving up. It's a good job creation is at a healthy level. Unemployment, again, as I said, low. Labor force participation in a good place. So, and what we're waiting for to reduce rates is to understand what will happen with really the tariff inflation. And there's a lot of uncertainty about that. Every forecaster you can name who is a professional forecaster with adequate resources and forecasts for a living is forecasting a pretty significant. Everyone that I know is forecasting a meaningful increase in inflation in coming months from tariffs, because someone has to pay for the tariffs, and it will be someone in that chain that I mentioned between the manufacturer, the exporter, the importer, the retailer, ultimately somebody putting it into a good of some kind, or just the consumer buying it, and all through that chain, people will be trying not to be the ones who pick up the cost, but ultimately the cost of the tariff has to be paid, and some of it will fall on the end consumer. We know that because that's what businesses say, that's what the data say from past. So we know that's coming, and we just want to see a little bit of that before we make judgments prematurely.
And follow up on that. So you spent years though talking about how you're data dependent, and be a little more direct on this. Now you're making decisions looking forward. Doesn't the data you're seeing today indicate there should be a rate cut?
No, I mean, your monetary policy has to be forward looking. That is elementary. You've got to be looking. I always talk about the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. That we say that over and over and over again, right? So it's always forward-looking. If you know, at the very beginning of the pandemic, we cut rates to zero immediately. Nothing had happened. We just knew that it was going to be really bad, right? So we took very aggressive forward-looking because we knew things were going to be unusually difficult. So, of course, this is something we sort of know is coming. We just don't know the size of it. And again, the economy seems to be in solid shape. So the labor market's not crying out for a rate cut. Businesses, were in a bit of shock after April 2, but you see business sentiment, you talk to business people now, there's a very different feeling now that people are working their way through this, and they understand how they're going to go, and it feels much more positive and constructive than it did 3 months ago, let's say. So again, we think that our current stance of monetary policy is in a good place.
Thank you. Amara Mokwe with Bloomberg. Chair Powell, in February, you told Congress that the Fed is, quote, overworked, maybe not overstaffed. Then in a memo to staff in May announcing a deferred resignation program at the Fed, you said you wanted to ensure that the Fed was, quote, right-sized. Those two statements appear to be at odds with one another. Could you explain what changed in the roughly 3 months between those statements that made you decide that staff levels at the Fed should decline?
I don't see them at all as intention. So I was asked, is the Fed overstaffed? And I said no, and I sort of said as a pun, overworked but not overstaffed. People do work extremely hard at the Fed, and I know they work hard at Bloomberg too. So, but we work hard, but I would say this. So we are careful stewards of public resources, and sometimes you need to show that. So there have been several times in our history, modern history, where the Fed has said, you know what, we're going to do a buyout. We're going to show the public, we're going to demonstrate that we are good stewards of public resources. So we thought, and I thought, that this is a time when we can, we grow at about, our headcount has grown at about 1% a year. So over the course of a couple of years, we're doing a careful scrub of the board and all the reserve banks, and we're going to find 10% of employees who can do something else, where we can streamline our operations, and we think we can get there in a couple of years. We think we can do that, and we think this is without taking risk to carrying out our critical missions. So this is something you do very carefully, thoughtfully, and you do it, again, respecting that we have critical missions to carry out. I've had experience, a lot of experience in my prior careers, with headcount reductions and things like that, and this is how you do it professionally. You do it carefully, thoughtfully, with a lot of planning, and you do it over a period of time. And I think the Fed will be fine. I think no one will notice any decline in our ability to carry out our missions. And I think it's just us wanting to demonstrate to the public that we are actually good stewards of their resources. We're effectively wiping out 10 years of headcount growth with this. So, I mean, we wanted to show that, that we're good stewards.
How is progress on reducing headcount going so far? Are you on track to meet the goal?
We're just at the very beginning. As you know, we're doing a buyout program. We're going to hit that goal. I think many organizations find that they can do this. You don't want to do it every year or anything, but you can do it at intervals, and you wind up not interfering with your ability to perform your jobs.
Claire.
Chair Powell, Claire Jones from the Financial Times. As you're no doubt aware, the Senate Finance Committee has tabled its version of the reconciliation bill this week, and I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about the tenor of the debate at the FOMC over the past few days on fiscal policy and the degree to which that influenced people's projections for 2026 and beyond. Thank you.
Yeah, so we don't sit around and debate or really discuss. We take fiscal policy as fully exogenous, and so we actually really didn't talk about the bill or the contents of it. It's still evolving. When it gets closer, remember also we have a very, very large economy, and the effects will be at the margin, I expect that they may already be in, but they will be in by the next meeting. We'll make an estimate. but it's not a major thing. It's nothing that we discuss. It may have been mentioned a couple of times, but as something that's coming in. But I think the outcome is, we don't know the outcome yet there, so hard to be real specific.
Neil. Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. There have been some cutbacks in economic statistics collection in the last few weeks, and worries that long-running problems around funding and response rates may be getting worse. How much is this concern on your radar? How much confidence do you have that the gauges you're watching to assess the economy are reliable right now?
Two things. One, the data we get right now, we can do our jobs. I'm not concerned that we can't do our jobs. That's not the point. The point really is that we are starting to see, layoffs and important gatherers of data are saying that they're having to cut back on the size of their surveys. That's going to lead to more volatility in the surveys. I think we should take a step back and, from our standpoint, and I think the standpoint of businesses and governments and everyone, having really good data on the state of the economy at any given time is a huge public good. It helps, it not just doesn't help the Fed, it helps the government, it helps Congress, it helps the executive branch. More importantly, really, it helps businesses. They need to know what's going on in the economy. The United States has been a leader for many, many years in this whole project of measuring and understanding what's happening in our very large and dynamic economy. And I hate to see us cutting back on that, because it is a real benefit to the general public that people in all kinds of jobs have the best possible understanding of what's happening in the economy and hence what's likely to happen. It's very hard to measure what's going on in the U.S. economy. If you read, there was a book called, it's really remarkable how many things you need to understand to estimate U.S. GDP. Very, very difficult. And it's so important that we get it right. I just would say it's not a place to I would want to keep investing in that, for the good of the general public.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. So you're conducting this monetary policy strategy framework review, but next year we're supposed to have a new Fed chair, and I'm wondering if that affects at all the way that you're approaching this. How do you ensure that this framework will actually be durable?
The framework document goes back to 2012, and it's the committee's document. It's not like we're going to invent a brand new way to do things. It's been an evolving document, so it shouldn't depend on who the chair is at all. It should depend on what's happening in the economy and what the committee wants to do. So, yeah, it isn't really tied to any particular chair. And we used to renew it every year. Now we do it every 5 years. So, but I don't think I've never heard anyone raise this issue that, a new chair might want to come in and go in a completely different direction. I really don't think that's right. But but that's not going to be up to me to decide.
Is that affecting at all who you're consulting with?
Not at all. Not in any way.
Thank you. Chair Powell, Matt Egan from CNN. Relatively low gas prices this year have helped drive down inflation in recent reports, but that trend is starting to reverse given the crisis in the Middle East. How are you thinking about how the Israel-Iran conflict will impact the economy, especially inflation, and what lessons were learned during the 2022 period when another conflict, the Russia-Ukraine war, sent oil and gas prices skyrocketing?
So, of course, we're watching, like everybody else is, what's going on. I really don't have any comment on that. Possible that we'll see higher energy prices. What's tended to happen is when there's turmoil in the Middle East, you may see a spike in energy prices, but it tends to come down. Those things don't generally tend to have lasting effects on inflation, although, of course, in the 1970s, they famously did, because you had a series of very, very large shocks. But we haven't seen anything like that now. The U.S. economy is far less dependent on foreign oil than it was back in the 1970s. So, but there.
A quick follow-up. I've just got to ask you about artificial intelligence. Some technology executives have recently been warning that AI could wipe out a large chunk of entry-level jobs and significantly increase the unemployment rate. I'm wondering how concerned you are, if at all, about the threat that AI poses to employment.
So this is the question. The question really is, will AI be more augmenting labor or replacing labor? And I wouldn't, we all see those announcements, including one today. I wouldn't, overread a couple of data points, because, AI should be creating jobs at the same time. It may be replacing, maybe doing both. Anyone who's done any work with it, with AI, will have been a little bit stunned at how capable it is. And it's just a different thing. So I think this is something that certainly has transformational potential, and probably we're in the very early stages of it. They say what you're seeing now compared to what you'll see in 2 years is going to be very different and even more effective. So I think it's really hard to know. Of course, there are optimists who feel like it's going to make everybody much more productive. And there are those who think it's going to replace an awful lot of jobs right across the income spectrum, white collar, blue collar, and everything. So I just don't know. We don't have a house view on that, but this is going to be a very important question for some time.
Greg.
Thank you. Greg Rapp from MarketWatch. I was wondering if you could step back a little bit, Chair Powell. There's a spate of articles and a lot of op-eds now in the newspapers saying that the U.S. economy and the global economy is going through this profound change, akin to the end of the Bretton Woods era in the 1970s. And don't you owe the American people, some sort of explanation for what we're going through? I mean, I noticed earlier this month when you talked about Bretton Woods a little bit, and you said that Bretton Woods, the Fed staff had to change how the dollar movements of the dollar was impacting the economy. Are we going through something like that now? That are you having to change how you do monetary policy? Is it that fundamental a change underway? Thanks.
It's certainly a time of real change. From a geopolitical standpoint, from a trade standpoint, from an immigration standpoint. You see this not just here, but everywhere. So there's quite a lot going on. It doesn't change the way we do monetary policy in the near term. And it doesn't change our objectives or what we need to do. And, these things are not really our issues. They're really issues for elected governments. All of those issues are really for elected governments. But there's no question it's a time of real change, and very hard to see where that goes. Will it be? There have been many things written about how it's going to be a more inflationary time. That's possible. It's not guaranteed. AI could cut in the very other direction. AI could make people much more productive and push in the other direction. I don't know, though. So, but you're right. But honestly, our focus is a much more practical one, and that is, how do we keep inflation low and employment high in the near term? That's really what we're about.
Mark came right.
Hello, Chairman Powell. Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. What is the view about the growing amount of slack in the job market, including the softening in payrolls, the forecast of a modest rise in the unemployment rate, and the ability of workers to demand wage hikes or not in this environment where you have inflation surging?
You don't really see unemployment going up. You don't see increased slack, really. At the margin, remember, you're at 4.2% unemployment. That was for many years, that was an extremely low level. It happens to have come up off of an even lower level as we came out of the pandemic. We were as low as 3.4%, but 4.2% is probably at the low end of estimates of the longer run, sustainable level of natural rate of unemployment. So I guess I wouldn't agree with that. And also, in terms of wages, real wages after inflation have been moving up sort of more than was consistent with 2% inflation. They're still moving up at a healthy clip, and I think much more consistent with 2% inflation, given a reasonable assessment of trend productivity. So it's a pretty good labor market. You're right that the level of job creation has come down, but so has the supply of workers, the change in the supply, the new supply. So you've seen the unemployment rate remain pretty stable at 4.2. It's been as high as 4.3, but those are good numbers. So it's a pretty good labor market. There's a more concerning thing is there are not a lot of layoffs, but there are not a lot of job creation. If you're out of work, it's hard to find a job, but very few people are being laid off at this point. So that's an equilibrium we watch very, very carefully, because if there were to be significant layoffs and the job finding rate were to remain this low, you would have an increase in unemployment fairly quickly. But that hasn't happened. It really hasn't happened. The U.S. economy has defied all kinds of forecasts for it to weaken, really, over the last 3 years. And it's been remarkable to see just again and again when people think it's going to weaken. Now, eventually it will, but we don't see signs of that now.
Go to Jean for the last question. Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with MNI Market News. There's been a lot of talk about cuts. I wanted to ask you, why do you think there are no forecasts for rates to rise or even to stay where they are next year, given that the projection for inflation is to rise to 3%, and there's a lot of there's some skepticism over whether those price hikes will be a one-time event?
So there are a number of people on the committee who wrote down no cuts this year, but some cuts next year. So, I think, people are writing down their most likely path, right? They're not saying there's zero possibility of other things. Really, think of it as the least unlikely path in a situation like this where uncertainty is very high. I think, again, people write down their rate paths, and they do not have like a really high conviction that this is exactly what's going to happen over the next 2 years. No one feels that way about their rate path. They feel like, what am I going to write down? I mean, what would you write down? It's not easy to do that with confidence. So I would just say it that way. We don't rule things in or out. Certainly a hike is not the base case at all. It's not something people are writing down. But in the meantime, we do the best we can with these forecasts, and I think they're representative of the different forecasts and different reaction functions that people on the committee have. So thank you very much. Thanks.
This is the Fed Decides on Bloomberg Television and Radio. That was Fed Chair Jerome Powell at the press conference following the central bank's decision.
Everybody wake up. I see you guys over there sleeping on your desks. Wake up. It's over.
Do I understand the guy wrong, or is he basically saying I'm not gonna cut until we'll be back below COVID all-time highs? Or
Just waiting for tariff certainty, man. That's all it is. The web tariff like 30 times.
yeah, but that tariffs retested COVID all-time high. We got the answer. We know it's support.
We don't have an answer. We don't know what countries under what tariffs. We're still on a pause. We don't know what the final numbers are. We don't know what the reaction to it is going to be. We don't know how it's going to affect the numbers.
But we know what the worst reaction was. It found support.
Not really.
Unfortunately, guys, I don't know how else to put this, but if we didn't have these tariffs, we would have our cuts by now. It's just
100%.
delaying stuff.
Yeah.
Blame the right guy.
That's what I'm saying. Trump is going to use that. That's why he's calling him numbskull. He can use that to be like, oh, it's him. That's the reason he's, everything's because of Powell. And it's really not because of Powell. It's because of the tariffs.
Yeah. Wall Street knows better.
Yeah. It doesn't look like a bunch of overreactions or anything crazy to the speech. A bit of a nothing burger, which is good. A lot less volatility than I expected. A lot less. Like, we're literally just still in this range here.
Well, he announced nothing, right? No quantitative easing, no.
Yeah, no, we didn't get any talk of QT. I was looking at the dot plot. The dot plot is interesting. So 8 of the members say no cuts in 2025. 2 of the members say 1 cut in 2025. And 9 of the members say 2 cuts in 2025. They're all over the place.
They asked him that question, right? One of the guy asked him the question, and he said, basically, what I interpreted is that Democrats think that tariffs are going to have very high inflationary pressure, so they don't want to cut, and Republicans want to cut because they don't think it's a big deal, these tariffs for inflation.
Trump is just using tariffs, I think, as a flex, and he doesn't want to implement some of these tariffs, or at least some of the numbers he's throwing out. I think Trump's just using it as a negotiation tactic.
Monster, in the long run, when it comes to the tariffs, it's not going to make a difference. But right now, it is, unfortunately. Without the certainty of what the actual percentage is, it's hard to trust any of the numbers. And the problem is, if you trust a number and make a move, and that number happens to be transitory because of the tariffs, then you just threw away 2 years of grinding this shit out. Certainty is what we need. Tariff or no tariff, I don't care. Maximum tariffs, whatever it is. What we need is certainty. Right? We need to see the black and white.
Good evening, y'all. Dbloc, good evening.
What's going on, guys? All right, let me switch this back over.
Wall Street loves stability and we haven't had stability for the last 6 months now. It's bouncing all over the place.
The worst.
The one lady did ask him a valid question. She said, "We've been in this financial position before, and then you did the rate cut. Why not just give the people a little bit of something just to give them a bit of hope?" Which I thought was actually quite a cool question.
Yeah.
So what's the moves, actually?
Not a whole hell of a lot. Some patterns played out. We're at a basic double bottom here on the 15-minute. We're going to have to ride this out for a little bit and see how it turns out. There's nothing in what happened today that should be negative in anybody's eyes at all. We expected no change. We got no change, right? There's things we would have liked, but I don't think many of us went in with expectations of him just doing a 180. Yeah, basically a whole lot of wait and see.
This chart right now, at least the US market makers made me cut all my profit and I'm lost.
Yeah, it's
remember when I tell you I was going to the nature to watch the sunsets?
You didn't.
I want you to learn, everyone that is going like me, to tell my example, please.
Last thing I told you this morning was go enjoy your walk, brother.
Yeah, that's why we told you, man, don't overtrade.
And from $2,000, now I have 7 cents. But it is what it is, man. I have time only to watch time. Yeah, and I put my rule: never trade without Dbloc online.
That's not the rule you should have learned here. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Let me get some more coffee.
I mean, using that leverage that got you from 2,000 to 7 cents, all you got to do is opposite of what you did to get there, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I think, I take everything as a learning experience. And
Your decision, are they cutting or no? Of course that I'm gonna do it, but the emotional damage, what is, especially on 22 years old like me, younger. So yeah.
What I
Well,
advise
good thing-
is
good
just
thing
take
you're
2 days off. Take 2 days off, recover from those emotions. Don't trade. The charts will not go nowhere. Will be there always. You can always start again. But never trade whenever you have bad feelings. Just don't look at the charts. Go and get rid from those emotions, then back strong.
Yeah, thank you so much for the work, guys. I'm starting feeling you as a family who are letting me get out of this, and I will someday. Thank you.
You definitely will, man. Luckily, you're young and you have time. Time is on your side.
Man, that FOMC just messed up all the charts and
Yeah. Straight up, straight down, straight up, straight down. It's like
ugly.
jumping on a trampoline.
It's ugly looking charts.
Ugly, man. Seriously, no price action.
I'm here, guys. Just give me a second. I'm dissecting these FOMC minutes to see if we missed anything in the fine print. I'm here though.
I'm seeing a YouTube post here 2 hours ago. Trump claims Iran is totally defenseless and that it's very late to negotiate.
Don't believe what you see. Yeah, don't believe what you read. Just believe what you see.
All right, we have one job now. Make sure this fallen knife is really done falling. My major takeaway from all this is that we go into the rest of the year with 9 members saying that there should be 2 more cuts. I expect a cut in September. I'm still standing by that. If those 9 members are right, that means we get a cut in September and we get one in December, which would be crazy. Because December should be when we're topping out on everything. And to give the market an influx right at the top, very interesting. For right now, in my mind, I'm only pricing in one.
This guy, Crypto Crew University, saying, "Beware of August, huge move coming?" Question mark.
You said what?
Yeah, I think he's expecting a huge move near the end of the year. He says August, beware of August 2025. Huge move coming? Question mark. And like, I'm kind of expecting a huge move near the end of the year into December area, like, because it always kind of does that.
Been telling y'all for 2 years now that I'm taking profit September, October, November. I mean, August, September, October. My top is in November. That's when I'm completely out.
Yeah, man, it looks good, like for like a pump into the end of the year. Seems like to me.
Actually, we're just slowly building out this higher low fractal on the 1 minute. I'm on the 1 minute chart, by the way, if anybody's. Another day, another dip buy. Alright, so this would be our invalidation for our W here. Important to keep an eye on this line, obviously. Actually, we can just drag down the old invalidation. Save me some time. Bulls, I need you to pay attention to this. These are your targets. This is your food. Go eat. Now let's see if they listen. Day's not over yet, DJ. Yeah, we're fractaling on bigger time frames too, right? More of a double bottom. I mean, I guess technically it is a higher low, but yeah, just so we're clear, we're at the bottom trying to form out what is the right side of a more macro W here. But one thing at a time. Let's see if we can solidify the right side of this at least. And then we'll start looking at that bigger one. If you're a bear, you've got two areas of attack. You want to break this uptrend and you want to break this W invalidation. Damn, that shit was boring as hell, y'all. I'm like still trying to shake the deadness inside after listening to that man talk for an hour. Yeah, stables. That's at the very top of the market, though. Once I'm completely in the stables, I rarely go back until we get clear direction. But in the beginning, I'll just be pulling alt into Bitcoin. Right at the end, for the last blow off top, I want to be in Bitcoin and maybe a handful of my highest conviction alts. Looking at Dom real quick. They made that move that we were looking at, that we were looking for. Remember we talked about that bottom side deviation out of the range? And I was saying that it looked like we would go for a top side deviation, so to sort of be careful on your alts. We got that deviation. We're back in the range, which is good. What we didn't want to do is hold support and push away. That would have been tragic. So we got the deviation moved. What the hell was that green candle that just flashed? Did anybody just see that? Literally, as I was talking, a green candle flashed all the way back up to 65.
Yeah, I saw it. It was super fast.
Yeah, it's like a glitchy candle.
Yeah.
I mean, that happens all the time.
Yeah. It honestly, from my perspective, from what I've noticed, it does tend to sort of predict a faster move. You got to remember how many different things affect the price, right? How many different alts being sold, how many different stables being held. So to me, I look at it like increased activity in a short period of time when you start to get twitchy like that. It's possible, bro. And I wouldn't have said that like a year ago, but 70% Dom is possible. It's crazy to sound. I hope we're wrong though, because there's not enough time for the problem is there's not enough time for it to get to 70 and there's still be enough time for alts to run in what we have left in the cycle. So let's hope that doesn't happen. I heard about that parabolic, but I haven't looked at it. I kind of laughed when I heard it and I was like, sounds about right. Yeah, it's good to take a look at the VIX. I take a look at the VIX every morning. Just a glance to see where we're at. The bears are getting a little excited here. I just saw that 100x short opened up right there. Keep filling it up, guys. Come on.
Do shorters just help pull it up because it's like gas upward, like motivation, market maker?
Yep. If the trade gets too heavy, right? If the trade gets too crowded in one direction, it'll have that effect. But it's got to be crowded with degens that are leveraging at max leverage and have their liquidations right on top of each other. The more of those that you get, the more it pumps. So I say when things are pumping, bears' biggest enemy are other bears. When it's dumping, sorry. And like when it's pumping, the bulls are our biggest enemies. Degen bulls that come in heavy right underneath price. Bitcoin coming down, Dom coming down. And talk about emotional damage. Look at this shit.
Emotional damage.
Looking weak, guys. Looking weak. I'm down super on the micro, guys. Remember, what we're doing here is bottom fishing. That's why we're on the 1 minute. It's nothing to freak out about on higher time frames. We're literally just still going sideways on Bitcoin.
The open mic gulag. I'm back, baby. Oops.
You're good, brother. Happens. So here's the just a quick reminder, right? Take a look at the environment. What's Bitcoin doing down? What's Dom doing down? Bitcoin down, Dom's down. Alt should be stable. Right? So if Bitcoin's not done dropping, then you want to hope that Dom isn't done dropping.
Spice
Where'd you get
looking
that chart?
similar.
Can you share where you got that chart, or did you make that?
Yeah, go into education, the education channel, and then go to, I gotta remember where I put it now. Hold on. It's in research links, and it is under technical analysis. There's only 2 PDFs in there right now, but it's the second PDF at the bottom.
Thanks, man.
Yep. That's a good one. You got to save that and kind of have it on the side. That's why I always have Dom up. And so no matter what situation we're in, if you're playing alts, you kind of know what to do with them. Alt are stable because there's no sellers left. Nah, but I mean, technically what it means is if Dom is coming down and Bitcoin's coming down, then Dom is bleeding out into alts. So at the very least, they should be stabilized.
Dude, that is one of the best compare charts I've seen you post. That is freaking awesome.
Everybody should memorize that.
I mean, I know it's not like a chart or whatever, but just for a visual representation to make sense out of all of it, it's so perfect. I feel like printing it out as a poster and smacking it on my wall.
That shit on a t-shirt.
Hell yeah.
What are you guys looking at?
Your mom? No, just kidding.
Just that dominance thing, the Dom up, Bitcoin up, alts down thing.
Oh, yeah.
Nah, I don't have an active X account, Cavalier. I'm probably gonna open up an X account for the channel though. The X account I have is literally just to do research. I barely post anything. You guys are more than welcome to add me if you want though. There's just not too much activity for me on there. Oh, IG might not be a bad idea, bro. IG for the Cypher might not be a bad idea.
Let's do it.
Dude, and meta ads are, I mean, I know you don't want to do this, but just for future reference, meta ads are really cheap and very surgical.
They're the cheapest. I think they're the cheapest eyes you can buy right now. If I'm not mistaken.
Yep. And you can target specific demographics and like I mean I know you can do this in a lot of tools, but like it seems like it's the variety of type of people that you want to target, just it's like a larger list to choose from.
Yeah. No, I don't yet, but I do plan on putting together some material during the bear market. And there's a little bit more time. Some longer sort of pre-recorded stuff.
Yeah, I got some spy glasses from Amazon. You can't even see that they're cameras.
Like the Ray-Ban joints, or like
They're much better than the Ray-Ban joints. Like
they look better.
even the side's not as fat. Like they're pretty dope.
Yeah.
I've been looking at some, actually wanting to get some of those. What brand you get? I've got a couple in my car.
Man, I can't even pronounce it, dude. And the instructions came in Chinese only. So I had to take a picture and try to get Google to do the thing. But yeah, it's
that
How's
video.
the quality on them?
That video is going to 3 different Chinese organizations.
You put an SD card in it. That's the only way it works. You put like a little mini SD card on the side, and it records on the SD card.
That should be fun on a bike. You know, you could do you could have a YouTube channel with just that, right? Like a lot of these dudes do, just on your bike with the cam on, just riding through different neighborhoods and shit, or in the woods. People love watching this shit.
Yep.
First person view, right? Like if you're in a game.
Dude, if people will watch Nick split wood for an hour, they'll watch anything.
I mean, you know, Nick do be putting his back into it though. Pause.
Dude, it's getting so bad with the glasses though that there's like certain places that won't let you wear glasses when you come in because they know people have the spy glasses. Like, what if it's prescription and you're like you're blind as hell?
Yeah, that whole thing of people being sketchy about cameras, that's gonna have to end. This generation don't care. They're walking around with cameras. Like, they live stream everything they do. That whole privacy thing is gonna be like something old people talk about fondly.
Yeah, you should have no expectation of privacy when you step outside your house.
Especially not in Miami, bro. You end up on like 6 different people's streams just going to the gas station.
You have the right to create your own privacy. You know, you can walk around with like
shower
drapes around
curtain.
you or something like the dude. Yeah, just have like shower curtains wrapped around you or
Yeah.
Well, I think the top is in for gold and silver because I just got a random text message saying buy gold and silver bars.
Oh shit.
Silver might still have some oomph in it, I'm thinking.
You're probably right, man.
We're about to invalidate this W. I'll give that some more thought once there's some actual peace on the horizon. It's still too frothy out there for me to sell my gold
260
position.
million sitting below us at 103,200.
All right, well, there's an attempt to catch price here at least. Yeah, they're stacking buy orders here. See how when you see these buy orders, the line starts, the shaded line starts where the order starts at, right? Where the order was placed. And then it stays that shade for as long as that order doesn't move. You see how we've got a fresh new line right here? Like right where my cursor is going down, that line of all those orders that just opened here. Those That's an attempt to catch price, and the bottom of that is 103 at 116. Seems to be where they were placed at. 103 would give us a new low, but it would take out all of these liquidations. Somebody's either trying to track price down or trying to defend their well, actually at the same time. Like a fight between those trying to track price down and trying to defend their long positions.
1025 is like the 26 area. Is nice support there, but we don't really have bullish divergence on the 1 day or anything. I don't know.
Yo, Dbloc, quick question. So on that W you have there, since it didn't fully reach the right side, we can still be finding that right side right now, right?
Even if it did.
Or
Yeah, even if it had met his right side and came down and put in a lower, you'd still be looking at a lower high fractal. Right, this is valid as long as you're anywhere in this range. That's why we have our invalidation, so we know when we've got a scratch, right? You know when we've got a scratch and do over.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Did you say the invalidation's at the 50%?
Now the invalidation is at the right side of the W, right? So when you put in that higher low, the invalidation is putting a low underneath that again.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hey, Dbloc, you think we see guns under 20?
But I hope not. What's good to? I mean, I'm happy to buy it cheap, but you know, at some point, it's like, you know, I might have enough of this already. Can we just go up now?
Yeah. We had a nice little double bottom.
I found it. Yeah.
Yo, what up, everybody?
What's going on, brother?
Same ish, different toilet.
Hear you.
My only worry here is if it's doing another upside down cup and handle.
This is a very yeah. This is a decent little double bottom. I don't like that we took out that stopping volume candle though.
Yeah, I got stopped out.
Yeah, this candle here is the one that did the damage. Problem is, once you take out a stopping volume candle, even if price is going to continue, you go into wick discovery. Right? So this is sort of like the same thing that we just saw happen on Bitcoin. Or not on Bitcoin, sorry, on Sui. So you put in that big stopping volume candle, right? But then if the body breaks, then you end up having to go into like wick discovery, right? Where price wants to come down and explore all the price points inside of this wick to make sure nobody was left behind. And you can get stuck sometimes in the wick, like what Sui's doing. So if that happens for guns, it means not only do you go a little lower, but then you got to sit there for a bit. Right? We're in the wick discovery. This is our double bottom.
How far down is it from its all-time high?
I mean, it's below launch price. Right, but it's 50 million market cap. It's probably like $45 million market cap right now. So the same reason everybody loves to get into these, because when they go up, they go up. You have to be aware that when it goes down, it will also go down more. This market action, I think, is people trying to. You probably just walked away from the computer when Powell was talking to keep from falling asleep. All right, earn validation. Get rid of that. Bro, I was like sitting here blinking hard to keep from falling asleep, and I'm only running on like 4 hours sleep as it is.
Yeah, you were awake when I got up to go to work, and I'm still at work.
Yeah. Probably gonna be a short one for me today.
So that invalidation, does it have to close below the
Yeah.
invalidation or okay?
Yeah, you just want a body close underneath. And like he was saying earlier, all it does is invalidate your previous pattern, right? What we're really looking for are higher low fractals to prove that momentum is shifted. You got your bottom and a bottom. As long as that bottom is higher than the other one, and you get the candle structure you need, then you're good.
So we're still expecting a midweek reversal then?
I'm expecting for them to take all these liquidations and come into those buy walls that we just saw and see some sort of reaction. But between today and Thursday, yeah, as the weekly pattern goes, you would expect to see a reversal, your midweek reversal.
And then validation for that midweek reversal would be if it puts a
Lower low
low.
on Thursday.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Would it change since we have U.S. markets closed tomorrow?
Yeah, it could. Well, no, because then you would be running into the weekend, right?
Right
This
into
is
the trap.
yeah. This weekly pattern has been the one that's played the best since the last. I mean, you remember we haven't even had a 3-day swing in how long?
Since '84.
Yeah, so it's like I wouldn't be shocked and amazed if we didn't get our reversal, but it is what should happen. Which means at the very least a consolidation.
Dbloc, what is your biggest loss since you are in this crypto sphere?
Oh my god. Why would you make me think about such things right now? My biggest loss, honestly, wasn't a loss. My biggest loss was a take profit and a purchase, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. The condo that I bought when I first made some good money was my biggest loss. Because it was 200
You didn't turn
Bitcoin.
it into a BNB?
No, just because of what the Bitcoin cost is in today's value. That's how I'm looking at it.
Oh, I thought it was this cycle. Sorry.
At the time when Bitcoin was low, 200 Bitcoin wasn't a lot for, you were happy to pay it. Like, what? I only got to pay 200 Bitcoin. I'm getting a whole house. Now you think of it and you're like, oof. So that's a loss on purchase, right? I took profit. It was a gain. I bought something. That was a purchase. It was great. I got what I paid for. But in retrospect, ouch, right? Like the Bitcoin pizza.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, okay, probably all that Bitcoin I spent on Silk Road, because that was even at cheaper prices. But I've taken some big trading losses as well, right? It's not just that. The first bull market, I gave everything back for the most part.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'd say my education has cost me about 25 to 30 grand in 18 months.
I don't want to do the math on what the blunts that I smoked that I bought on Silk Road, that weed that I bought for Bitcoin. I don't want to do the math on what each one of those blunts cost me.
Man,
You're smoking?
In today's dollars.
I remember you had to buy a cutie back in the day for 12. What that shit? A while ago.
Sir.
That's why I use a B, because smoking blunts, you'll run out so fast. It costs so much more money too.
Yo, Dbloc, quick question. I've been thinking with M2 running and Powell not cutting in the situation we're in, does that just mean that the money that's coming is just gonna take longer for it to get into, for our instance, crypto?
What it means is when they do decide to print, like right now we're running for the most part without full, without the full U.S. money printers going crazy, right? And M2 is still up and to the right. Like if we look at what it did today, let's see. All right, little top, but for the most part, all right, this thing is just a rocket ship. And this is without the U.S. Once the U.S. comes in, I can imagine there'd be like a blow off top sort of scenario. So the fact that we managed to push this far without is kind of crazy. US M2 is right here. Right, we just now broke all-time highs on US M2. So we are starting to move now. This chart is weird because of how it's set up though, but if I put it on but yeah, once they catch up to each other, then it should be good. Actually, let me make a chart real quick. I'll do it off screen. It doesn't. That's our job though, high def. M2 is like the faucet, right? You know the faucet is on. Our job is to figure out where that's gonna flow into. You pick the wrong asset, it doesn't matter what M2 is doing, you know?
What is simple?
Big flash. Every time I move my it's starting to think I have some sort of control over Dom, bro. Every time I touch it with the mouse, it flicks. Okay, good. We're safe, guys. Not magic. I'm just tired. Yeah, I think my settings is somewhere, bro. Hold on, let me check. I know yeah, go to liquidation levels underneath education and it's screenshotted in there. Money flow is disgusting right now. Negative money flow still coming down. I mean, we're getting a bit of a clip up on it here, but looking very much like our drop that we had.
Could you say that money flow on the right here is the same as the 13 and the 50 crossing?
No. No. Some of the momentum shit you'll see at the same time. Honestly, the best tool on Market Cypher is the VWAP. And that VWAP crosses, price reacts. Right when your white crosses the line. The way I use it is I start there. Right when I coming into a time frame, I look and I see, okay, are we headed up or down towards the VWAP? If we've clipped, I look at the momentum. I'll check for divergences. I'll make sure the money flow looks good, and then I'm done. It's just a quick sort of glance. I don't spend too much time on Market Cypher.
Hey, how do you get the divergence of those lines on there?
I think you can turn it on. I have it on for like instructional purposes, so people can sort of see it.
Yeah.
But I
It's on the
believe,
settings.
yeah, I believe it's in the settings.
Yeah, because there's hidden and divergences, so you have to choose which one you want to see.
Yeah,
Or
I
you make
brighten some of my colors and everything because I mean, I guess I have OCD, so I can't leave anything default. But mostly everything is the same.
All right, I'll take a look. Thanks.
Yep. Should be right here. Hold on, let me see if I can find it for you. Divergences. Yeah, right here. Show WT. Show regular divergences. Show hidden divergences. Make sure that's clicked. And then click don't apply limits on hidden divergences.
But what is this we're looking at here?
Market Cypher. It's just it's sort of like a Swiss Army knife of oscillators, so that you don't have to have. Well, I was about to say it should keep you from having to have your oscillator list look like this, but there's other shit that I needed on there, and I always have double. Like I know there's a RSI on Market Cypher, but I still have my stochastic and my RSI, and both of those are already on Market Cypher. So in essence, I could delete both of these panels, but there are times where I want to come in and dial in really and see what's going on.
That is weird. It is not in my Market Cypher B.
You have to pay for that?
No. Your what is it? So it doesn't show anything for divergences?
No.
Which market
This
cipher
is
do
the
you
paid.
use?
I'm using the paid version.
Don't tell me that the don't tell me that the bootleg version has more features than the paid version does. I was about to get the paid version, and I sat side to side with one of my friends that has it with VMC, and we traded all day. And aside from very small differences in the money flow, everything else is the same.
Well, that's pretty damn depressing.
Yeah,
Oh, where did
that's kind of weird that it doesn't let you. I could have sworn that the real version has the divergence indicator in it.
do you have that pulled up on TradingView?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
so
using
it's like a
TradingView
free
as well.
version on TradingView?
Wu
Yeah.
Manchu.
VMC, Cypher A and B are market cipher clones.
Yep.
Sorry, Crypto Face, but not everybody in my audience has the money to.
But you gotta
Yeah,
tweak
man.
the settings a little bit so
That's
you
too
can
expensive for that.
see things more clearly. You can see the money flow and the VWAP line better. You gotta change the colors a bit.
But I will tell you, I mean, if you end up using Market Cipher and you find it useful and you make a shit ton of money, definitely, shoot Crypto Face a couple bucks. Put one hell of a little indicator together, but
Yep.
yeah, there's I don't know. I just always
Oh wait, I
my
don't think you
OCD like the generic one more for some reason.
if I don't think you can pull it up on if you just have a free TradingView account.
Yeah, you can, but you need to have space for the indicators. So if you've already got 2 indicators up, then you need to delete something. I think they changed yeah, Eric. Yeah, of course. That's why I said I only have them up so people can see, but you need to learn how to see these divergences without the indicator. And yeah, the money flow is better on the regular. Actually, there's an updated one that's even better than that. But money flow isn't huge to me. I know how to. I can look at the candles and see what's going on with money.
Yeah, money flow looks like trash right now.
I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second.
What do I search to find it?
The indicator.
Yeah, Market Cipher B.
For the free version, search in Wu Manchu.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
You just write VMC and it will come up.
EMC. Is it the VMC Oracle? Oh,
No,
Umiku, yeah. Yeah, I see that
the
right.
other one.
But it's locked. So
Yeah, if you are in the free version, you can have only 2 indicators. So you have to delete one and so you can use the other one.
I don't even think I have any indicators up right now. Yeah, I don't think my trading view is working right. Like I just got a free account, but I don't got any indicators up, and like it's not working. I don't think. Click on indicator. Yeah, it's not working.
How many indicators you got on your chart?
I don't got any. There's just couple moving averages, I think.
Yeah, you can only have 2 in the free version.
I figured it out finally. Yeah, man. Now that I'm looking at the market Cypher B here, and we just got a red dot on the daily. I think, which would kind of say like the price is getting pushed down, right? And then, like, if we get that dip, yeah, it looks like it could put in a bullish divergence there. And maybe give us the green dot. I don't know.
Yo, Dbloc, you around?
Yeah, he's working on the chart right now.
Okay. Check out Say, man. Say breaking out. It's the only layer one that's breaking out right now.
Yeah, virus. It's like the invalidations aren't leading to bearish momentum flip. They're just creating bigger fractals. There's just a trademark of a range of people going sideways. There's not enough bearishness to sell. Today was a bit of a nothing burger. Like I said, as long as people didn't go into this today expecting some sort of cut or expecting, some sort of magical words, like it wasn't going to have a massive effect.
Well, the status quo meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Good afternoon.
Going all right.
Just got my coffee. Waking up.
One of
It's
us
like
got a full
6:30.
night's sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, I needed it. I've been sick, so I've woken up a little better today, so that's good. Yeah, man. It's just like a status quo, like similar to what we said last year. I mean last meeting type deal.
Yeah.
I feel like we're gonna get a few of these more. Like I hope not. I hope we get some progress, but
I'm expecting a cut in September. I'm not gonna expect anything before that.
Yeah.
That's just like my sort of benchmark in my mind for, when to start at least even thinking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just it's a shame the target wasn't 3% because it's been very steady.
I know, right?
Very steady just underneath it. There was this girl that asked a really good question in the briefing bit. She said, how come you made a cut back in December when inflation was higher than it is now? And why is there no cut now? And he pretty much pointed the finger at tariffs. He's
Yeah.
like, oh, we didn't realize, and it's like, well,
The real
yeah,
real answer to that question creates mistrust. Not mistrust, but when you lose faith in the Fed, that's when inflation gets entrenched, right?
yes.
So the real answer to that question was we cut too early and we regretted it, so we're
Yeah,
not going to do it
exactly.
again. But he can't say that because
Yeah.
then you got to admit to making a
No.
mistake.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, they always say, oh, the data at the time suggested, and we did the best with what we could at the time.
Yeah.
I never really take too much accountability for when
Just
things
the
go
numbers,
wrong
man. It's
or
just the numbers.
things go awkward. Yeah. Man, I feel like Powell would make a good president. He seems so measured and intelligent, Maybe not. I don't know.
Hey, half the people already hate him, so he's got that part.
Well, yeah.
Nah, I think Powell's trying to
It just
save whatever he can of his legacy here. After standing in front of everybody during COVID and saying that inflation was transitory and that there was nothing to worry about,
yeah.
you don't want
One of
that
his
to be
ideas
your last hurrah, right? You got to fix that before you go. And that's why he's taking it so seriously.
Yeah.
Not that that's our responsibility. Shit, your legacy is your legacy, bro. We shouldn't have to suffer for it. But he is taking the cautious side of it because getting it wrong means that's the last thing you do on your way out. You screwed it up, and then you're gone.
Yeah. No one wants a Gary Gensler style legacy.
Nah, bro, that's not how you want to go out. I don't care what industry you're in, but you don't want to go out when everybody is like, yes. Like you want people to be like, oh man, you'll be missed.
Yeah.
You know,
Exactly.
we're all worse off without you.
Yeah, it's akin to getting fired from your job. You'll be forever remembered as the guy that got fired.
Oh, Gary.
Bloody Gary. It's like so strange. It's like, what was he trying to achieve? Was he just trying to keep the Bitcoin maxis happy, or I don't know.
You don't know what my favorite story is, or my favorite narrative when it comes to Gary? Because when he was in MIT, he was all these are our
MIT.
securities, and he was all on our side. So apparently, the
Yeah.
story goes, this part is factual. He went to finance for a job. He wanted to be
okay.
like inside sort of advisor, just regulatory advisor to make sure that they, he offered his services as a consultant. Basically, he went for a handout. He went for, hey,
yeah.
if you pay me, Apparently, CZ laughed him out of the building in a not so nice way. That's how the story goes. That it wasn't just a no, but a hell no.
So he's been on a vendetta since then.
Yeah. That's the most
Yeah,
entertaining
yeah.
story so far, and it
That
has
does
kernels of
sound
truth in
accurate.
it. So who knows?
Yeah.
Can one man be
That's
that petty?
hilarious.
Maybe.
Yeah, bitter. It's really, it left a bitter taste.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh well.
This is why we have term limits and shit like that, man. Checks and balances, so we're never stuck with these type of people for too long if it happens,
Yeah. I feel like there should be something attached to every role in office, like public or like life or whatever, is like you have to hold a minimum vote of confidence from the people to maintain the job. You know what I mean? To stay in.
Yeah,
Like
but
if
you
your
see how that could be a
confidence vote
problem
drops
in
below
some things, though,
20%.
right? Because there's
Yeah.
times where public sentiment isn't. I don't care. This is the right thing to do, whether the public agrees or not. So sometimes you have to have offices that aren't pressured by that, or else we end up in idiocracy, right, where the majority just rules and
hates. Yeah.
So like with
See
Powell
that.
specifically, like love him or hate him, the reason that his job is so hard to get rid of is for that purpose, right? You don't want the president to be able to influence the monetary policy when there's a split for a reason. The reason there's a split exists, whether you like Powell or not. Insert whatever guy here. Once Bassett is in there, it'll be the same for him. The next Democratic president that comes in and tries to pressure Bassett to do something, Bassett doesn't have to fold to that because he's not on. He's supposed to be right in the middle, right? He's supposed to be independent.
Yeah.
So it works in both directions. It just kind of sucks when you feel like it's working against you, But then the next guy gets in, and then those same laws that you didn't like, now you're like, oh, thank God that this is in place, because it limits the amount of damage that this person can do or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, but he's already got it wrong once. Why can't he fucking get it wrong again and
Language,
just
sir.
cut the rate?
Language.
Sorry. I mean, why can't he just cut the rates and let the president do what he wants? I mean, the public have elected him and he's asking for it, so
Yeah, but that's not his job. That's not the job of the Fed chair. That's why they're independent. He's got a dual mandate to reduce inflation and support employment, period.
yeah, but those are lagging indicators and they're gonna
That's where
get it so wrong.
that's where the subjectivity comes in, right? That's when how much of a lag do you take the risk? Have you already taken the risk and seen? We were just talking about him cutting too early and having inflation still go up, right? So they've already made moves to sort of loosen and had it backfire. If you want to understand Powell, you got to understand Volcker. You got to understand his mentor and what happened during his reign as Fed chair. The lessons that he learned from that. I really think it's deeper than just I don't like Trump. I'm sure that he's not very happy with Trump, right? He was on a mission to bring inflation down. Trump comes in with these tariffs, throws a monkey wrench and everything for a little bit with the uncertainty. I'm sure he's not his favorite person in the world,
You're gonna have to read the Jerome Powell book after his career is finished.
That might be
like
that
he
might be a
tells all-
read. That might be a good bedtime
Yeah.
read, half a
'Cause then
chapter,
he'd
pass
be-
out.
Yeah. As in, yeah, like the Trump era. Like, you know, his opinions might come out after the fact, you know?
I just want to hear him without a filter. Like I want to hear his real thoughts on things
Yeah,
after.
because he's very professional. He's extremely professional with, like, talking about anything outside of the direct mandate stuff.
These guys,
Very
unfortunately,
chill.
you want them to be boring.
Yeah,
Like,
oh,
you want them.
definitely.
Okay, imagine the opposite, bro.
Non-political.
Imagine he wasn't boring, right? Imagine he
Oh,
wasn't stone faced. Imagine he got in a fight with his wife and
yeah.
he came in there and did the FOMC
Markets.
pissed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Markets would be crazy. And our money, like, you know, the
We'd be
systems would just
screwed,
be all,
bro. There would
all
be
over the
so
place.
much volatility.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you don't like him,
There's a
you
little
only
bit of a
got 9
pickup
months
here.
to wait.
Mm.
Yeah, we
A
should
little
get
bit
our
of a
measured
pickup here in the
move,
market.
hit our psychological low shortly.
Yeah, if you know any accountants, you know they're not wearing the lampshade at any party. They're
Nah,
not the
bro,
most
they are
exciting
not the
people to
life of
talk
the
to.
party. They never are.
No, they're numbers people.
Yeah, but it's frustrating to be the president when every other country is cutting the rates, you know. And your guy is like, no,
Yeah?
I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah. But you know, Europe is going to have to pay for those 10 rate cuts. America is going to be where they are, in my opinion, in 5 to 10 years, and Europe's going to be where they are in 5 to 10 years because of the decisions that are made today.
Yeah, but eventually they're all gonna just print, right? I mean, it's not like they're gonna do anything different.
That's the answer. Print, 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 print.
Yep. They can't put the genie back in the bottle with fiat. It only comes out. Yeah, you can't beautify the money system back to how it was 50 years ago, you know what I mean?
Let's look at the consequence of both, right? Cut too early, things get entrenched, and you know, we don't have the effect, the full blow off we want. Or cut too late, something breaks, and they're forced to push extreme amounts of liquidity through the system to fix it. Which one of those outcomes do you think ends up being better for your bag in the long term in the next, 5 months? It sucks to root for something to break, but I don't see it the same. And it has nothing to do with how I feel about Powell. It's just I've seen other people in that position with the same job do the wrong things. And you go back and read in history and you see what happens when Fed chairs sort of fold to political pressure and it's not the right time. We're the ones that end up paying for it in the long run.
Yeah, but I mean, the bull market is already like so stressed out in terms of like so complicated the way alts and everything. Why does Powell have to do it now?
No, I hear
Why
you.
couldn't we get one of those guys?
I hear you. I mean, I'll never be able to prove this, but if it wasn't for these tariffs and these trade wars, we would have had our cuts by now. The data numbers show what they should show, right, for them to start cutting. The problem is that the data numbers are inflated because of the transitory effects of the uncertainty from the tariffs. So his pause
Yeah, but
is
he
coming
said,
from that.
but he said that no,
Yeah.
the tariff has actually it's not affected that much because it's just been once whatever short term thing. It's not really
Mhm.
made much difference yet.
So what
So
he's
why?
trying not to do is make a long-term decision based off a short-term number that isn't gonna. We don't even know. We haven't even gotten out of the pause from the tariffs, guys. We don't know what each country's paying for their tariffs. We don't have any idea how this is gonna end up. So what Trump is asking Powell to do is cut based off the numbers today, and still have the worry of him coming out tomorrow and saying no tariffs or 10% tariffs for everybody or 50% tariffs for everybody, or you get 130% tariffs and you get no tariffs, right? These all have vastly different effects on the market. So you're asking for Powell to do is somebody who sat on his hands for this long to make that decision before we have finality on what tariffs look like. I just don't see Powell doing that. Whether you think it's the right or the wrong thing, like
Yeah, but if you're saying the way everybody's saying like there's gonna be a major crash in next year or whatever, I mean, so how is this going to help?
Recession is coming regardless, right? They're gonna try to print their way out of it. That part still comes next. But I don't think cutting changes anything. Like I said, you cut too early and you shake the confidence in the Fed and inflation becomes entrenched, then we're gonna have a real problem. Which is just, I mean, I guess it's a global problem, but it's more of a problem if you're American.
It's been 5 years. Inflation is roughly 3%. Prices have gone up 20%. It is already entrenched.
They'll move it up to 3 in the next 3 or 4 weeks, maybe month or two. You're gonna hear them move that target from 2% to 3. I promise you.
I heard Powell mention the 1970s, and
That's
it's
that's what he.
it's
I'm
a good
telling you,
period to compare.
that's what's in his mind. That's when his mentor
Because
was
of
Fed chair.
because it fundamentally makes sense. It's energy crisis in Europe, maybe not in America, but overall globally, it's energy crisis.
And we saw what happened in the 70s when we cut too quick.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that. As much as I want my bags to 10x right now.
No, wait. It's like trading. You don't know that what happened because it got cut too quick. We don't even know the effectiveness of
It did. It got cut too quick. Inflation went up. People lost faith in the Fed. And even when the Fed started making efforts to cut inflation, people still held their money. And when people hold their money because they're scared to spend it, because they have no faith that the Fed is in control, inflation gets worse. And then it snowballs, and it lasts for way longer than it's supposed to. So a lot of it comes down to sentiment.
There wasn't as much debt as today. It's very different context, no?
Yeah. And we'll never know, right? We don't know till we go through it. But our job is to sort of boil down the probabilities. And I mean, we're sitting here on the sidelines doing it. This dude has to do it in real time. I'm just saying, it's not a job I would
Doing
want.
what? He does nothing now. It's been a year. Keeps repeating the same thing. He's doing nothing.
No, he's playing safe.
He's doing exactly what he told us he was going to do. Every single meeting. Every single meeting. Fully committed to getting our goal of inflation and keeping our mandate to support employment in the United States. It's the same exact thing he's been saying every meeting. Hasn't changed his tune at all.
Now, he doesn't want to make it look like he changes his mind, right? So, I mean, you could like cut a quarter of a point and see and reassess the next meeting. If it was a bad idea, you'd hike back up, right? But the sentiment hit from those changes of policy would probably worsen the situation. That's why he just keeps it stable for more than a year now to just see.
Listen, the good news is if you're in Bitcoin, none of this matters to you, because Bitcoin is done nothing but go up and to the right through all of this shit and sort of prove itself as a hedge against bad monetary policy.
It's the opposite. I think it's even more bullish for Bitcoin, because the fact that the Fed doesn't cut means inflation, and if there's inflation, dollar down, Bitcoin up. As simple as that. But just mathematically, if you have 5% inflation, then automatically Bitcoin is up 5%, like without anybody even buying it. Like there's no need for Michael Saylor to buy it. It'll just go up 5% if it same value. And they mentioned it in the meeting. Everything is like 20% more expensive. But it's true for Bitcoin too. 4 years ago it was 70K. Now it's more like 40-50% more expensive.
Yeah.
So we outperformed the inflation, right? Not by much, but we outperformed the inflation a bit, yeah. If you were holding dollars, they lost 20% of their value in 4 years.
Yeah. And you've almost 8x your Bitcoin in that time.
Yeah, if you were holding Bitcoin. No, but take the worst case, right? Take the worst case scenario. So you bought at 70K, at 69. You bought like the worst possible time, right? 69K. 4 years later, well, you made 40% while inflation was 20. So
yeah, year over year is 65% risk adjusted return, adjusted for inflation. is what Bitcoin's at right now. The clip that Bitcoin's at. That means even if you don't sell, that outdoes almost every other asset that we have. IQ, yeah. I mean, you know what it is. It's not that I don't think news affects. I think that it accelerates moves. But very rarely does news give you a pivot unless it's actual big sort of global news. But even with this war shit, we didn't drop when we were supposed to go up. We just dropped faster when we were supposed to drop.
Not even sure of that, honestly, because if you look on the left, we've had faster drops on less bearish news than a war that can affect global economy through oil.
Would have expected a way bigger reaction to nuclear
like
World War III scare. Yeah, I mean we
yeah,
heard the reaction sentiment wise, but it didn't seem to make anybody sell their Bitcoin.
but on alt, it's a different story. But
Yeah,
on
but that's the same
Bitcoin,
problem we've been having with dominance. So
yeah, but with Bitcoin, it's coming. Maybe it's coming.
I mean, is it just me, or did it feel like a lot of people in the questions that were being asked were like kind of praying to a please cut kind of a feel? Was
yeah,
it the last?
it almost seemed like they were asking questions they knew they were gonna get bad answers to. I always feel like these reporters are in shorts. You open a short and then you go ask Powell some stupid questions and get a soundbite out of him that you know is gonna. But at least they didn't go in too heavy. They didn't bring up QE, which is good. I don't
They
want to
didn't
know.
mention crypto. That's bad.
Yeah, we're used to Powell saying Bitcoin now. If he doesn't say it, it's like, what about us, bro?
Powell is going sideways for a year.
They asked about AI, not about crypto.
Doge Viking with the 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, bro. W Viking. I'm gonna need to get some food in me at some point today, or I'm not gonna make it. Running on like 5 hours and then wake up to a Powell speech. I feel like I never woke up, except I didn't get the
I already
rest.
had my dopamine fill. Let's see how long I can last. Let's see what Asia does.
Look at dominance,
Because
man.
Asia gets
Dominance went
itchy
up.
when they see sideways. What I like
Dominance
about
went up
Asia
to that
though is like,
65 and dropped. My bad, God.
go ahead.
Nah, you're good.
What I like about Asia is like one reason why it's one of my favorite um, sessions to trade is when they see a sideways motion, they actually create price action to find a direction. I don't care whether it's downwards or upwards. They don't like sideways. They'll look for a move. So let's see what they do.
You could measure that with the volatility index and see if well, if it's true that that index increases during Asian times more than it does during other times, but you'll probably end up with 33%.
Asia prefers to range, but what Asia does is it respects mean reversions. So
Yes.
it will come back for the mean and go up and come back, but there is a balance, like a yin yang to it. They won't yin in one direction for too long without hitting that mean reversion.
But the mean is at 93. Can we not do that, please?
Dbloc
I
always has
think
to
we
be
have a different
better.
definition of what mean is. Mean depends on the time frame that you're looking at. The main mean
If you
reversion
look
on a
at
chart is the 50 EMA. So wherever that 50 EMA is on whatever time frame you're on, that's the mean of the last 50 candles. When we're scalping, that's really what we pay attention to.
Powell is like every 3 months, no? So I'd look at the mean of the last 3 months, so 200 MA on the 4 hour would kind of fit 3 months, right?
I'll be right back.
Oh, we're below.
Isn't that the time when Trump is sleeping, Asia time? so they don't expect him to come
No, he's
and do
still a waste.
something.
No.
We just go back to the mean way.
No, that's a good mention because no, Trump. That's when he starts tweeting. Is when he gets home from all the work during the day and it's nighttime, and it's morning Asia, and that's when he starts his rant. When he's in the toilet, and he's just like tweeting away.
I still can't forget his last tweet from last night when everybody was expecting that he was in the situation room and all the Iran and Israel war, and everybody was expecting that he's gonna say something. And he tweeted that we are installing the pole in Washington D.C. White House, and they are the great poles, rust-free. Everybody was just shocked. They say this account just got hacked or what? Is this the tweet from Donald Trump? No, they are great poles. They are rust-free. They're gonna last forever. How stupid that is, man. He knew everybody was expecting something big, and how to calm people down by just saying we are installing the flagpoles into the White House.
So
Oh man,
in
that
the
was
end, we
so
don't know
funny.
what got decided yesterday during that meeting.
Yeah, it was really hyped. Everyone was expecting something big from the Trump, but he didn't say anything.
That doesn't mean a big decision hasn't been taken, though.
Well, nobody knows. Might be they have taken some decisions.
Starting to look like a typical Trump is gonna back off situation, though. Like a bluff.
Dude, you know what's crazy? He flew back and he's talking about something big is happening, and then he never said anything. Bro. He hasn't said anything.
Yeah.
He just said I'm putting some flagpoles
That's
up.
why
That's
I'm like,
all he said.
it sounds like a bluff.
Yeah.
And you know, in the
You might be
morning,
right.
I hope I'm right, because he wants to bomb the hell out of another country, and that's never a good thing. I don't care if they have nukes or not. Like, I really don't.
You know, in the early morning,
Sometimes
he had a
find out
Because,
he
I
had
mean,
a
think about why don't we even
he had
want
a
these guys to have nukes anyway? Like, it's like
No,
we have them. France has nukes. Maybe we're
remember,
gonna
Trump
get a.
was a businessman first off. So
yeah.
when you said bluff, look, if you want to see what people do and how people react, and you want to know who your friends are on a poker table and who are the people you're going to take money from, when you bluff and you see how they react to your bluff, and especially when you expose your bluff just to be cheeky, and you see their reaction, you actually suddenly know the sentiment of the table. You know who's pro, you know who you're going to take money from, you know who's just there to just like get rid of their money. Trump must have called that and see like, okay, I'm going to do something big, and then of course some people are going to overreact and like say some things, and you go like, okay, so that's going to be a problem. He has to gauge like before he pulls the trigger. He has to gauge whether it's time. He might say that he wants to go to war, but like how much war does he want to put into the Middle East? I mean, like I think he understands the bigger problem is in the US right now, not really in the Middle East.
Well, the bombs are flying over there. The people getting starvation level
Oh yeah, dude.
genocide is
I
over
heard what they
there.
did to the bank. Oh wow. Oh, I saw some of the tweets about the bank. I'm like some people with all their money for like decades just gone. Just like they can't even access it.
What gets me is how they're from the part of the world where the human race was virtually came out of, has been around the longest, most societies and civilized, and that part of the world is still the most behind, ass backwards, slow to do everything. And it's like you guys should be way ahead of the rest of us. Why are you guys still living like in the Stone Age with so much stuff? And all just comes
Because we
back to
keep
their
them.
court.
Because
It's
we
their
keep them
crazy.
at.
It's their crazy religion and them keeping women down and
No,
keeping
it's not really
things
the
from
religion.
growing.
The religion is beautiful. The Muslim, like the Islam religion is beautiful. It's the doctrine. See, like for example, like
No, wait. People, it's got something to do with us. You don't see it. Like, under Saddam Hussein, Iraq was pretty well developed. They had
oh,
schools.
see,
Like, there was
Iraq
things.
was beautiful in the 70s and Iran was beautiful in the
Same for
70s.
Iran.
Iran
So
was beautiful. I saw the
You
pictures.
know,
It was
all
beautiful.
Iran
People
and
were well
Afghanistan.
dressed. Yeah.
Yeah,
the curse of these countries is that they have oil. If they didn't have oil, I'm sure they'd be
yeah.
fine countries. Like
The
met
the
with
Never
curse
countries.
is
even
their
left for them.
the curse is their religion, keeping them down. And any part of the world where
Of
you
course,
have women have
it's
Not the religion, the doctrine of how they interpret the religion. The religion is beautiful, but the
no, it's
when you
how they interpret
politicians.
it is wrong.
It's politics using religion to keep people under
Yeah, using
control.
religion. Right.
But it's
when you
politics, right?
when
So it's not
when,
really religious. It's
when your religion tells you to kill the infidels, and anybody who leaves the religion should be put to death. And I don't know what's so beautiful about that. That's pretty extreme. And
No,
I mean,
like
I'm
if you
seeing
go in the original
three
form of
hours
Islam,
ago,
but
CTV.
if you skew it, you can skew it any which way. Even Christianity, the whole Old Testament of Christianity is just about killing races and
100%, they
the
all should
entire
be thrown
thing.
in the dustbin.
so
Right?
France is the only country that actually did that. And when you look at metrics of faith in France, it's the lowest country in the world. So overall,
Really?
French people are like atheists. It's like
Oh,
48%
really?
atheists in France. Yeah, yeah.
I
It's
thought
the
you
only
guys were
country. Like,
very
there's nobody else,
you guys
man.
are very
There's nobody else.
science-based. Huh. Because some of
There's
the
no.
most beautiful churches I've seen was in France.
Yeah, but so there's a bit of everything, but we're like the less believer country out of every country in the world.
Oh, learn something new every day. I
I'm
really thought you guys
seeing
like. Go ahead.
CTV News posted a video 3 hours ago.
What do you
I
got?
may do it. Trump on possible U.S. interventions in Israel-Iran conflict.
Possible or has Trump announced? As long as he's not, trust me, Trump wants to be in front of the camera when he pulls the trigger. We have to wait for that. We want him to like tell us the big news. Unless
Yeah,
unless
just
he stands
possible.
in front of the press and he says it, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna believe because there's like everything on my news feed right now is just like possible like like US is gonna US is gonna
Yeah,
join.
like
It's
they
all.
have the world on edge about it right
I
now,
mean
trying to tell you.
that's his
Exactly.
strategy. Like even in the press
Yep.
conference
There you go,
today, he
buddy.
was like, "I may do it. I may." He literally said, I may not. I may." Like it's just like a strategy.
Yeah.
I feel like they're gonna do that until it's time for the market to make the big move.
In the meantime, it's happening, right? Bombs are dropping all over the country, missiles are being exchanged, people being assassinated. Like the thing is happening, even whether America intervenes or not. Actually, there's been a
Yeah,
surprise attack, and
there are sirens in Israel right now.
yeah, and you probably won't stop sending weapons over there, right? So.
So okay. So this is gonna be the second day that the stock exchange in Iran is not working. They hacked the entire stock exchange and the entire banking network.
Wow.
It's the best Bitcoin commercial I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Right. Oh wow. Yeah. Yeah, man. So Iran right now has no stock exchange going on. Like nothing. But there's this I'm watching TBN Israel. They're pretty good. Like Washington is dispatching a third aircraft carrier strike group, F-22s, F-35s, B-2s included. While Moscow cautions the US to stay out. Here we go. with Iran proxies is.
I just want to get some cows, bro. Grow myself some steak.
Oh yes, sir, dude. Reward yourself. You make some money. Reward yourself, dude.
No, I mean like the best crypto
Yeah, I'm
commercial, meaning your banking system can be shut off, you can be sanctioned, you can be chopped
Yeah,
off
that's
out of the
crazy.
financial system completely.
Yep.
Wow.
So, Dbloc, if you're expecting in September the rate cut, do you think the alts are gonna keep making lower lows till then? Like
No,
the
no,
price?
no. No, I don't expect Bitcoin to just sit here until the rate cuts. As Bitcoin goes up, everything will go up with it. I'm just expecting a little influx at that point. Well, if they self-custody their cryptos, it doesn't matter if their crypto system is messed up for now. It's just something that can't be taken. And it's important to think what happens if that happens in your country. What happens if your government does some dumb shit and all of a sudden you're under sanctions and SWIFT has been cut off and your banking system has been cut off?
But Iran has been under sanctions for half a century now,
Yeah,
almost.
basically.
So, I mean, if they wanted to use Bitcoin, they probably already
You
use it.
guys are misunderstanding my argument. I'm not saying that they're going to buy crypto because this is happening. I'm saying take a minute to think about why crypto is important when things like this are happening. The options that having crypto, give you under times like this. You have to leave the country because of a scare of some nuclear attack. And all you need to worry about is the 12 words in your head and your family.
But like, what if they buy it all up type thing, kind of, and it's hard for people to get in the future?
Well, that's why you're supposed to be stocking your shit now.
And is that what Michael Saylor is trying to do?
Yeah, I mean, these rich people they're not hiding it from you. They're telling you, we plan on buying Bitcoin and not selling it. They're going to
And they
buy it.
say
They're
by
going to collateralize
2030,
against it.
they say by 2030 we'll own nothing and be happy.
Well, make sure you're not one of those people. That's all you could do, right?
You mean make sure you make sure to sell before? Because the value of Bitcoin is equal to whoever's ready to buy it from you, right? And well, that changes over time. It looks like people are valuing Bitcoin at 100,400 right now. It used to be much lower. It's the same with gold.
Yeah, we got to be able to bring up politics and religion without starting World War III in the YouTube chat, guys. Remember, these are the same people you were calling brothers, 50 minutes ago.
Really, long disappeared.
What's next after Iran? Turn on the Saudis, maybe?
I don't know. I wonder what the Saudis' position are in all of this. Sidelines, obviously, but very much on the sidelines, I would imagine.
They're aiding.
They're probably happy seeing Iran getting bombed. No?
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah, Saudi,
Enemy of my
they don't
enemy
like
is my
Iran.
friend. You know. Mic check,
Most
mic check. Volume low on YouTube, guys.
Nah, dude, perfect. Oh, on YouTube?
You did.
No, they say if Ukraine falls, Russia will invade Poland and the Baltic states and continue and all. I'm like wondering if the same can be said for Israel. If Iran falls, what's next?
And that is
Or
the
what's...
existential threat, right? That's the big, like, we
Oh,
don't.
that's...
They've made no they've
You have
made no
1.5.
secret about wanting to end Israel. So you get rid of your biggest enemy.
You have 1.5 billion people that are angry at what's happening in Palestine. I'm sure Israel still has plenty of enemies.
Yeah.
After Iran.
Yeah.
And with the threat from Iran eliminated, Saudis might change. Well, yeah, it's going to change geopolitics a lot in the area. So.
Oh, can you imagine? I'm dead. That source. Can you imagine if that was true though? If Iran met with Trump, can you imagine if they got the Ayatollah to meet in the White House as soon as he lands? They'd do him just like they did the guy from Telegram when he landed in France. He went to go meet the president. As soon as he landed, they locked him up.
Yeah, but he wasn't a diplomatic official. Like
He
came as a private individual, right?
Yeah.
It's not like a president or a political figure. Like they have a diplomatic immunity and all. Like, but not
They're gonna
Netanyahu.
reroute him to Guantanamo Bay. They will send him to Guantanamo Bay.
Just disappear.
We'll arrest him if he comes. It might end up being true for Trump too, one day.
Yeah, I'm telling you. There's jails that they can put you in the U.S. that don't follow those. You don't have to follow those rules. Those black sites, that black hood comes over your head, poof, gone.
Right, that's not in America. You use other countries to do that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Those black sites aren't in the U.S. Those black sites are
But
around the
they still
world.
arrest you in the U.S. to bring you down.
Yeah. Yep.
That's movie stuff. No, is it real?
Yeah, that's real. It's not movie stuff.
Damn.
That's the leftovers of September 11th policies.
That's what I was going to say. A lot of people disappeared and found themselves in some shallow graves out in the desert and on planes to other parts of the world.
Yep.
9/11.
I mean, I still think reason is that Trump wants to be the peacemaker in all this. So
I mean, can you imagine? Yeah, I'm sure he would love to wave the trophy of bringing peace to this situation. Holy shit. And if he can do it, God bless him, bro.
Of course
I'm all for it. Whoever
There's
can do
a
it,
scripture and it
do
says,
it.
when they're saying peace and security in the Middle East, sudden destruction will soon come after in the end times.
Yeah, and they've
scripture
quoted that
talks about
scripture the last 100 times that there's been some sort of problem in the Middle East too. This thing is not a new issue. We've been exactly where we are here so many times.
I thought Trump and his son-in-law brokered a deal between these two parties last time, didn't he?
I'm not sure who was responsible, but yeah, they
No,
always bring it to the brink and then they come up with some tacit agreement.
He broke the deal, right? He broke that deal on nuclear stuff.
Well, yeah, he ripped that up, which is why we're at where we're at now. But I thought he brokered some type of peace deal between them and Israel and was beating his chest about it last go around.
Yeah, and don't forget that Iran did come out.
Yeah, but it didn't go through. It got rejected, something like that.
Don't forget that Iran did come out right before their 60-day limit to sign that no nuclear deal and say not only are we not signing it, but we're enriching uranium. So there was a bit of a poke the bear aspect to this as well.
Oh, you mean they wanted to get bombed?
No, nobody wants to get bombed. You shouldn't me. You just overestimate you overestimate the effect. You know what they say that you can't judge anybody for their reaction to the harm you do against them, right? You do something to somebody, you can't judge their react. They have the right to react however they want to react. They just underestimated that reaction. I would assume, unless nobody would want
the source
this,
for that
right?
info? Like, is that info real or is it
That
like
what?
propaganda?
Well, I think that's where it hurt
to
Trump is
blame
he
them for.
ran his whole campaign on stopping all foreign wars and bringing all the soldiers
I'm not,
back and not getting
I'm not
involved.
blaming anybody.
So,
I'm just saying while the world was waiting for them to denuclearize, they announced that they had made advancements towards a bomb.
that's what
You
I'm
can
saying.
fill in the blanks after that from however you think it played out, but
I think they felt safe doing that because they felt Trump wasn't going to want to go to war because he ran on that. But
yeah,
now,
because he's been saying no new
it's
wars
blowing up
and
in
all
their
that.
face. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm asking
It's
if that
also
news is
because
true.
Israel hold nuclear bombs, and that's why Iran don't want either. So because they have them, they're saying that they should have them too.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Listen, I'm not casting. If I was a country, I would want a nuke. Let's make that 1,000% clear. Especially if one of my enemies has one. So I'm not judging that. I'm just saying actions have reactions.
The whole world needs to denuke.
Yeah,
No, and me, I was asking if that
1,000%.
action is. I was asking if that action was real or if it was more propaganda to blame, to blame your enemy and explain why you are doing stuff.
I mean, however they wanted to use it, but we know that the world was watching to see what their decision was. Right? They were on a 60-day deadline. They came in at the 50-something day and announced that uranium enrichment shit. On the 61st day, on the day after their deadline, Israel attacked. I would assume that all of this means something when put in order, you know?
Yeah, you know what's
Oh,
interesting
so
about
it was okay. So it was Israeli ultimatum to stop making nukes.
I think
yeah,
it was a proxy. It's really proxy if you want to talk about it, right? Israel's been dying to go in. America had the deadline. They took their hands off of Israel after the 60th day and said, okay, whatever.
Yeah, but they knew very well Iran wouldn't do shit for the.
That's another thing. Yeah, that's part of it. You put somebody up to something that you know that they're not gonna do.
It's like saying to Putin, "Come to Paris. We're gonna negotiate peace with Zelensky." I mean, and you have 30 days to come, otherwise I bomb you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's all the way up. Let me see.
Cardano is back above 60 cents.
Sin, let me know the next time somebody talks and they're low, and I'll check their specific volume.
Chile's made new bear market bottom. That was a nice. Well, potentially it's gonna become a nice catch. But yeah, it made a new bear market bottom today, back below, well, all-time low. Yeah.
We cleared those red vectors, and we've got a stopping volume candle here. So bulls need to step in, or we're gonna start losing structure. Chop, and more chop.
Yeah.
Try to make the chop as interesting as possible, guys. But when you back up, we're just chopping. It's just chop. Nasty chop. It's not as volatile. It's as volatile as I thought, but the percentages haven't been as much as I thought. But it's been super choppy.
It's it's Wednesday evening, right? You said 3-day.
Yeah, going today into
reversal.
tomorrow, we should have our reversal. which means that we should have ended up putting in our lows on Wednesday. Hopefully this is it. We still have time left in the day, and there's liquidations down to 103. So not the hill I'm trying to die on. We'll let it play out. I know my little stopping volume candle survived the slaughter though, so.
I think it's with America's intervention being kind of priced in, although I don't know if people really sold or not. Like, honestly, I don't know. We haven't seen massive bearish volume, or we haven't seen like we saw 1,500 twice, but we...
Yo, have you taken a look at the ETH weekly chart? Like, what is it doing on the weekly?
Sideways.
Yeah, but look at those wicks.
Yeah. This hardcore range.
It's the 200 MA, like decision points.
Take a look at ETH. Back up and look at ETH and look at what it's done. Not only what it's done, but how it managed to hold this range. Pretty impressive.
It's
impressive.
That, well, no, it's not that hard. It's back to the.
It should have given back everything that it should have given back at least half of this move.
Not if you consider that the
Look
extension
at how much,
down was too
yeah,
much,
look
right?
at how much smaller
For me, it's...
the range is on the weekly.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like,
it's super tight. Yeah, if you just go bodies, it's like literally as sideways as you can possibly get.
Yeah, add the 200 MA there, and
Ignore the scam wick on MEXC, but you can't tell me that's not impressive after moving like this. For ETH specifically, that hasn't been able to hold a range. So same problem that we were looking at last night. Broke the uptrend, failed to get above it, held the support. Nice wicks at the bottom, right? Nice buys came in down in this range. But we have to break this uptrend before you can start feeling at least a little bit more comfortable here.
Sorry, I got disconnected. But yo, Dbloc, if you go back to that weekly, if you were just looking at that weekly chart and just seeing those weekly candles, like let's just say you just happen to come across this asset and you see the weekly candles like that, what would be your like initial reaction? Like
that it's
does
holding
that
its
look
ground.
bullish?
Yeah, I'd be just as impressed as I am now. The fact that it managed to go sideways after so much volatility for so long. It's like it, for me, it's like it's been repriced. And the reason that it's been repriced is because ETH BTC has been repriced. Right? ETH BTC's accumulation down here was its fair value in Satoshis. The market has now agreed that this is the fair value for ETH and Satoshis. And because it's managed to hold that floor, ETH has been able to do that.
The fair value can't be an extension to the bear market bottom, though. Like, I wouldn't call that fair value.
As of right now, for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks, for the last 2 months, the market has agreed that the fair value for ETH is $2,500. What I'm saying is that,
right?
yeah, what I'm saying is that the fact that it's held its Satoshi value has assisted the USD pair for stay right there without taking back any of this. Unlike what it's done in the past, because it's been losing on its BTC value. Right, it's just giving everything back. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Basically, what I should do from here on is just anytime we leave 2,500, just sell and just wait for it to come back to 2,500.
Well,
That's what I
I've
should
been
have been
doing
doing.
that in this range, and eventually you're gonna exit the range, and the question is if you exited to the downside or to the upside, right?
Yeah, no, that's why I haven't been. I've been just holding, but I'm like, man, I could have just been selling. I could have sold at 2,800 and bought back at 25, 27, bought back at 25. But I was every time it feels like it's about to be ETH time, but
It's trying to milk the trade, you know.
feels like it's out of
Unfor-
time.
Unfortunately, it's trying to milk a cat.
I'm here. I'm just doing double duty on some research while our measured move plays out.
So in the order book, first resistance is 109. There's almost nothing before that, at least not that I see on spot. And well, we're at support still, you know, that 103,500 never got fully filled. Although we tried, I mean, you know, we got 300 Bitcoin being market sold, getting absorbed. And then next time we went down there, people actually bought the dip, which is pretty impressive. Like price didn't, yeah, people, I mean, some people managed to buy the dip. No, not a lot, of course, but you can see it. And then recently we're seeing big sells at local tops. Like there was a 200, roughly 200 Bitcoin excess sell at 105. But it kind of failed to reverse aggressively price, right? We're just still around 105. We're seeing again 60 Bitcoin getting sold just a few seconds ago, and same stuff. It's getting absorbed, right? Like price should have dropped there a bit more. Maybe it will later. I don't know, but it looks like market maker is running out of Bitcoin. He needs to scoop. When we sell, he scoops it. See that on a lot of indicators too, because we end up. So, well, you always have CVD divergence lately, but there's one again where we are missing more Bitcoin, but price actually is a bit higher than last time we were missing a lot of Bitcoin. Then open interest is actually, what's open interest at? Look at exo charts. It must have increased with FOMC out of the way, no? No, it's going, that's odd. It's going down. Even with FOMC out of the way.
Yo, is it time to buy some alts? Maybe.
I don't know. Overall, the idea can't be that bad because dominance can only go up to 100%, right? So we are now closer to 100% than to 0%. So mean reversion wise, now the problem is fundamental more, right? It's everybody stacking up on the same assets, whether it's in the stock market or in crypto, same stuff. That's gonna change eventually, and I don't think the idea is bad, especially today because you might want to wait for a new all-time high. I mean, a new high, a higher high, or maybe you'll get your lower high and your reversal, but it'll be an even better opportunity at switching. Well, there's two options. For me, there's two options. Either we drop back below 64.4, which was the week high on 2nd of February. No, that 2nd of February point is technically pretty important for a lot of stuff, and you can see it in dominance too, of course. So either we drop below 2nd of February, and then I can assume again we're beginning an all season. Right now, that's not true. We're above it. Or if we put a new high altogether, above 65.2%, and we drop back below 65.2, then maybe that new high will be a top, and I'll assume that if we trade back below the previous high, as usual. And when you zoom out, the question is 72%, right? Can we go there? And yeah, like reaching that 72%, that's a macro SR. Last time, failure to go above 72% dropped Bitcoin a lot on the dominance. It divided by 2 its dominance. People sold Bitcoin like hell to buy all kind of shitcoins. We'll see this time.
I got some Prime, Prime Gaming.
Echelon.
Echelon Prime, yeah. It made a brand new low. Like I don't think this low is like a low from like 2022.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of coins are doing that currently. There are so many millions of alts that I guess Yeah, it kind of makes sense that some of them just go towards zero while others survive, right? It's just odd that you see coins disappear during a bull run on Bitcoin, but I guess that's possible too. But they're not disappearing, but they're putting new all-time lows. Prime didn't put a new all-time low. Is Prime the ticker?
Yeah, Prime's ticker. No, it wasn't an all-time low.
No,
but I
no,
think
no. Yeah, $1 was your bear market bottom in 2023, and you're at $2. So that's still a. Chili's, someone mentioned Chili's the other day. I guess I'm bored, so I'm trying to catch something on it. But yeah, Chili's did make a new all-time low. So it's actually no, it's not an all-time low. It's a new 4-year low. And I guess it can go to 3. It can go much lower, like it can go down another 20-30% without any issues. Yeah. But it's back above its recent low, so a bit like Prime. Prime is the same, right? You made a low, a new low, and you're back above the previous one. So it smells SFP, right? That daily candle is it's one of the bullish types, right? On Prime. Well, on everything, right? In the end, we went down to go back up, so you're creating bullish candlestick patterns on a lot of charts here. Doge 2, I guess. A bullish reaction at support, right? Also, in 10 minutes, you got the 4-hour. Oh, no, it's the 2-hour that closes in 10 minutes. Yeah, no, never mind. No, it's the 4-hour, right? Yeah, the 4-hour closes in 10 minutes. And on Bitcoin, like if we close it above 104,800, which is the case currently, I think you're going to be able to say it's a tweezer bottom or bullish engulfing, or like it's a pretty good green 4-hour candle. Oh, maybe we can do that W reversal up, right? Like Adam and Adam double bottom. Yeah, this is it looks like a textbook double bottom, right, on Bitcoin hourly. So textbook that is suspicious. But yeah, just a simple double bottom, no lower low for now. And with these bears having forgotten to put resistances above, it's kind of not too hard to pump anyway, so. Like, there's 10 Bitcoin. There's currently 10 Bitcoin in the order book protecting 105.5. Like just 10 Bitcoin. Okay, I know it's a lot of money. It's $1 million, but like 10 Bitcoin is very thin wall. It wasn't like that yesterday.
Almost at our measured move, guys. This has been one of the longer episodes of To Catch a Falling Knife, but it just feels like that because Powell bored us to death in the middle of it.
You're going for the 3-day midweek reversal? Ah.
Until proven wrong. Yep. But that's what stops it for.
But like on a bit of a bigger time frame, or like hourly, you have like a nice, what looks like a W, but it's way too late to play it, I guess. But it looks like one, no? Or is it me being
We're
overly bullish?
almost done playing out the first W at our stopping volume candle that we got, but on bigger time
Oh, dude,
frames.
this just in. Putin just said we are ready for substantial talks with Ukraine on principles of peaceful settlement. Straight from Putin.
Putin, I need you to relax till my gold gets to 4K. Appreciate it.
Well, now you got Iran, Israel to back up gold.
Yeah,
It's just,
that's true.
they're gonna end one war to start up another.
So it goes.
I bet you the S&P stock market pops on that whole thing.
It's not
Oh
trustable
no, it's
news.
closed. Wait a minute. It's
Wherever
closed
that
tonight.
news comes from, it's not likely not trustable news.
It's not. No, it's legit. It's this guy named Walter Bloomberg. Putin's talking somewhere, and it says now all outlets are covering it. It says Russia, Ukraine may hold talks after June 22nd.
Well, you can't really trust what Putin says either, even if it's legit. And these guys have been talking all along anyway. They do prisoner exchanges.
But like Putin really hasn't like publicly been on record talking. Not that I've seen. It's almost been like he's been pretty quiet.
It's 1 a.m. in
Always said
Moscow.
his terms have not changed since the war started, and he's always said that he's open to dialogue, but according to his terms. So without Ukraine joining NATO, without with the territories included to Russia, and
Oh, and then before he actually made this statement, he was talking about it's ridiculous to think that because we sent in troops to Ukraine that we would attack Eastern Europe. And then he was like, we have no intention of going after NATO territories or anything. And he was saying a bunch of stuff. And now he just said this substantial talks with Ukraine.
oh yeah, but eventually we're gonna have fundamentally bullish news. Powell mentioned that consumer sentiment was low, right? He said it during his speech at one point that sentiment was bad, low, because of the global geopolitics, right? I don't think it's only got to do with it's not only the price of the goods at Walmart, right? It's also a bit the mood, just the overall mood, yeah.
Target hit. GG's, everybody.
GG's.
Now let's see if we can actually cook and get out of this damn range. Right, seems fair. M pattern down, W pattern up. Can we get back to business now? You guys done? No FOMC ahead of us to be worried about. No real change in today's news during FOMC. There's a war. We're already aware of that. Right, can we just get back to business now?
Yeah.
Hey, isn't it time for your world peace candle?
Oh, what candle?
The M2 World Peace candle, the
man.
mother of a candle.
I don't know, man. The military-industrial complex is strong. I don't know if peace is in our future for any prolonged period of time, guys. I hate to break it to you. You guys ever listen to Dwight Eisenhower's farewell address to the nation? Something that's pretty decent to listen to right now at this time, when he talks about the military-industrial complex.
What is that military industrial complex?
You said Eisenhower farewell speech or what?
Yeah, Eisenhower's farewell speech as president. It's one of the better ones.
16-minute long. There's one that's only 2-minute long.
Yeah, he tried. He tried to warn people. Damn, yeah. That speech hits even truer right now. Guess I could just stop being lazy and play it for y'all. Just made me think of it when we were jokingly talking about Russian war ending, but it being okay because Iran is at war now. That's exactly how it works, man. As long as there's something feeding the beast.
I don't know if we can compare these two wars. In Ukraine, you had at least what looked like a corrupt democracy, but still a democracy, right? Fighting Russia.
There's no need to
something
compare.
to win,
They're
right?
both fought with the same weapons, right? It's just about keeping that alive.
A vital element.
Oh, here's a short part. Here's a reduced version. You guys can watch the whole thing if you want. I'm just going to play 2 minutes of this real quick. This is the president of the United States on his way out after Korea and just coming out of Korea in World War II.
Element in keeping the peace is our military establishment. A vital element in keeping the peace is our military establishment. Our arms must be mighty, ready for instant action, so that no potential aggressor may be tempted to risk his own destruction. Our military organization today bears little relation to that known of any of my predecessors in peacetime, or indeed by the fighting men of World War II or Korea. Until the latest of our world conflicts, the United States had no armaments industry. American makers of plowshares could, with time and as required, make swords as well. But we can no longer risk emergency improvisation of national defense. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. Added to this, 3.5 million men and women are directly engaged in the defense establishment. We annually spend on military security alone more than the net income of all United States corporations. Now, this conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for this development, yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
Wow,
hell
it's
of a
not
group of
only
words.
defense. It's not only defense, though. No,
But
I was saying
it's
that because
everything, right? The machine is too big. The machine is too big to stop at this point. Is the point? It'll churn forward in one way or the other from one country to another. So it's just wars and rumors of wars are a feature, not a bug.
Like, what is there to win out of this winning this Iranian conflict, right? It's the Middle East. It's not like in that sense, it's not like Ukraine. Like for global dominance, there is something to win. I feel like more in Ukraine than in the Middle East. For America, it's about protecting democracy, right? Protecting freedom of speech, protecting liberty. While in the Middle East, like, I'm not sure there's really that much to win for global rayonance or
Somebody's got to pay for the war. It's the war machines, bro. At the end of the day, regime change first and foremost.
Yeah, but the equation is less
perpetual
good for
war.
America here.
Perpetual war keeps the military-industrial complex fed.
It's from safety of the nukes too. I mean, they could very easily get nuclear weapons.
Yeah,
You could do a suitcase nuke and end up in downtown New York.
Yeah.
Chicago,
No, my
LA.
argument for that isn't that there shouldn't be wars. My argument is that we can expect wars to continue, right? The whole idea of long stretches of peacetime.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that they do also fight terrorist groups like Al Qaeda, Iran.
Yeah.
So terrorism.
They're a bigger problem for them than most.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we hit this measured move. We got to see what happens here if we hold our 50. It would be nice to come down and set a larger, higher low fractal to sort of build off, right? But for that, we need our retracement. So now we'll play this
Yeah.
down and see where we catch.
If you zoom out, that higher low fractal is in the chart already, but the problem is it's not a lower low, it's a higher low. But it's already in there. With 2 days ago.
We're looking at different time frames.
Right, but the bigger time frame usually wins, and like we spent the whole like last 12 hours trying to put a low.
What I'm talking about is putting in a higher low here so that we can turn this into a higher low fractal.
Oh yeah, okay.
Just so that we can remember we're catching a falling knife here. I know what the macro's doing. I'm very happy with the macro. I'm not worried about it. What I'm worried about is catching these lows and running them up as long as we can into this midweek reversal.
Yeah, you're like expecting support at 104.2 or something like
Yeah,
that.
it'd be nice. Just confirmation. Then I can move my stop up, you know?
Yeah, if we can't reclaim the 200 on the 15, we can't.
That's what the big deal about that speech was, Drew. The big deal about that speech is that he had a lot to do with creating the problem. So it was a warning on the way out. One of those, you know, I fear we might have created a monster.
His speech talked about defense, not offense, right?
He's talking about the military-industrial complex, period. The permanent industry of armaments that didn't exist in the United States before. He was talking about the fear that they would push war, and push war to feed themselves. And if we weren't careful, we'd end up in perpetual wars just to keep the machine going. That's the point he was trying to make.
Yeah, but that's true of any industry, right? Medical or
Yeah.
whatever. I mean, you have to keep going on and on and on.
Yeah. That's why people have such a problem with the for-profit health industry, because that leads to some sort of nastiness, you know, with that same sort of idea.
Yeah, true.
Don't get me started in a 23andMe selling your data off.
Do that. I'm still trying to get over Pokemon selling my geo data when I was just trying to find Pikachu. Jermaine.
Man, my soundboard settings are set to 100% off. And I don't know how it happened, but man, I was just in a meeting and I got soundboarded like 2 or 3 times in a row. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Hey, at least everybody knows we hit our target, right?
Did you have the power to go over or something?
No, I think I don't know how that works. I don't know if you've got to mute that independently. I don't know if there's maybe system sound or something somewhere that does that. I have no idea.
It's like, oh man. My manager was like, what was that? And I'm like, I have no clue. Maybe it's a
Was that a duck? Did I hear a quack at the end? All right, guys, I'm about to eat some
You-
food to make up for the zero sleep here. I need some energy. I'm looking to
you're high or
come.
low.
I'm looking to come down to that 104. We can hold the 800, 200 daily open support range. Then we can think about continuation. What were you saying, Zusi?
Oh no, bon appétit. Just that earlier this afternoon, I was trying to spot a diamond pattern, and I was like, well, we could like fake out down, fake out up, back to the neckline, and your high or low would be the what I was calling back to the neckline, basically. Yeah. We found support at the neckline on the 15 minutes, and we pushed higher, but yeah, if we just come back down to the neckline, basically we'll end up having done nothing, and failure to put a lower low, failure to put a higher high, still reducing volatility. It's odd. For an FOMC day, it's very hard.
Hoover, you just don't want to give up structure, right? You don't want to come down underneath 104.25 would be like my line in the sand. I really don't want to see it come underneath the SR flip. At that point, you got to assume they're going after some liquidations and we're just in the chop. Just let me back up and remind you guys that we're in hardcore chop here. Right? We're getting excited every time price goes down to the bottom or comes up to the top and moves out or whatever, but this is what we're doing for the most part. And it's
At the
just
Manhattan
straight,
double bottom, no?
yeah, it's just straight sideways. So if we do get to the top of this range and you don't see volume increase, you have to assume that we're moving back towards the bottom of the range. Right? And if we get to the mid range, which is where our support is here, and we hold, then you have to assume you're going back to the top of the range. Just have to let it play out and try not to get in front of it too much because it's just going to get chopped up. It feels very weekend trappish, yeah. Just tight, super tight range. Actually, it's not that tight, right? We're talking about 103.5 to like 106, something like that. 106.
Oh, it's 2%.
Yeah. Either way, be careful. It's definitely worth trading, right? It's not like a hit sit on your hands sort of deal.
Oh no, the flatlining before a big dump is a bit scary, right?
Damn, did Circle pop today? Damn, right. I didn't even check it. Let me check before I go.
Yeah, it was up 22% or something last I looked.
What I'm talking about.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, buddy. Keeps doing the same thing too. Like it retraces and literally just draw a trend line and try to break.
Do you have a target circle?
No, honestly, I don't. I'm riding this thing and just moving up. I've got yeah, no, I'm just riding this thing. There's gaps that I'm interested in. We left those way behind. There's another gap right here that we also left behind.
I guess my alarm will ring during the bear market, right?
Yeah, it's still going. I can't even really drop a fib right now until it starts to top out.
Do you have that inverted? Because I got into Circle last week when the IPO dropped, and it's done nothing but just crash to the bottom. I'm looking at my Fidelity count right now, and it doesn't
You
look
must be the
anything
wrong
like
one.
that
Did
for
you get
Circle.
into the right circle?
CRCL?
Yeah.
I got in, I was on standby waiting for the IPO to drop. It started out at 143 and it's down to like 132.
Yeah, I don't know what's
Oh,
going on
sorry,
over
sorry, sorry.
there.
You know what? I lied. I tried to get into Circle and Fidelity screwed me over, and I got into Chime when the IPO dropped last week. So I tried to get into Circle, and that was the one to get into, and I got. He kept
Yeah.
telling me Chime was a bigger deal than Circle was, and then Chime has just been an absolute bud.
Nah, I think Circle's a way bigger deal. What this means for the future with all the stablecoin legislation that's starting to move through Congress too. It's like a beast. All right, I'll be back. I'm not
Chime
gonna
looks
stay away from the
Chime
screen
looks like the
long.
exact opposite.
Be right back, guys. Check careful.
It's so hot.
Yeah, because it's like 85 by us right now, and it feels like it's 100. This is insane.
Yeah, it's the humidity.
And the funny part is I'm wearing I'm wearing a hoodie because I work the night shift, and it usually tends to get a lot chillier. Like it drops like 20, 30 degrees sometimes where I work. But right now I'm hating my life.
I've worked the night shift before. That's hard stuff.
It's hard when you switch, truthfully. But like when you do it consecutively, I guess, not for too long, because obviously you do anything for too long and it starts to catch up to you. I'm sure it's not even good for health and all that, but yeah, it's not too bad once you get used to it. And honestly, it kind of helps out when it comes to crypto trading. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of the action comes, most of the action comes like when you least expect it, which is the crazy part.
No. Yeah, if you look at it that way. I was meaning like from a I felt pretty isolated. I used to work in the semiconductor industry for 6 years. So I worked for Intel and all kinds of other private companies. And when I worked the night shift, it was I missed my family a lot, and I was really close. I'm really close to my grandma, so I couldn't talk to her, and getting
Oh, yeah, I
my
can
boots at
imagine.
2 in the morning, 4 in the morning, and everyone's asleep, and I just felt so isolated and alone. So it's hard like that. But the night shift differential, not that I thought was worth it, but I liked getting that. I think the sweet spot's sort of in the swing shift where you work 3 p.m. to 11:30, something like that.
I had that shift when I was working in Brooklyn. I was working up there for a couple years, and that was the best night shift like time schedule I had. I guess, right? Because I would have to be there by 2:30 in the morning, and then I wouldn't finish until 11 a.m. So it was like I wouldn't hit traffic going home, which was really nice, And then yeah, but yeah, you saw crazy things there. You don't want to be out there past past midnight. It's not a pretty sight. Definitely not a pretty sight. But yeah, I feel you. I mean, if you got like family and your grandma and stuff, yeah, you're definitely not catching her.
Yeah, or like simple things like grocery shopping. You had to hit, yeah. Like luckily there was 24-hour Walmarts around that I could hit up, but if I wanted to buy booze, I couldn't because it was after 2 in the morning. So they're like, you can't buy this. And I'm like, what you talking about? It's only 3 o'clock in the morning. It's my break right
Oh
now.
damn. Yeah, no, same here. I mean, by us, yeah, everything liquor stores are done by like 10 p.m. Everything's shut down unless it's Sunday. It closes even earlier, I think. But yeah, I know other states usually have like 7-Elevens that sell like booze and stuff, no?
The grocery stores here in Washington. I convinced that a Quick Mart or whatever to sell me alcohol at like 2:05 on daylight savings time, and I convinced them that the clocks hadn't gone back yet on his system, and it was only 1:05. Yeah, 2 o'clock here.
Where there's a
Yeah.
will, there's a way. Hell yeah.
Yeah. You're not convincing anyone here. That's for sure. I think the fines are much more heftier, which is why everyone's terrified to break them.
Yeah. This is like also 20 years ago. Actually, now that I think about it, almost 30 years ago, 25 years ago.
Oh damn, bro, you sounded much younger. I didn't expect you to be that old.
I'm dirt.
Hey man, some things you just can't forget.
Yeah, well, I never thought. It's a story I've been telling my whole life because it was quite the experience. It only took like 5 or 10 minutes to convince him. It was like 1:50 or 2:50 in the morning by the time I got out of the store. He already had them all. He already had the chains across the freezers and stuff, or the locks. So he had to go unlock it. I remember I was giggling so hard.
I got to give a little bit extra props to Elon Musk because his new Starlink features, like direct to cell, uses low Earth orbit satellites to connect directly to standard 4G smartphones, no hardware required. And now he's giving it everybody in the world free emergency service, basically. He said SpaceX Starlink will provide free access to emergency services for mobile phones in distress, available worldwide, pending government approval.
Where you been, Drew? That's like a year ago.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. There's a big announcement about a year ago that they were doing that. They
But now
basically
it's
they basically hooked up these like super long antennas off of his satellites to pick up those signals. And it's already
I
helped
guess
people. Yeah, people have already been saved.
no, so, but I'm saying like now free for everyone. So I guess now some governments approved it. I guess some extra governments started approving them because they were getting stonewalled with that.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, here in the U.S., I think it's already saved a couple people's lives. Like,
Oh, that's awesome! I didn't even know that. That's great.
Yeah, like a hiker fell down a cliff or something, and they ended up using it, and was able to get GPS right to him.
That's awesome.
What is that? Life alert? Like a little thing, like a little button on your chest?
It's right. It's
I'm
right on
kidding.
your
I'm kidding.
mobile
I
phone.
was joking, bro. Nah, that was a commercial I grew up with, where like the old lady would fall over and
Oh, I've fallen
push a
and I
little
can't
button.
get up.
So basically, when you click your power button like 5 times or something, like you get that SOS come up on your iPhone, and by doing that, it sends out a signal.
Yeah, I don't know how it works. I do know that it's available though on the new iOS phones.
Yeah, I'm gonna look
Oh, so
into that.
it's not like you need a Starlink service. Like it
No,
just
no, you don't need there. That's what I'm saying. Why I thought it's like that's pretty cool. It's like you don't need to have Starlink or any of that. Just all you need is a cell phone from any
I
company
got you.
on any
Yeah,
on
I
any network.
noticed. I noticed. I mean, now it's old now, but the most recent update for the newest phone, I guess, they had that like satellite mode, right, where you can like try to position your phone and you get signal through satellite or something. Maybe that's what that is.
That's it. And so the idea here is originally it was going to be the first rollout was like text message data only, and then they're looking at doing like full messaging on it. So and then like it was emergency text message, and then they're looking at doing full text message in the long run. So that may already be out, like, and that was part of the original release, like as I said about a year ago. They even said like it's Antarctic, it's global. It'd be cool to be in Antarctica sending text messages because there's no cell towers.
That existed 30 years ago, but it went bankrupt.
I guess the most important thing you have to think about is having power all the time. Maybe I have a hand crank generator, electric generator that's like the size of a little radio. They're pretty cool. It's enough to charge a phone.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. You have one of those flashlights where you gotta like shake it. You literally just
SOS.
shake it and you get like power.
Yeah, it has a flashlight on, but it has like this little lever crank you pull out, and you just turn the crank. And after about like 20 to 50 turns, you already get enough juice to, start charging a battery on a phone.
It's pretty dope.
Yeah, wasn't Art Bell selling those back in the early 80s?
Maybe one I got's like, what was it? Pretty big company that makes them, like a camping company. I forget.
Yeah, it was called Iridium. The problem is the cell phones you needed were pretty big, so it never worked outside of niche applications like Antarctica and oil platforms in the ocean, and hard to reach spaces where there's like work going on. The consumers never bought it, and they went bankrupt. So I guess with this new tech Elon might manage where it wasn't profitable 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Yeah, 30 years it's been. Iridium it was called. They
Weren't
spent
the cell phones in like suitcases back then though? Like I'm not trying to be funny, but they were like
yeah,
suitcase size,
yeah,
no?
yeah. It was like huge radios, yeah. I mean, it was bigger than a typical. Actually, today's smartphones are bigger than the ones we had 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I don't know if you remember, but like even 15, 20 years ago,
Yeah, but they
smartphones
weren't
were
smartphones.
much.
They
Well,
weren't smart.
well, you could text message. You had a few games
Yeah,
already. I
it's
mean,
not smart.
yeah, you didn't have internet access, but
Yeah, so
you
it's
had
not
like
smart.
no, yeah.
It's called a
I
dumb
mean,
phone.
right, but you were able to phone,
Play
right?
Snake. You're able to play Snake.
But they were much smaller. It would. I mean,
okay.
I remember. You know that small pocket on a jean, it fitted in there. So it's like today's smartphones are bigger than the ones we had a while ago.
You talking about them old Nokia phones, man? Nokia.
Yeah,
Nokia.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. That would fit in like a small pocket. But yeah, Iridium, they were like huge, big, bulky phones, and it didn't work probably because of that. And back then you had like phone service issues in a lot of areas. But now today in Europe, you have phone service everywhere anyway. Like there's no need for space phone service in Europe.
Have a good night, y'all.
Good night.
Singular.
But yeah, with cheaper access to space, it's becoming profitable, right? Especially when you own the rocket company.
Just a random question, since we're kind of off topic already. Anybody got their hands on the Switch 2 yet? Or like is it even in stock by anybody? Because I think flew off the shelves within like not even 12 hours.
Yeah, there's a bot that you can Google that someone made for free because I went into it as well. I was trying to find it. But if you Google free or put Best Buy, actually I'll just find the link and I'll put it in here. But someone basically made
Thank you,
someone made a bot for free on Reddit, and they put the link up for free, and you put in your state, and then it's a bot that
like auto reserver, like
refreshes
a
the
reserves for you.
inventory just for Best Buy though. I think he was gonna
Interesting.
talk about adding more stores like Target and stuff, but this one only runs for Best Buy, and basically the refresh is every 10 minutes. By I think he took the API key or something like that, something similar to that, and coded the bot. And for a few people, it worked. So hold on,
That's
I'll
pretty
get it.
cool.
You guys
Yeah,
hear
thank
about
you.
the heist?
About what?
The heist.
A heist? What, like they stole a bunch of switches or something?
Yeah,
No,
like a whole.
no, there was a truckload full of switches going to GameStop around in Dallas, and they stole like $1.4 million worth of switches.
That's wild. That's literally Fast and Furious. They just Fast and Furious that truck to take switches. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's kind of funny because that's not the normal type of switches that they go after.
Yeah, right. That's cool. Nah, because GameStop here said they were restocking. It's not like a crazy long. It's not like before, like when the first Switch came out. They said like they're gonna be like consecutively restocking every like 3 to 4 weeks. But that's the thing now. You got people scalping them. Like I saw on Facebook Marketplace, they were scalping them too.
Yeah, they were scalping them. If you had pre-order, people were scalping them.
Yeah.
I mean,
But they were saying
the price is still ridiculous. $4.49. Come on now, really?
it's crazy. It's
$4.99
crazy.
with the Mario Kart bundle, and you don't even get the actual tangible game. You only get a download digital code, which is why
Yeah, so you can't
it's
sell it
only
off.
$50 as opposed to 60 or 80 or whatever it is. I put
Yeah,
the
I think
link
it's
in
80
the
now.
bubble chat here.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll check it out. If anybody does buy like like from another peer or another person any switches, be careful because apparently when they were doing the pre-orders, like the people who worked at the stores were stapling the receipt on the front of the box, and you'll see that a lot. Like there'll be like a receipt stapled to the front, and apparently it was damaging the screen because there's not much space between the screen and like that front end of the box. And apparently Nintendo Switch now is like they're rechanging the way they're packaging it. So just keep an eye open if you guys buy anything like that.
Yeah, I saw that on Reddit. I think it was for GameStop because they were doing that. Oh yeah, so he added Target. So now there's Best Buy and Target on the spot.
Let's
It's
go.
I've watched it have a few makeovers since he started building it.
Oh, cool. And you trust it? Like it's trustworthy? This thing's not gonna like steal my crypto
No,
information or my credit card
no, you're
information?
not logging into anything. You don't have to connect to anything.
What
It's
are you
not
guys
even
talking about?
the Switch 2. It's not even connected to anything. It's just a website that he built, and I drove over an hour to a nearby city in LA based off of this spot. And what happened when I got there, before the way that it looks now, it was more of a more in columns than the way that it looks now, so that it just listed all of the nearby cities, and then it would display a 1 or maybe a 3 for inventory, and then a 9999, 4 nines. And if it said 99999, that meant that there was a possible restock happening in that moment. And so I went to a nearby city that displayed that, because based off the comments, if you just like read with what other people are saying on there, that you got more of a luck if it displayed 9999. Because if it displays 1, that could be their display, and it's just in their inventory. So anyway, what happened to me is I drove over an hour. This is like a week, maybe 2 weeks ago, and I show up to the greeter greets me, and I was like, hey, like, because every time I walk into a Best Buy, it has that stupid poster that says it's out of stock. But I asked him anyway, and I don't know what it was about this city. Maybe they're just like hills have eyes in this city, but he was just a weird guy, and he was trying to explain to me how the system was wrong, and because there's even someone puts the barcode number or the UPC number in the comments, and so you can call, because the spot gives you the phone number of the store. You can call the Best Buy, and it's just an operator that answers. But if you have the UPC of the Nintendo, you can give it to the operator or the computer, whatever, the AI, you can give them the barcode and it'll check the inventory if they have any available. And so this one did. And there's a barcode for the bundle with Mario Kart, and there's a barcode number without the Mario Kart. And so you just write it down from the comment in Reddit, and then when you call the number and you give them the barcode number, it'll tell you if there's any available to actually purchase. So I did both of those things before going, and I get there and the guy was like, "We don't have any. I know the system says we have some, but we actually don't. It's wrong." So I don't know. I left there empty-handed.
Oh, so you didn't get one.
I'm so
I thought
sorry.
like,
It was
damn,
such a
you
long
clutched it,
story.
you locked it in, you got one. Like, I'm about to do that shit too.
I was trying to give you all of my data I had collected, but it ended up being a sad
now,
story.
now everyone else is gonna try, and if they do get it, it's gonna be harder for you guys to get it because everyone on YouTube is gonna try it right now.
Yeah, I gave up trying. I mean, so what happened was I ended up going to a card store because I was collecting some Pokemon. So I go to this card store nearby and I joined their Discord, and somebody on there actually was like, "Hey, I got one from Target and I'll sell it to you because I'm just looking to, like, no one in my family wanted it and I thought they would, but they don't." And I'm like, well, I don't really feel comfortable buying it from anybody. That's a big, I'd rather have the receipt and the insurance that I could return it somewhere if it's broken or whatever.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. That's the only reason why I don't want to pay like the extra $50 or whatever. I don't, I'm like, it's not that crazy.
I mean, who
So
got
I'll wait
time
till the
to play
GameStop buy me.
games? Who got time to play games? And we got
Bruh.
charts for none of us guys. Come on, man. It's about to be
Bro,
popping off for the
standing in
next 3
front of
years.
those
And you guys are
charts.
talking about games. And maybe you guys should be talking about looking some old school Nintendos that are growing price. Maybe find like a classic and flip those. But man, no one got time to play games anymore. Let's do this.
I'm always gaming when I trade at the same time.
Maybe you should focus on your trade some more, JC.
Well, I have 3 screens. One is for gaming, one is for trading, and one is
What
for
do you
like
play, Zeusy? I'm curious to know what you play. What's your cup of tea?
all the games, like stuff like I guess I like strategy games, but I still play like StarCraft and stuff like that, old stuff.
Okay. You're an Age of Empires kind of guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you guys are definitely not locked in. That's all I gotta say.
Bruh,
I mean, crypto is cool and all, but it gets boring.
I'm just saying, you're
you know?
cool, but you're just not locked in. That's all. You're still cool. And crypto's cool, but you guys aren't locked in. That's what I'm talking about.
I can zoom in on the 1 second and focus, but price doesn't care. It just takes time.
There's only a certain amount of times you can read the ABCs.
Now, but there's time you could get in the trenches. Go dig deep in the cuts of the blockchain. See what's popping and what's about to pop. To feel much more, I'd say, conviction in your trade.
There is no ABC here anyway. The only
That
ABCs
is why no one will get my Dogecoin. Because I've done my research.
ABC.
I know something's about to pop, and I'm locked in. I'm loaded. I'm ready to go.
I bought some Doge too yesterday. Let's go. Because 16 cent is macro SR. I mean, I have to.
Oh yeah, bud. The altcoin season boom is coming soon.
Yeah.
Gonna melt people's faces off, and then they're all gonna buy in at
Oh.
the top and get dumped on.
Yeah.
If people could stop focusing on AI and asking Powell about AI, and if they could start asking about Powell about like meme coins, then yeah, maybe we'd get an alt season.
I feel like they're gonna make all-time highs. Like most haven't made all-time highs, and I feel like they'll have a big run to put in a new all-time high. Maybe not, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, well. But yeah, there's no ABC to long anyway. There's only one to short, and you know it's potentially huge dumping coming. But the long, well, all we have to do is put a low, and then there will be an ABC to long. But price doesn't do that. It looks more like a symmetrical triangle now, with a bit of an attempt at breaking it downward today, but in the end, we did pump back up before the daily close, so...
Wait, Juicy, why do you say we're gonna dump hard? Dumping hard?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask that.
I don't think it's the most likely scenario, but technically, you know, the similarity of this topping structure compared to last bull market is what I think it makes it a bear trap, but you can't ignore it either, right? Like, I mean,
Well, Dbloc, Dbloc is saying he's expecting what? I think I overheard 104 or something, 104 and change to dip down into that,
oh
but
yeah, that's scalping on the small time frames. No, when I say a dump, it's a dump. No, it's below 74 actually.
below 74.
Yes.
So you're saying
But
this would be like worst case scenario, right?
no, it's not worst case scenario. It would be like a normal reaction after a topping structure like the size of this one. I mean, it would just be well, I mean, would probably call it. I mean, yeah, that would be the entry into the bear market. You'd probably get a dead cat bounce back up to like 100 and all that. I mean, but it's a scenario I have zero money on currently, and I think it's wrong, but it's there.
Okay, so you're saying it is a potential scenario.
Invalidation is very close. You know, all we have to do is pump back 5%. I mean, we've been doing that lately. You know, it's becoming invalid, but I mean, you're getting plenty attempts at shorting 108 and above, right? So
yeah, so something to keep an eye on and be aware that could happen. If we go past what's your target, or kind of what are your indicators for if this scenario were to play out?
But yeah, I mean, price structure wise, we just confirmed the uptrend by putting a new all-time high, right? And we're going a bit sideways in a sort of symmetrical triangle at resistance, and that gives, because we are in an uptrend, the high risk to reward trade is a reversal of this uptrend. And on this time frame, you'll only have a downtrend if you break below 74. Anything else is just a higher low in an ending diagonal scenario, by the way, which would still give you new all-time highs if you can't break below 74 eventually with enough time. So no, I'm just saying that price structure, price action. Why is ABC if they only give me a short here? They don't really give me a long. Like there's nothing to long since we broke 69K overall, you know, like high long time frame holding trade. Yeah, of course Bitcoin will go to 180K. That's where my TP is, but it's still not a good long. You're probably better off waiting 1 year and logging in 1 year. Right? I mean, I'm just repeating the same stuff here, but these are more times to think. Well, take your time. There's still 6 months, yeah, but it's more time to think about distribution, right? Than actually enter if you haven't.
But we're still expecting all-time high, right? Isn't that still still in play?
Yeah. Well, it's you'll be like swinging. Well, so for ABCs, if we put a lower low and we find support and we climb back above 100K, then that could be an entry to catch an extension of this up move, right? Towards.
Are you talking ABC on the daily?
Yeah. Towards
So, like,
130. I'm just saying it's been like 6 months. Bitcoin is working on something here. I don't know what it is, but it's big enough to make a big move, right? Either a big move up to 130 or a big move down to towards 80K, or of course it's not gonna be straight down. Of course there'll be ups and downs, but there's strong support at 100. Well, there's even strong support at 103 now.
So are you looking at it like the low from 74 all the way up to 112 was like a A wave, and then
Yes.
we're potentially in a B wave of some sorts right now.
I don't think the A is over.
And
It's
then we'll
too
have a
small.
C. You don't think the A is over?
Yeah, I don't even think the A is over. No, it's way too
I would
small.
think the A is over, and this will be the B, and we potentially have a C, or even maybe it was a 1, and this is like a 2, and then we have a 3, 4, 5.
I don't think the A is over because this is because with the current size it's a C, right? It's you have to look back at 48 to 110 down to 74 to now just put a tiny higher high and drop and stay below the previous high. All we need is 5% pump and it's all wrong. And if we get 5% drop, well, I'll be fighting the bearish trend. Well, the bearish potential by actually
Yeah,
going.
this guy I watch on YouTube who does like Elliott wave analysis, I'm pretty sure he's watching for this as a big A, B, C move for the final wave of the bull run, and he thinks the A wave is potentially in there at the top, and we're working on the B wave before the last blast off. Guy, what's it called? More Crypto Online.
Well, I think that last blast stuff you're talking about started at 48K, and it's gonna have itself 3 up moves, and we've seen only one of that up move for now. Like we've seen 48 to 110, right? Then we saw the retrace down to 74 for the correction, and now we're working on our second up move. And for now, it's pretty small compared to the previous one. It's like roughly half of it, right? Bitcoin doubled in value last time. Here we pumped like 40-50%. So that's why I think there's potential for this to go to like 130, so somewhere there, right? And then retrace, probably hold support at 100K, and then go again for a new high that brings you towards October, September, right?
Yeah, I think like
and
every monthly green dot we've gotten on the market Cypher B, the price like doubles.
cool. So wait, you want to double from here? That's 200K. Oh boy. Cool. Then you're. Oh, that would be nice.
I'm gonna look into that real quick.
Last time it doubled, yeah. We hit support at 50K and boop, we doubled that to 100K. Now
Large
we hit
fries.
support at 74. If we double, we at 150. So 150 could be an interesting number too, right? Just because it's round, psychological, and I don't know, 150 seems a cool number. I think there's gonna be issues before that, like around 130, but 150 would be could be a bull market exit.
Large fries coming in. Large fries coming in.
Price.
Fries. Large
We
fries.
buying?
No salt, no salt.
Big buys, large fries.
I see. Let's go.
Put them in the bag.
Put the fries in the
Get
bag.
what's the middle of this range now? I'm confused. It's like 106 now. Yeah, at 106, if you dump 3K, you're back down at 103. If you pump 3K, you're back up at 109. So we're like 1055, 106 is like the midpoint between buyers and sellers. Huh? So I guess we could reach that 106 and see what happens there. We failed last time, like we got 105 something. We didn't get 106.
I like the way the daily is. We have about 54 more minutes left in this daily candle. And if we close somewhere around this area, I think we'll be just fine.
You see the symmetrical on the daily? Symmetrical triangle, kind of looking, no?
It's triangle-ish.
We kind of did a bit of a wick below the supporting triangle part, but the body looks like it's gonna daily's gonna close back inside it.
It almost resembled a diamond pattern, but not really. I don't know.
The whole
Yeah,
thing, if you zoom out a bit on the daily, yeah.
yeah, with including the post and everything. Yeah.
What would be your neckline on that diamond though? It's like distorted upward, no? The neck, it's
Yeah,
not
that's the
symmetrical
thing.
diamond.
It's kind of angled to the up.
Are we at the neck also currently with that diamond? Kind of, a bit above.
Yeah, I like this bounce on this daily. If we can do this tweezer bottom or whatever, it's not even really a tweezer bottom. Yeah, kind of. If we can close somewhere around here on the daily, I think the continuation would be good to at least 106,000 area, a little bit above 106,400.
Cool. That diamond, it gives you like, well, you'll get the answer towards the end of the month, right? If you extend the triangle, then the
Yeah, like
lines
next week we should know more if that diamond plays out.
Well, even beginning end of June.
Well, it's already the 18th, so yeah.
Right.
It's like Doge is in a little local bull flag right here too. I like the way it's sitting.
Thing is, will you make more money buying Doge at 16, selling it at 32, than buying Bitcoin at 70 and selling it at 150?
Well, the thing is, maybe not. I don't know. I got to do the calculation, but I think Doge has a higher chance of doing something explosive.
Of course, but it also has a higher chance of doing something
Yeah,
implosive.
that's part of the risk, right?
And
That's
it's
why
done it all. Actually, it's done probably more than half of the move down already, right? Like, that's a significant drop from 50 cent to 13 cent.
Yeah. So that's why I feel pretty comfortable in the position.
Like if you drop another 75% from here, where will you end up on Doge?
Drew, are you having the DCA? You got it like 21.
I got a higher 23, 22 were my biggest buys, so I'm definitely underwater. But I was scalping on the way down, and I was swinging between Doge and Ethereum. So now I have a lot more Doge than I did back then. So I'm happy about it.
For me, looking at Doge on the monthly here, and what I'm looking at on SHIB too, looks like this is potentially the bottom of a second wave, and they're about to start a massive third wave to around their all-time highs, and then still potentially a 4 or 5 wave, I think.
I was sort of looking at the alt season from 2021, and there's like a dip that happens in Bitcoin dominance. And then, so if we replicate anything from that time period for any sort of knees of the alt season, we should get a bounce in alts relatively soon, and then another correction. And then finally, just that big drop that happens.
The monthly stochastic RSIs are like way down low, ready to rock it up.
Oh, I see what you mean. Like, well, put in an ABC on dominance, right? That higher high before the big drop on dominance.
Yeah, and I was hearing you, Zusi, like when you were like, well, we're closer to 100% than we are to 0. So, I mean, and that makes a lot of sense. So I do feel comfortable DCAing.
I'm just joking, you know, but yeah.
But it holds. So there's truth to jokes sometimes, and I think that you were onto something there. So it made me look at sort of like January, February of 2021, and there's a dip from 75 to 64, or something like that, or I don't know. It's around there somewhere. It like loses 10%, and I was like, dang, if Bitcoin dominance lost 10% from here, that'd be a nice bounce. But then it recovers one more time, and then kind of double tops, and then you get that huge, like all the way down to 40%, something like that, and that's your alt season. So it happens that quickly, like that fast, just on the, I think it was the weekly chart I was looking at.
Just the pop. Just goes boom.
It's just a month, right? It's just 1 month, and all the money is from Bitcoin to alt.
Exactly. It's very quick.
I don't think it's gonna happen this quick though this time around, especially with. Well, it depends. If it happens during the bear market, it could be that quick. Because with these alts not having really pumped, like, look at ETH, for example. Right now, you could guess, like, it's got support at 800, right? So even if Bitcoin starts its bear market, there's a high chance that ETH will just hold 800, right? So, like, it's kind of, I mean, it's at the midpoint between its all-time high and its bear market bottom. It's like not really in a bull run still, right? So and with time passing and less time available now to have an alt season, there's a chance it actually does something odd, and it could like happen during when Bitcoin would have already started its bear market. No, that's like a bad scenario, I guess. But
I do agree. I think that we're running out of time. And so I just want to be in my altcoin before anything happens because I don't want to chase anything.
like it could be, an alt season in November, October, yeah, towards the end of the bull run, like expected, and you'll have to be pretty quick at. It's not gonna last 2 years like it did last time, right? Because dominance stayed down for a while. Like it was stuck in a range between 40 and 45% for like 2 years, while Bitcoin was just going down, right? Well, first up and then just down.
That's because
So
everybody was in stables.
no, but I mean, the context of the alt season on dominance could be very different than the one in 2021, depending on if the drop in dominance happens while Bitcoin is just going sideways or while it's going down or up. Yeah. Well, what I say is just trivial. But
Well, if you were a market maker and you knew people followed patterns, what is the first thing you'll try to do? Break pattern. Everybody thinks that there's going to be an alt season and everybody thinks that it's going to be explosive like it was before, and I don't disagree, but maybe that's a fault. Maybe we're wrong to think
that's why having an alt season during the bear market would be the most annoying of things, right? Because you would see your alt actually lose less value, but some of them are already at floors. Like, ETH reached 1400. ETH reached 1400. Like, that was pretty significant. It kind of made, like, it's possible that ETH holds 1400 while Bitcoin goes down to 30K. Because ETH was at 1400 when Bitcoin was at 20K. So
I know, but look what ETH did in the beginning, man. It went up to 4,000 something, didn't it, this year?
So imagine the impact on Bitcoin dominance if something crazy like that was to happen. Like if Bitcoin starts a bear market and just goes down, maybe some of these also are gonna find floors that are kind of relatively high on the, like we could see them pump on their Bitcoin pairs, just because they haven't pumped while Bitcoin pumped. It kind of makes a bit of sense. So and that scenario is becoming more and more likely the more time this takes, right? Because Bitcoin's, well, unless Bitcoin doesn't respect the 4-year cycle and all, it's got like 6 months, a year maximum left before it starts a down move, right? So these odds are, well, we have time, but not that much. So so we can't
I mean,
really
like,
spend 3 months going down right now.
I mean, I trade Link, and it's like the one I can only pay attention to so many coins at once. I just can't do it. So I've been just playing Link, and like, look, man, like, it's been sitting around its floor, and it keeps trying to tap its floor, and I really want to get in for long, because again, I don't want to miss out either. But man, I got this weird feeling it's going to break that floor and go down for another step down.
It retested $9. The amount of patience you needed to buy back $9 after having sold that pump to 20. Like, in the end, you got the opportunity. It went below $9. It came back into its accumulation range, right? And
that's the only reason why I'm in profit. But like the way it came right back down with everything else, I'm like, just look at the downtrend, man. You can draw a channel, and it does not look good.
But it's like Doge. It's the same with most alts. It's down 70. I mean, it went down 70, 75%, or 66% in the case of Link, and then it had a bounce up, and now it's going back down towards that low to give you like potentially a double bottom or something. But we're worried of being front run because of how bullish Bitcoin is. But there's probably no. I mean, I know Dbloc is not worried about that, but I am worried about that. I'm worried about not getting the ABC. Right? So we'll see if it puts a new low below $10. That's solid enough to just give you a bounce towards 25 and at least 22 at least. Yeah.
It just keeps gravitating to 10, man. It's crazy.
If ETH price was being suppressed for this long, a few months, something like that, and now it's being suppressed at 2,500, wouldn't that mean that alts could potentially be suppressed too? It's just that they move higher in percentages because of their allocations and their supply.
We gotta ask Dbloc that. I don't know what being suppressed means.
If you get sorry, no, he was showing it earlier, like the Ethereum dominant or Ethereum Bitcoin chart and how it was consolidating now around this price, and that it would agree. He was just comparing the charts and how 2,500. There's like 6 weeks of $2,500. That's what the price of Ethereum is being agreed upon. But if you have
recently, I mean recently.
Yeah, just like over weekly candles, they're all at 2,500.
You've had to pay for misbehaving during the bear. It didn't drop enough.
So once
too strong.
Ethereum breaks the dominance and overturns Bitcoin, I mean, if it's being suppressed when it's no longer suppressed, I mean, whales could potentially move from Bitcoin to Ethereum, spike that, and then you get your alts that get spiked too.
Yeah, but they don't maintain their value. I agree. I've been writing some of these pumps up, so I get you, but there's nothing. And I know Dbloc has said it in the past. This is not, you can't sit in a coin anymore like you could last cycle. You could just buy a coin and sit in it, right? But
There's
you
so
can't
much
do that
bullish
anymore.
convergence on SHIB on the lower time frames. So much.
I mean, I think if you're not on leverage, you can buy a coin and sit on it if you're DCAing, if you're patient, especially now with these alts. If you zoom out, I mean,
it's just that
the higher cap alts are very, very, let's say, inexpensive, very like undervalued.
Drew, it's just that the return is not there of doing that. Like it is there on Bitcoin, right? But it's only there on Bitcoin. Like even on ETH, it's not there. Like if you bought, even if you bought bear market bottom, yeah, you haven't made that much.
Hey,
I mean,
Drew,
because the rotation hasn't happened.
Well, you know, ETH did 4x up. That's all they did.
Bitcoin won this time. I mean, last couple of years, yeah. If you were in Bitcoin, you won. Like that's the most return on investment you could have got. But a lot of us didn't play it that way.
But I play those mental gymnastics all the time about like, oh, the high caps, you know, or they're all ultra cheap or whatever. Like I know like Link is not high cap or whatever, but like an example when I saw it go down to its early 2024 lows in a bull market, I was like, there's no way this is going lower. And sure enough, it goes 40% lower.
But on Link, you're kind of still lucky because your 2nd of February low is higher, right? Like it didn't. I mean, some also way worse than Link. Link is doing fine, honestly.
Oh, I know. I bought low. I bought low, right? I bought this when everything was just tanking, and then I just walked away for a little bit, and I missed my sell because I was like, I'm not selling until the end of the bull market, and I could have doubled my money if I just would have sold it.
Well, you know, you need a rule for your exit, and sometimes we can break that rule. But for me, it's golden pocket of the downtrend. So on Link,
I get it. I learned
$21 was like the same way I sold Solana at 80. $21 on Link was like well, a signal to take profit. Yeah, it
Especially
went
when
much
it moves.
higher. Yeah, we got 30 bucks.
When it moves slow, you're like, oh, okay, people are waiting. They're like, oh, okay, we're trading here, and it's taking a couple days. Gonna build out this bullish whatever pattern, and then. But I guess that's why you take a little bit of profits off, But I'm the same as you. I could have doubled, tripled my money as well, and I watched it go. I watched it round trip, and then I had to wait, and it came back up for me, and then some again. But I could have compounded. It's hard to do. It's like easier said than done.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that I didn't make that mistake twice. I've been getting out now. I've been getting out at golden pockets and ranges and channels and whatever else I draw on my chart. And obviously Dbloc's analysis on Bitcoin helps that too, because it gives me an indication of sentiment and like when people are going to pull back. So I've been making money. I just had to change my strategy from being a altcoin investor to an altcoin trader.
Be careful because that behavior might change too. They say adapt your targets to the state of the market, but if you adapt your targets to the state of the market too late, it's kind of better not to change
I
anything.
know, but we got
sometimes.
QE, man. We can
It's
watch
about
money.
when I say take profit at golden pocket, it doesn't have to be golden pocket. Like you can put it at any other fib level. You can put it at 50% if you
No,
want.
I don't.
But you can adjust that. Like during the bear, you TP. Well, when you feel that sentiment is bad, and right now it's bad, right? So on a technical bounce, you would TP earlier than if you felt like all of everything is booming and it's all
See,
fine in the world, right? Yeah.
I feel you, Zusi, on that one. The sentiment is bearish, and I've been listening to the human indicators in this Discord in particular the last couple days, and various times of the day and night my time, and the sentiment is so like, oh, whatever, just I got liquidated again, or it's gonna do what it's gonna do. I'm just trading this thing, and just the feeling that I'm getting from these types of traders is just it's so bearish right now, and that just makes me more bullish on DCA, and I can't wait to get paid for my normal job, so I just keep feeding this thing. But I definitely did take profits this time around, and I bought myself tangible things, and that felt good. It felt good to buy things with that crypto money and then have it whatever I was in bounce, and then that money just got replenished. It was like I didn't spend anything, and that felt really good.
That's cool.
I mean, I think anybody should be proud for not losing their butt in this market. Like if you can at least stay flat or make money, then I think that you are either super intelligent or you're seasoned or maybe both.
My alt bags so
Yeah,
far
I
this
agree.
cycle, they were up 3x and then 2x, and both times I didn't take any of it. And right now it's cooked, back down to break even.
Well, it's hard for even you see people getting wrecked on Twitter, the big millionaires and billionaires, they post their losses, and it's just like you got that money somehow from being somewhat intelligent, and so everybody's getting cooked, man.
I don't think it's got anything to do with intelligence. Honestly, you can read papers about this. There's nothing smart in trading. Like even monkeys can trade, and they do decent. Like they manage to just be 50-50, right?
But there's
No, dude, you gotta
something
have a
smart
lot
in
of
wealth
different skills to
preservation.
be
It
able to
takes
be
a little bit of
successful.
takes a
That's
little bit of
very
smarts and willpower for wealth preservation.
Takes a lot of skills, patience, risk management. Like it takes a lot of different skills.
Zusi, you're just probably ultra smart, so you take it for granted. You don't know that you're not. You may not think that you're smart, so
No, but I mean, no, seriously, man.
I
They do studies with pigeons, and they just ask them to, if it moves to the left, it longs. If it moves to the right,
is
it
that a
shorts.
French study?
That's seriously good. Search it up. It's interesting, and they're able to break even because it's pretty random, right?
So we don't need this channel.
No, it's not profitable, but it's actually not. They're not losing.
I don't agree with that at all. I'm sorry. It definitely helps if you in it for a few years and you start learning the trade.
You also have to be emotionally
It's not
intelligent.
buttons. It's not just pressing a button or sitting in front of a gambling machine and pulling a lever. That's a misconception. That's how people lose money.
No, you're right. But if you were able to just randomly press buttons, you shouldn't lose money. You should be able to break even with a good set of rules going 1-to-1 risk to reward on every trade randomly. You should be able to just break even. The fees would make you lose money on the long run, but like just you see that's my point. It's that a strategy that's purely random should consistently lose what the fees take out, but it shouldn't be worse
Depends
than
on
that.
how you trade. It depends on how you trade and how much money you want to make.
That's where the
Because that's
problem
why
is.
I got my indicators, and that's why I got my 200
But
MA. I got
yeah,
my
but
21. I got my 7. There's a lot going on in it. You watch the news. The pigeon can't read. He can't see what's going to happen next in the news. No, not at all.
yeah, but by trying to outsmart something that we're managing to not be profitable sometimes, and
Well, yeah.
that's
So I was gonna say, like, your intelligence is not necessarily a marker of your profits, because you can
yeah,
also be
exactly.
too smart for your own good. You can have conviction that was maybe correct, and something happens and shifts the market. So uh, I think risk mitigation is a sign of intelligence, right? But it's not like the only thing. And some I think everybody's perspective is different, right? Some people would say, like, if you make one trade a year and you make insane profits on that one trade, right? Like, that may be the smartest guy. But like, I think it's important also to always be competing with yourself and not be competing with others, right? It's just like, if you're competing with yourself and you're doing better than the last time, like, each time you're going to make incremental improvements in your strategy and in the information that you're taking in and the education that you're applying, right? Because
You know what?
There's really
I
no
do
need
think
for anything smart to make money and be profitable. Quite the opposite.
Yeah.
I think something simple and repetitive and
Well, dude, like, how much did the fart app make from the first app for successful app for Apple's app? What is that? iOS's store, or the Apple Store? He made the fart app, and he was an instant millionaire, like, within a couple of weeks. So yeah, I agree. You can make money without being smart.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think it takes a bit of intelligence and discipline. I think is more important, right? Discipline is discipline and adaptability to be able to react in a market like this. But
Just remember, it can go the other way as well, because if you're not smart, you can lose money as well. People that are not smart win the lotto, and then they lose the money because they're not smart. They don't know how to invest. They don't know how to work with it. It goes both ways.
well, right, and I think that's actually, like, there's a lot of people that don't play in the market because they don't feel like they meet the barrier to entry, or I mean, there is still a learning curve. If you're coming straight out of, like myself, I've never traded. I mean, I've done a little investing, but like, I wouldn't have called myself an investor, right? And I had no idea what anybody was talking about when I came in here. I have the ability to ask questions, but, like, I would not call myself anywhere near the smartest person in the room. In within the trading community, I would say generally in most places that I go, I am a lot of times either the smartest person in the room. I don't like that term, but like, it is. I know that I have some intellectual ability, right? But here there's so much. Uh, this is a very strong community when it comes to being able to share and communicate information. Which communication is a big moniker of, like, emotional intelligence, or just intelligence in my books. But like that, yeah, I don't think smart is a good way to define whether or not somebody's going to have success in trading, and or to define, you know, uh, why somebody might be not profitable either. But there is, I think, a certain barrier to understanding some of the concepts that a lot of people never pass, and that's why they stay out of the market, right? So
Also, real life things happen to you every single day, and you might not be available in front of your computer or your phone to make the trade or whatever, and you could be a few hours off, and you'd be like, oh dang, I saw that thing playing out earlier, but I had to go drive to the whatever, I had to go grocery shopping.
I gotta go play Nintendo.
I gotta go catch this this truck carrying all the switches real quick. Hold on. I'm just.
Or you could be like Drew and you try to see everything is through the lens of making money.
You could be an investor, but
Basically.
just for an amount of time. You know, if I think Sui is going to be $6 next year or whatever, then I'm investing for a year or whatever. You know.
You think it's reaching 6?
I think it will be, for sure.
I mean, after seeing how I have to slave and other people have to slave for money, everything is about making money. And the quicker you have it, sooner you have it, the more you can uncompress that time that you compress together that money. Because basically, money is time.
Yep.
And,
you
know, once you have a lot of it, you can enjoy your time without really worrying about it.
And it's fun to watch your progress grow. It really is. I know I was kind of joking, and I was kind of being serious at the same time.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Drew, if you were gonna say something.
No.
The most alts I'm looking at, like Ethereum here, and I just checked Sui, SHIB. It seems like they put in a first wave, and then this big massive pullback we're having here is like a second wave, and then they're about to have a massive third wave run up in 5 waves, like a big move.
What time frame? Because the second wave couldn't put a lower point, so it's becoming
on
hard.
monthly. Like if you look at Ethereum on the monthly,
monthly.
When it ran up there to 4K, I think that was probably the top of the first wave in 5 waves, and then we just had like a second wave we just had a second wave pullback, and potentially could be about to blow soon.
Very undecided candle on the monthly, but there's still time before that closes. I mean, not undecided, but there's no body. We had monthly open on ETH.
Yeah, it's hard to predict these things, you see. But if I were thinking Sui could do what something that Solana can do, then the money will eventually move from Solana to Sui. Is like a broad, zoomed out perspective, but it's a lot of work. Sui would have a lot of work and it needs time in the market. Like it's its first bull cycle. So can it do it? I think so. Especially with not all of the supply out and it's finite, whereas Solana gets minted, it's mintable. So they're always creating more.
Sui is like competition to Sol now?
But Sol is also a thing that it's not basically, they can't just mint when they want. There's still a cap per time. So a lot of people keep on using that as a talking point, but these mint limits usually aren't going to be, even visible in your lifetime. All these, with Bitcoin, we're not going to see Bitcoin fully diluted. It's going to be minting till we die. So, I mean,
I thought Aptos was the Solana killer, not Sui, but I guess I'm out of the loop. What's Aptos up to?
Calling it a killer.
Sui has great volume. I think volume is the key. My bad. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not calling it a killer, as you see. I'm just saying, there's
money moving out from Sol to Sui. That's okay.
there are big asset management people that have claimed to have done so.
Yeah.
I think it's really good to look at volume. Volume, I mean, you can kind of fake volume too, especially on blockchains like Solana, like Sui, that are very cheap to interact with. Imagine how many times you can go back and forth. I just need $100, and I just go back and forth from a stable to whatever's any coin on Sui back and forth 1,000 times. I've already created $100,000 worth of volume. So that's one thing we have to be careful with, because a lot of these coins are getting put up there because of their volume. And we see that volume, but volume is very easy to create when you have no transaction fee.
Yeah, they're doing it with makers as well. So if you switch your filter to maker, that's your wallet address, and so you can potentially make a bunch of fresh wallets and then set up your DCA bot, fill it, prepay it with 100 Sui or Solana, take whatever one you want, and then you have this essentially 10 people or teams having 100 wallets each, feeding it with a prepaid amount, and then just cycling. And then so now you're faking volume, and now you're faking makers.
So volume's easy to fake, but market cap is not easy to. I mean, market cap with a low liquidity supply and a high tokenomic model, sometimes like on DeFi, they can fake market caps. If you've seen, there's been a lot of fake market caps written up, and it would be like, oh, this has a market cap of 50 billion, and you go and you check out liquidity. Liquidity is like $5,000 for some reason. But anyways, long story short is market cap is good. Like Sui seems like it's going to be a top contender as long as there's no big hack that's like involving them or internal, faction that's happening inside of Sui, and they don't have anything like that, then Sui's going to be fine. Hyperliquid, it seems like Sui and Hyperliquid are battling right now on market cap.
Do you mean like Meteora's CEO with Solana? Like stuff like that? Where they're like front running things and
yeah, like internal things that can kind of, screw things up. But yeah. I think it seems like Sui has a solid team, so it should be in the top 10 pretty soon. It was in the top 10, right? Already, or has it made it in the top 10?
I didn't see it.
It's number 12 right now, so pretty close. But I'm still, I'd still be careful because of that dilution that's going to happen. As long as when they're dumping, when they're selling their coins, when they're distributing, sometimes they might not dump when they distribute.
Yeah, there's a monthly vesting schedule. Every first or second, there's like 69 million worth that it's absorbed.
They probably still have about 65% to distribute, right?
I haven't checked the numbers in a minute.
On there, probably around 65%. But I think those guys, Hyperliquid, I think Cardano is going to slowly get removed from 10th place. I think it's going to go down to like 12th. I think Tron has been artificially injected a little bit lately too. So it's going to hang out in the top 10 for another 2 weeks, I'll give it. And Tron is going to be kicked out of the top 10 again. USDC, Solana, Tether, Ethereum, Bitcoin, XRP, they're going to be chilling like some villains. Dogecoin's going to be chilling. This is just my opinion, non-financial advice. And I have a feeling that, if something big happens with XRP, XLM's going to get some love. Link should creep up closer to top 10. I think Bitcoin Cash is going to hang out there around 13, 14. So we're going to see some shifting, I think. Once Ethereum starts creeping up a little bit more and getting some of that dominance, I think we're going to definitely see a new top 10 coming up.
Yeah, they're delaying the inevitable, in my opinion, for Ethereum overtaking Bitcoin. I think it could have done it already, but I think it's taking a lot of money to keep it where it's at.
Well, I don't know if it can overtake. I mean, it's overtook Bitcoin in volume already, so that's been proven. There's been days where it's overtook volume, but
sorry,
market cap.
I didn't mean flipping. I just meant dominance.
Oh, dominance. Okay, yeah. Well, overtaking dominance is basically flipping, in a way. It would take a lot for Ethereum to overtake.
It did it, but to the other side, right? It dropped a lot.
Yeah.
Compared to Bitcoin, it really dropped a lot. Yeah.
For I think them to both have 40-40 maybe would be something possible if Ethereum does something super bullish and Bitcoin does something super bearish. And they'd kind of split the market 40%. And then the rest of the market would divvy up that last 20.
But then by that point, you're going to have the Doge dominance chart.
True. I'm just, that's true, man. I just don't want to upset y'all with my bullishness on Doge because I think Doge is actually going to flip both of them, but that's just me.
Yeah. Get that coin count up. That's something I've been working on my emotional maturity with. Is yeah, the dollar value fluctuates, but my coin count is slowly increasing, and the deeper it goes in price, the more of it I get for equal USD value.
The problem is the Bitcoin value too, right? You're getting more coins, but you're getting less Bitcoin.
Well, yeah, but I'm betting on that the project will succeed. And basically my main play is Bitcoin dominance chilling, because it's just been building out this stupid ascending wedge pattern, all little short candles when you zoom out, you know, and I hate it.
It's a bit like it's bull run, right? It's like a
It's,
parallel. It's a bear
I'm
flag,
just
right?
waiting for it to
Parallel flag.
chill the F out, waiting for it to go cook. Can't, you know? I feel like that's
Summer
I'm
is a good time for that, no? It's gotta start this summer. July.
What was it doing in July 4 years ago?
Yeah, well, it's what happened, right? Bitcoin dropped 50%, but alts didn't suffer that much in summer 2021, and that's why Bitcoin's dominance drop was so harsh. You know, Elon flooded Bitcoin saying it pollutes too much. People sold their Bitcoin. They didn't sell as much their alts. And during that whole summer, and then, you know, in September, I think you had the exit of that range that lasted 3 months. Alts did fine. They were still booming all over the sphere, while Bitcoin just had dropped 50%, right?
So if the ETFs didn't exist back then, which they didn't, then and so we can't directly compare it to that time frame. But if I were a big asset management firm and I'm acquiring Bitcoin or SUI or whatever at whatever price, I'm going to be like, well, obviously I want it to go up from here. This is where I bought it. But if we can create this scenario, let's insert news here or whatever, and play off the time frame, people think like, oh, maybe the bear market actually started. Well, you know, it's just all a big old brain mind f. And if I could get some a little cheaper or lower, I'm not going to then sell for a loss if I'm a big asset management company. Maybe I haven't fully bought in yet.
Well, they never fully buy, you know. They're hedged a bit, right? So yeah.
So then if they still have me side, there's a sidelines with it, with that management team. I mean, I guess that's when you would look at the M2 chart and it's just all one big gold puzzle. The thing that is simple to me is the DCA strategy during a bull market, and it's worked for me, and I don't think it's over yet. I think there's way more bearish sentiment out on Twitter and other communities than there is bullish. I feel like more people are like, oh man, can't really
I'm
take my
seeing
form.
so much. I'm seeing so much bullish divergence on on the lower time frames. Like when this low gets put in, it's gonna fly.
I've seen a 10% candle on Bitcoin, and I've also seen what that candle turns into when it's a bullish one. Whether or not it needs to do that, I've been considering the bottom of the 50 AMA cloud on the daily. It's like, okay, if it tests the 50 again, then it could go to the bottom of the cloud and then wick right back up over the point that it's not supposed to lose 102,000, 102.6. So yeah, that's what I'm betting on, is I'm putting my money in, waiting for that Bitcoin dominance to finally freaking stop with its choo-choo train.
Yeah, I think a big move's coming for the alts.
Bitcoin, Dbloc is hella smart and he's hella seasoned. So if he's like, I'm on the sidelines, just like a lot of my moolah to buy some alts, then I got to think there's maybe 1,000 other people, or well, probably more, that are thinking the same thing. I don't know
Yeah,
those people.
I wish I had the money to put into them right now, but I don't. I'm young and broke.
We got to ride coattails, you know. Besides, I've done that on lower market cap, low liquidity projects where I'm like, and we were talking about this earlier with Drew and stuff. Just like, look at, I created that wick. That's me on that candle right there. Boom. Watch. Boom. Ha. And then and then other people take profits off your boom candle. And like, what? For what? Be smart, you know. Treat
Yeah,
each
I don't.
other with respect. That's what I'm trying to do, basically. I think it'd be disrespectful to sell for a loss.
Yeah, I would not want to sell for a loss.
The problem with that, I've noticed, is coins tend to go to zero and then get delisted. I've done that a few times, and they just get delisted eventually. So you end up with like, well, nothing. So it's better. It depends on the coin, of course, but when it's a new shitcoin that got launched, yeah, I think it's better to sell it even if you're in a loss than to let it go to zero. Obviously, yeah.
Well, yeah, there is that. Yeah, if you, I'm not talking about a shit coin now. I'm talking about a real project.
Yeah. What's a real project?
The U.S.
I mean, we got
dollar.
Fartcoin having
The
more
U.S.
volume
dollar.
than Link, you know? So what's a real project?
Damn, speaking of farts, my cat must have. Hey.
Fiat, no? Just broke up under the moving averages on the 1 minute here on Bitcoin. Maybe coming down. That's the 2 and 3. 200 moving average on the other time frames here.
Yeah, I think we're just running out of time. It's gonna make a decision soon.
Bitcoin.
It's just at the point where it feels like that for everyone. Yeah, and we know the moves. Like I feel like a move's coming for sure. And
I mean,
because you can
the
see
chart tells
signs
me
in the
that.
charts, right? So
The chart's telling me it's got to make a decision. It's not
yeah, me
me.
too. I see all this bullish divergence on the lower time frames, and we're at like almost bear market lows on the altcoins. They're gonna blow it out of these trends that are holding them down. They're just getting to the very apex of their trends here, from what I'm seeing, and they're gonna pop soon out of them when it's the time.
It's a mess right now. There are so many different alts, right? Some are putting new bear market bottoms, yeah. Some are pretty strong. Above 2nd of February, we dump, like ETH, right? Not by much though, but we're above it, yeah. And some are like medium, I guess.
And total 3 is still hanging above its weekly 50 EMA, and it's just on support. So I think that looks fine. And then you have Bitcoin on the daily just riding an ascending support in a macro daily bull pennant.
Funny because when we were below 100K, I was expecting like sideways Bitcoin on Bitcoin to be good for alts, but it looks like it's not the case. Because in the end, you know, this is all happening above 100K, right? So, yeah, we're like.
I wish I could think of the human psychology that's making that happen. Perhaps
I
Dbloc
was
would be.
watching for this to be a bull pennant too, but I don't. I think it's probably gonna break down and scare everyone. But it's still a bull flag. Like I think it's gonna break up out of it. It could
Yeah, I
put a
think.
low end right
Oh,
here, but I'm a little bit more bearish right now.
It's the failure to
Like
go in price
60-40.
discovery that destroyed sentiment on alts, right? When people saw that new all-time high and then back in below it, they didn't feel confident enough to buy alts, I guess. So it's what we need here too. Like,
you think retail is the reason that it didn't go into price discovery, Zusi? I don't think that.
no. I mean, no, but alts, you know, the like sideways above 100K is not enough for people to be confident to buy alt and just hold it, right? They're still like taking profit on every scalp and all. But we need like price discovery on Bitcoin to get that sentiment back. You know, so that, yeah, I mean, personally, I'll feel like comfortable seeing Bitcoin, you know, continue in price discovery, holding alts. Well, what we saw isn't that, right? We saw a new all-time high, and then we didn't stay there very long, like just a few hours. And
Didn't
then,
you take profits from your 15K?
yeah. I don't have 15K anymore now. It's it's higher. It's 36. Yeah. There wasn't a lot left there, you know. Same problem on ETH, like the entry is going higher and higher. Now it's at 2150. I've been really trading the range on ETH actually. But I can't really do that anymore because my entry is going to be inside the range if I do it once or twice more. Like, we need to exit this range. Either fake out below, then reverse up, or fake out up again and then reverse down. It's exactly what happened on ETH. We got that attempt at breaking the range and, well, it failed.
Zusi, do you think that it's a time, based off your time in the market, do you think it's a time to be buying the dip because that's going to make you more money? For anything that you're bullish on, do you think right now in July, like if I see a 10% dip or if I see a bear market bottom, and I believe in the project?
I think it depends on the coin. On Bitcoin, no, not really. You'll be
I
back
think
here in
when
September
I
anyway.
think
But on alts, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
yeah, I think when ETH had its dip down to 1300 here, it's like a fire sale.
Like
Like
even a
if
very
you bought
bullish
down
scenario.
there, that was like that's
Yeah,
sick.
yeah, it was a
For a
fire
long
sale,
time.
definitely. Went all the way down to 1400. That was a fire sale. Hard to catch, by the way.
That tells me that your sentiment is really bullish on altcoins more than Bitcoin.
But because of where they are, the potential is really there. Yeah, I mean, we don't even need new all-time highs to make money on alts here. We just need a bit of an uptrend.
I
Even
agree.
if it puts an over high. Look, Doge, for example, has its high at 50 cent, right? I mean, even if you get half of it, it's an amazing trade already. And you
It's
don't even need
helpful.
to, like, yeah, just go for 50% fib, right?
And that's not even all-time high. That's like a local.
But to hear his sentiment on altcoins versus Bitcoin, I have to believe there's more than him out there.
It failed. I failed at that the last 3 summers, so I'm not giving up the idea this summer because it's the fifth I might give up the idea. But it's yes, summertime has proven that it can be an all season. But
So if I agree with him, and bear with me, I'm just putting these pieces together. But if I believe that there's others like Zusi, me being one of them, then I have to think that I'm doing the right thing and buying the dip on the altcoin that I believe in. Drew's doing Doge. I'm doing Deep. Some other people are doing ETH. You know, and ETH's an altcoin. So I have to believe that within a certain time frame that I'm going to exponentially grow my percentage.
Do you know what coin returned the most percentage last cycle?
The thing is that
Shib gave really good returns. There's a few, man, that gave some
That's
really good,
why
some
I'm
low
asking
caps.
here, because that's why I bought Shib, because it's gonna boom again. Why would it not?
Yeah, hopefully you're right. Shib usually runs with Doge, you know, and Doge runs, Shib runs. But Tan, I was wondering, like, the Deep, how big is the market cap? You don't have any SUI exposure? You don't want to, like, you're not digging in SUI, you're just digging in Deep?
So what I do is I use Coinbase to buy my SUI, and then I send it to a SUI wallet, and then I just swap it for Deep. And so no, technically I don't have any SUI. And when I do have SUI, I'm only using it for its cheap gas prices. But my plan is because Deep only has 25% of it circulating right now of its total supply. So its percentage moves much greater. So
what's its current market cap right now?
I just got back from a walk.
Like ballpark figure.
I think the last time I looked, it was between 300 and 500 million.
All right.
And
It's not too small. I was thinking it was much smaller, so that's pretty good.
When it
Because
hit
the lower you go, the higher the risk, you know. So you got to be really careful with those lower ones.
Yeah, when it hit 34 cents, it hit between 850 and 1 billion market cap, and it hasn't back. It hasn't gone back to 34 cents yet. But my play is that if it does, I mean, I have a lot of spider lines drawn out and stuff like that. But I think that if SUI hits $6, then Deep can hit 61 cents to $1.10. And if that happens, then I'll be able to buy way more SUI than I could if I were to just spot buy SUI itself.
Right. And the way I'm looking at the market too is like, all right, Bitcoin, you know, obviously people are going to take profits, and there's going to be some people that want to do more speculation even after they got profits. So of course they're going to start looking at the alts. But the whole thing is there's a delicate balance. If Bitcoin doesn't stay in its, like, let's say, medium to macro range, alts aren't going to get its alt season. So Bitcoin has to still get some support, and, like, you know, not dump too hard. Even if it retraces, as long as it's nothing violent, the alts should start getting a better dominance. But I think it's really important that Bitcoin does stay around these ranges, 100, higher 100 levels, like, 110, 105. The closer to 100, the sketchier it gets. Obviously, everyone gets really nervous, especially the bulls, once we get close to 100. So it's obviously got to find somewhere a little bit closer to 110 to get comfortable. And then maybe the alts will start getting a little better dominance, in my opinion.
we need a breakout port on Bitcoin of this area to really get an alt season, I think.
Yeah.
It sucks because
especially on the retrace. Like, if Bitcoin goes to 120, 130, and then retraces back down to 100, I don't think alts are gonna be hurt that hard with that retrace down back down to 100, because the sentiment switch of that happening, will likely make people risk on, right? And the problem is, yeah, that these are all very bullish scenarios we described, but I could see Bitcoin like pump to 130, this summer, and then come back down here for back to school, August, end of August, September, and then give you that last up move towards October, November, towards 180 and maybe 150, 180.
It sucks that Bitcoin has to go so high for an altcoin to see some good percentages because Bitcoin didn't have to be this high before.
Also will have a chance at making you more money than Bitcoin. I still don't think that's gonna bring dominance into a huge alt season. Like it's probably gonna be a small one by.
Does anyone know about PiCoin?
Yeah,
Yeah.
almost everyone knows about that.
Yeah.
Like we could get like 55%, come back down to 55% dominance, right? But
Trump
the
just
real thing
posted
is,
on True Social about the Genius Act. I think that's the first
Okay.
time he's posted about it. Just FYI, didn't mean to interrupt.
Can you read it off for us?
I'd be more than happy to. The Senate
Oh,
just
you're the man.
passed okay, I'm not going to do it in his voice, but the Senate just passed an incredible bill that is going to make America the undisputed, all caps, leader in digital assets. Nobody will do it better. It is pure genius, all caps. It's an acronym. That was my interjection there. Digital assets are the future, and our nation is going to own it. We are talking about massive investment and huge innovation. The House will hopefully move lightning fast and pass a clean genius act. Get it to my desk ASAP. No delays, no add-ons. This is American brilliance at its best. And we're going to show the world how to win with digital assets like never before.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Cups, cups.
Crazy train. That's the best
Okay,
tweet
okay,
read out
Trump.
loud I've ever heard.
Pump the
That was great.
Trump the pump
10 out of 10.
shit.
Top
I think
signal
we're gonna have
or
to
but
make
wait,
you the narrator of the channel. You can narrate.
Oh, dude, I'd love to, dude. I'll try to stay out of all the other stuff.
You just went up the AI here. GG's.
how can you
Oh,
have
I
a
can.
topping
I wasn't
signal
even
like that
trying,
at the?
dude. Sorry. Go.
No, it's okay. Thanks for the fun. But how can we have a topping signal like that tweet at the bottom? That doesn't make sense.
That's not a topping signal tweet because the thing still has to get past Lucy, and we haven't even seen like the real implementation.
Oh,
What's
okay.
gonna happen once Atkins brings a framework, and you combine that with the framework that Atkins from the SEC is supposed to bring? It's gonna be hunting season for the Bulls. Like we're gonna be ready.
Right. Well,
Wait, is this bill just around stablecoins? That's what this is, right?
It's I can't remember the acronym, but it's basically what my understanding is it's a committee to try to be the best, the brightest in terms of innovation and navigating a vision for the future kind of thing. So it's like it is stablecoin related, but and
Yeah,
maybe
it
this is
is.
my own bias, but I see it more like we want to figure it out and work.
Well, it is very directed towards stable coins because Genius is actually an acronym for Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for U.S. Stablecoin. So
right, thank you.
It did pass. Yeah, it did pass, and there's going to be a lot of things in it. Regulatory framework. So they're going to have the permitted issuers as subsidiaries, insured depository institutions, federal qualified non-bank payment stablecoin issuers, and state qualified payment stablecoin issuers are going to be subject to federal and state oversight. So that's good. Consumer protections, that's going to have some kind of consumer protections. Safeguards such as reserve and redemption policy disclosures, critics argue it lacks mechanism for dispute resolution, dispute insurance, and liability limits for unauthorized transactions. Let's see, market impact. The passage is seen as a win for stablecoin issuers like Circle. That's why Circle has been pumping also. It has a lot to do with this Genius Act. It could attract institutional clients to more stablecoins such as RLUSD, USDC, potentially boosting the role of XRP in transaction fee structure. So that could be bullish for XRP. There's controversies some lawmakers, including, of course, our friend Senator Elizabeth Warren, opposed the bill for not addressing potential corruption risks involving public officials, such as President Trump's growing crypto portfolio. She's up his port, yo. She's like, yo, why is he making money and I'm not? But she's making money too.
Hey, the daily is in, and I don't know if you have any comments on that candle. It's like,
I like it. Remember, this is what I was asking for. This
it's
is
a
all I
green
needed.
candle.
This is all I needed. Just the daily close somewhere above the previous daily bottom. We're good to go, in my opinion.
Yeah, I
We
like
need
that
to
he posted
choose.
that after that came.
We need to choose between 90K first or 130K first.
Don't make me summon the bulls tonight.
The Bulls is out here.
The market is U.S. market's closed tomorrow too. Just a heads up.
Oh, dude, thanks for the reminder. Holy crap. I knew that. I just forgot what day it was.
Wait, why is it closed?
Juneteenth.
Yep.
Yep. I'm not taking my trash out tonight.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I need to go. Thanks for the chat, people. Trade safe.
Godspeed.
All right, Rishi. Zusi telling me to trade safe is like Zusi to drive safe.
Yo, on the daily, can anyone tell me if it closed below? I can't tell because I'm on my phone. I can't zoom in enough.
So our daily, we were able to.
It looks to me like it either just closed above the support there or just closed under as resistance. The 100, the initial 104 top there. Here, I got it
Yeah, I'm
on
just
it.
glad the previous daily basically we didn't get to do a bullish
100.
engulfing. Yeah, we
Wait.
didn't do a bullish engulfing or anything like that, but we did get to get something above a double bottom.
Yeah, 104.
Yeah, 1049, 104,900 area.
Yeah, 8 right there. Yeah. Like I don't, it's so close. I can't tell if the candle closed above it as support or if it just closed below it as resistance. Because so if you look on the daily, if you look left when we
Are you
had
talking about the daily candle on Bitcoin?
yeah, that we just had
Are
closed.
you on BTC? I mean Binance Perp?
I'm on BitGet.
Well, I'm on Binance Perp and we closed at 104.8 and the day before we closed at 104.5. So we closed above.
No, I'm talking about like the initial push up into this range. There in the candle that went to 104.8 around that area, yeah. So you say we closed above though? That 104.
Yeah,
I don't.
just like
It's about the
10 minutes
it's about the
ago.
body of the candle though, and I just can't tell because I can't zoom. And
Yeah,
but
I'm
anyways,
telling
if
you
you
that
look,
the body closed above yesterday's body by
if you look,
$300.
the daily closed above yesterday's daily candle, body.
No,
Correct.
the body of the candle. Yes, it did.
It closed inside. It didn't close above it.
This daily candle that just closed, the body of that candle closed above yesterday's low, not
Yeah,
the
but it
high.
didn't close above the. It didn't bullish engulf it, but yeah, it closed inside. Yeah,
Yes,
but yeah, that's
still
not what I'm
bullish.
talking about. I'm
Oh.
talking about farther left. And then, so if you look farther left, when we broke down from 112, like, here, I'll try and send a picture to the chat. It broke below this resistance, and then it went down to the bottom of this initial range there at 100, and when it dipped to 100,300. So I'm just thinking, like, if this candle closed just under as resistance, maybe it's gonna come to the bottom of that range again. Which kind of what I'm watching for right now, anyways, too.
There's a reason why the whales and like the big wallets wanted to close above that range. It doesn't have to engulf every candle on the daily, as long as it maintains a close above a certain price point, certain range. Then you can prove a continuance of the bullish or bearish momentum. So on the daily, like you look for engulfings on the daily when you want a reversal. But if you want a continuance, as long as the body closes above a range, then you're good.
Also, TradingView makes a pretty good mobile app if you're on your phone.
So since now it closed like above it, now it can go down, do whatever down there. And as long as it comes back up and closes it up here. That's the cool thing about the daily candles.
I'm gonna send a picture to the chat what I'm talking about right now.
Yeah, sure. Where did you put it? On the voice chat?
Yeah, I just clicked this chat thing right here beside the talk button and then put picture there just now. So like that initial circle there, the resistance line there right at the body of the candle. I can't zoom in there to see. And then right here to put it exactly to see the exact number. And then right here, this daily candle close. Can't tell if it closed just under it or if I closed above. So that initial range there, right? It was chopped there before moved up to 112. And then when it came back down, when it closed that candle underneath, it got that red candle pushed below, and then that blue candle closed below. And then it ended up continuing down to the bottom of that range. Because like that one daily was like, okay, it got accepted back into that range. So then it got pushed back down there. So like right now, I'm looking at that, maybe that same type thing could play out right here.
You're trying to predict that it's going to form a bull flag to come down to that level. So is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just going off this first initial range and then the resistance there, but I can't zoom in enough because I'm on my phone.
I think what's important right now, though, too, is these most recent daily closes, because it's running out of time. And so you're looking at those first daily candles, but my question is, how come you're not using the previous couple daily closes?
Well, I am. I think that when it came up there to 109,000, that's a higher low, and I would think that it's gonna make a lower low because it's still in. I don't believe it's found the bottom just yet, and then when it does, it's gonna blast off.
So your bottom would potentially be a wick down to the bottom of this bull flag trend line that you've drawn. This angular. Because you can also see that it's riding the
Yeah, that's kind of my lowest area where I want it to wick down around 97K lowest, and then I kind of want it to get moving on up out if it does go down there real quick.
It could totally do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm watching for, because like either the low's in or it's not, right? So
You know, I agree with your math.
I watch both ways. And that's what I'm looking for my bearish analysis.
But you know what they say about foresight until we get there, right?
Pardon?
You know what they say about foresight, right? Like until we get there. I would like to see lower prices. That would be great.
I wanted to pump now, but like I don't know if it's gonna go lower. Is what it's gonna do.
I do not want any more lower prices. Just putting that out there. I'm done. Feel like I'm good. I'm good with my bag. I wanted a certain coin amount, and I have that coin amount, and now I feel like I'm being greedy.
Yo, get that bag, cuz. Get that bag.
Eventually, you got to be like, all right, that's enough.
Better than a savings account, in my opinion. Like when I had money to save, pretty much I threw it all into crypto, and then since putting it in, I've only made money. I haven't lost money, and I could have pulled out at a 3x and a 2x, but I didn't. I just left it waiting for this bigger move that still hasn't happened yet.
10 push-ups.
You are not alone. I tried compounding many times. I tried to play ranges, and I ended up losing coin count. Or like out of 4 times that I tried, I'd get one where I'm like, oh, cool, I managed to get more coins for, swapping back and forth, trying to compound it. But in the end, it was just easier and less stress for me to just let it sit there.
Yeah, trading's pretty tough, especially like in the beginning when you don't know much. I've only been learning how to trade for like a year. I've been looking at the crypto markets and buying spot for around 4 years, but like I've been learning how to leverage trade, actually watching the market for around a year.
Well, I started at the beginning of the bear market where I learned the first thing was to buy dips and to DCA, and those dips kept getting deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And I said, F this. I lost a bunch of money and sold everything for a loss. And that was my first impression of trading.
Yeah, when I first started buying and building my bag, I was like, well, what's the reason? Why does it just keep going lower and lower? Like, what's going on here? And then I started learning about Elliott wave analysis and stuff. And then so like now I kind of understand market moves and waves. And yeah, that's
I
why I
think
look for. And
sometimes techniques will stop working and you'll have to find a different way. Elliott waves are working for you right now. Eventually it might not work anymore. You'll have to find a different.
How long have you guys been trading for?
Since 2020, 2020, 2019.
About 89 hours straight currently.
89 hours straight. Oh, you're the fresh one on the block.
It was just a joke because it's like, how long y'all been trading? Well, I've been up for 89 hours on this move. Anyway.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you'd be
Maybe
surprised, bro.
next time.
I'm sure we have a handful of people in here who's probably not even at 89 hours yet. I can guarantee it.
Oh yeah, no, 89. Those are rookie numbers.
Yeah, I'm at 22 right now. I'm getting.
I've only been learning how to trade for about a year.
So So when you guys started, everybody pays their tuition, right? That's what we were just discussing. Everybody kind of, pays their fee to learn the hard way.
No, I've only traded with profits from my spot bag pretty much, and yeah.
That's just a metaphor he's using.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I guess it depends on like when you jump in, because I feel like I got lucky when I started. Obviously, I didn't know what I was doing, but I was definitely making some good money. Everything was just going up, and that was recent, right? That was like what, 2 months ago. But then I switched from Coinbase and I went to a more higher liquidity like platform, and I saw that they had these things called copy traders, like you see people's profiles, they have like 100% win rate, this and that. And I'm just saying this for anybody who's new here and is like looking at the copy trader and is thinking, oh wow, this guy's 100% win. He's got 75 people following him. Don't do it. Don't do it, because the reason they have 100% win rate is strictly because they're using high margin on their account. So whatever money you give them, unless you're giving them access to margin, their trades will keep going, but you'll get stopped out, and it really, really hurts when you do really good for a couple weeks and then you kind of want to take the safer route. So you think, don't do it at all. Because I woke up and I literally got liquidated within like 12 hours. And that's
Yeah, I
my
don't even
story.
know.
That's why
I
I'm here
don't.
learning the hard way.
Yeah, I don't need no. I don't want to copy trade. I only need myself is how I look at it. I don't want to like trading uh groups and stuff too that you have to pay for, like coaching, like stuff like that. You only really need yourself if you put in the work.
Yeah, bro. I feel like the biggest dumbass, dude. When I saw that, like I didn't even lose it from my own mistakes. I mean, technically I did, right? But like I just felt even stupider, bro. Like I would have been better off doing a high leverage trade, learning the hard way. Like I would have been not happier, but I just wouldn't have felt dumb. So
Hey,
yeah,
at least
please.
it only took 12 hours.
Yeah,
I'm just
highest
saying.
tuition fee ever.
I'm
Yeah.
just
Now I laugh about it now because I'm happy. Like I got a good
Yeah,
community
man.
here. I'm learning a lot. You know,
You gotta
it,
keep moving on, keep learning on.
that's it.
Yeah.
So yeah, more of the story: stay away from copy traders. Don't touch them.
Your settings might have been incorrect. Like you could mess with your settings so that whenever they enter a trade, you enter a percentage of their margin. So if they were like putting $100 at 20 times leverage, you would have your settings to put like only 2% of whatever margin that they're playing with at whatever times, or you match their times. But that gets even more complicated because we had someone in another Discord where we were copy trading him, and there was a way to mess with all those settings. But I remember we all kind of decided that it sucked to not have control over your own money. But your thought process is, I'm really busy, with my day job, and this guy over here is trading 24/7, or he's trading all the time. So I'll just let him manage my money for me, but just a small portion of it. And you feel like I'm working smarter, not harder, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, and I got muted. I just stepped into the car. Yeah, so I just joined the platform, and it's like on the cover of their website. And I click like top accounts, and I'm just like, wow, this is legit. So I thought the same way you did, right? Like I'm the new guy. This guy knows what he's doing. I can literally match what he's using to trade, which means what? I can make his profits. So I thought.
Yeah, if you have enough margin to back your entry to have a zero liquidation, then that's how you can get 100% win rate, because then you'll just never get liquidated.
Yeah, and he kept going, and I was wiped. So yeah, that's anyway. So this pump, we get into pump, right?
I went opposite of the other gentleman that was talking. I
Yeah, I
started
think
with leverage, and I learned the hard way after getting liquidated 100 times. The win rate for me wasn't as good, and I was over leveraging. And I made way more money with spot buying in a shorter amount of time, because my thing was like, well, if I'm only going to play with $40 or $100, then it's okay. And if I could turn that into $400 or $500 or $1,000, I'm a winner. But it
Yeah.
happened every time that I would just lose it, because the market changes, and the type of changes that we're dealing with in the crypto sphere right now are so hard. And it's not 2017, it's not 2011, it's not I'm going to buy this and watch it go up and look at my portfolio percentage change. Like the types of changes and policies and ETFs and all this other, and like world news, all this stuff, it's all really hard. It's a completely different market. And it was fun to leverage trade, to like learn drawing on my charts, because I think that that's important. And it is cool to like have a little bit of money on the table while you're teaching yourself those things. But you're going to learn the hard way that you'll probably make more money spot buying. But I'm not going to tell you not to leverage trade, because I don't want to be a hypocrite.
Yeah, man, this footage is spooky. I'm watching this guy play a video game with his brain right now. It's the fourth guy with the brain chip with Neuralinks. They're calling the telepathy brain chip. He's moving the cursor and playing this game just by thinking.
Counter Strike? Is he playing Counter Strike?
His name is Rob Greener. It looks like Diablo or something like that, or I don't know. Doge Designer just posted it about an hour ago.
Is he that paraplegic person?
I'm not sure. He might be. It's Rob Grainer is his name. Sixth human implanted with Neuralinks and telepathy brain chip.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So it's one of the older videos. I thought there was a new one.
No.
Like, Doge
It
moving.
is a new one. No, it's new.
Okay. Yeah, Doge is moving.
Just check out Doge Designers last or 2 posts ago, an hour ago.
Yo, I don't know if this has like come out yet, but apparently the FBI is releasing documents that confirms that the 2020 election was stolen by the CCP.
I mean, we all knew that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the fact that I would honestly wouldn't even say it if it weren't for the fact that it says that
Well,
the
that means the
FBI
election was
is
rigged?
releasing documents. Do it.
That means the election was rigged.
I mean,
I think every election's rigged, man. It's pretty.
Yeah,
it's pretty plain sight that they're all rigged. Even this election, they're all rigged.
Yeah, man, that's what I think, because last election when Trump and then Biden won, Trump was saying all this stuff about it was rigged, and then wasn't he like in a lawsuit about that stuff too? And then here he is, the president now and stuff.
I was really only mentioning it because it said the FBI was releasing documents. Like, so it's like if there are documents released, I'll be interested to see what those say.
I wouldn't trust that Cash Patel as far as I could throw him. He's a joke.
No. Actually, this wasn't in reference to the Cash Patel thing either, but I did see that too.
Yo, this Elon tweet about how Trump's on the Epstein files or whatever recently, and then have you guys ever heard Trump talk about Diddy? There's like this video of him talking about Diddy, and it's wild, man. Wow.
Yo, if Bitcoin goes to 1,000, 105, 200, that's a higher high. So keep watch, boys and girls.
Oh, we're going. We are going.
Go time.
Oh, shouldn't you be sleeping?
Yo, it's Asia time. Asia time is good time. $5 bam bam. You know,
Yeah,
so
but you were
come on.
The
just you were
golden
just on
age
here
of
like
America. We will make America great again with the Bitcoin.
you were just on here like 4 hours ago, brother. Get that coffee going.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god. I passed out for about like 30 minutes, 45 minutes. But
Crypto
like I
don't
was just
sleep.
sitting for it. Yep. Crypto don't sleep. Hey, these cycles come in once every 4 years. You know, a little sacrifice, like sacrifice a year and a half, and have
Sleep when
a
you're dead.
better, yeah, man, and have a better future. You know,
I got you.
put in the grind now.
Except for the whole over trading aspect. I find myself
Oh, yeah.
doing that sometimes. I've gotten better though.
For sure. Like, even my girl's happier now. She's like, that's because of Dbloc, huh? Because like she noticed like I'm on the weekends I don't trade as much anymore, and on the
You less
weekdays I
moody?
choose, huh?
Less moody because you have less losses?
Yo, where my money at? I come to collect.
No, because I don't trade as much. You know, I don't wait for like I understand that on the weekends you just have this range, and I'm gonna trade that range. I'm gonna trade the weekend trap if you know. And because when you see that range, then you can actually time and like, okay, it's gonna go down further. I'm gonna do this and do that. But this trend looking good. Dbloc's target is immaculate, just perfect.
I just jumped back on. What's his target at there?
We have to see. Okay, so the 800 on the 5 minute. Oh, wait. Let's go to the 15 instead. All right. So we're over the 200 on the 5 minute, which is good, but we have to retest it. That means after this candle, we're gonna get a retest, or if it fails, we actually move lower. So we have to wait.
See on the 1
Uh,
minute?
yeah. On the 5 minute, yeah, he's on the 1 minute right now. But on the 5 minute, we have this little psychological low from a previous trend at 105, 200. So
Right.
that's something to eye.
My target for Bitcoin's 107.5.
Yes. Wow. Okay. 107.5 it is.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna see what it does on the 800 of the 5 minute first. It's at 105.3. Okay, there we go. There's the rejection. Yeah, this area right here. Yep, there it is. Boom.
Yeah, trade out of 786 here. I hope we dump from here, honestly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping for. I want
Yeah,
one
that's the
more
target.
low,
That's the
baby.
target. That's the Dbloc target right there. Okay. So are we looking for a correction? What we
Yeah,
doing?
if it
What we do?
rejects here, totally 100K, but alts are believing it's
Yeah, but here's the
alts are
good news
pumping a
though.
little bit, but it could get
Yeah.
rejected.
Yep. The good news is ETH is like a lot of the alts are producing higher highs. So
Lower
this
time
might
frame bear
be a
dips is gonna dump in
fake
my
out. Yeah.
opinion.
All right. Let's see where this goes.
So, like on the 3 minute here, bear dips.
Okay.
On the 1
Can
minute,
we go? Can you
little
check
bit
the higher time frames?
divergence. And
That's
then
also the
5
midweek
minute,
reversal
little bit
time.
of bear dips.
We are on Thursday, so this might be the. Oh wait, Thursday my time.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
15
It is
minute,
Thursday's
tiny
candle.
bit of bearish divergence. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. Can keep
Thursday
them.
reversal.
Midweek reversal time, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, if you think about it, stocks are closed tomorrow, so Bitcoin doesn't necessarily need to go down. It should just go sideways, and alts can get a bounce.
No sideways. I hate it when the market goes sideways on a weekday.
Well, I mean, it's a holiday. Technically, tomorrow's like a weekend.
Man.
In terms of like Bitcoin action, price action can. I mean, there are. I guess Asia and stuff are open, so maybe. But
Yeah, dude.
Ghost is like, don't forget about us.
Asia time is good time.
So
Now,
does
what
that
I like
mean
about Asia, it doesn't like to go sideways. So like whatever the U.S. hands off to Asia, Asia just chooses a side and just goes for it. Looks for the most important mean reversion. Like Dbloc was explaining it a while ago.
That
So
would be
right
up
here
there.
at the handoff, the 800 is above, right above. So let's go for that.
That would be further up then.
Yeah, it tries to it tries to complete a range that UK can play with. I don't know if UK can do anything with the range Asia does, but like, let's see. Boop, 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 boop. I'm so confused. We got higher highs. Hmm.
I wasn't even paying attention to D-Block's chart there, but I was like watching for my 786 here to get hit right in that exact area, and then hoping for it to get rejected for that from there. It's just because it's that high over there, like you were saying, that 5,200. And yeah, if it gets above there, it's most likely to keep pushing. But if it gets rejected, then yeah, it could come down and make another lower low, I think.
Yep.
Yep.
That was the target. But be careful if you're planning short. I have a feeling this is a trap because like that's a higher high. So it might just like look for
Yeah, it's
MA
bear.
that
It put
can,
in bearish divergence. It put it
yeah,
it's higher
double
highs,
top.
but lower highs on the other sides. It's building bearish divergence. If you look at the 5-minute here,
Oh yeah,
the
no, for sure.
initial
Sure.
push, yeah.
You're right. You're right.
And then the
That's still a
15,
lower
there's a
high.
tiny bit, like with that wick there, put in a tiny bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
that's
then
still
the
a lower
30
high.
minute, tiny bit too.
Yeah, that's a triple top. It's a triple top
57.1.
with lower lows.
Yeah, man, I hope it breaks.
Could be an inverse. It's a weird head though. On the 15. Hmm.
If it was an inverse, it would be at 106.8 where we would go. If it was an inverse. But yeah, it's a little weird head, not really a right shoulder.
Currently, there's bullish divergence in 4-hour on Bitcoin. But the RSI is right at the MA, so yeah, it's like decision time. Come on, Bitcoin.
On SHIB, there's like a quadruple bullish divergence, and like it's just ready to rock it whenever it finds its bottom here. Like it's just building up. But on Bitcoin on the 12-hour 1 day, there's not really any bull dips, I don't think. So if like it came and went below that 100,300 low, potentially could put in some bullish divergence. But I think on the low time frames, there's some bullish divergence. I think it's hidden bullish divergence because it didn't like go below that wick, but like the body's closed lower. I think that's what hidden bullish divergence is potentially. I don't know. I'm not 100%.
I'm new to Discord here. There's no way that we can share our like screenshots or anything like that, is there? like of our charts and stuff to
Huh.
get
Yeah,
feedback
just
on.
post a picture in this chat section that right beside the button where you hit to talk. There's a chat box there, isn't there?
That's what I was talking about, man. Look at that. That's what I was saying. I was telling people, be careful on your shorts, because I really felt that that was a higher high, and he just wanted.
It's about to rip. It's about to
Well,
rip.
still hasn't got above the important level just yet, but right
Yeah,
at
not just.
105 there.
But the volume's good. Volume's looking good, even on alts.
105,
Big stocks are
100
looking
here.
okay.
China's gonna
Oh
come
yeah.
in, dude. China's
Yeah,
coming.
man. Solana's moving. Solana's holding ass.
Yeah,
Glad to talk
all of
here.
all of the alts are believing that Bitcoin's not going to go down anymore, at least right now. Because I have to believe that because Coinbase told me that Sui was up 5%. It must be
Wait,
true.
what did Coinbase say?
It told me that Sui was up 5%.
Oh, yeah.
Problem is, they usually tell us about a half hour too late.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's so funny when I get Coinbase alerts because I'm just like, oh man, there's some normie out there going, oh, I better go get some. I forgot
Gotta
all about
buy
it.
some. Gotta buy. Yo, I used to be that normie. I used to see it. I was like, oh, it's time to buy. And I was like, why is it going down now as soon as you buy?
That's the worst. As soon as you hit open long, it's like instant red, like simultaneous.
Oh, Upbit just announced they're listing Ray. Wasn't someone in here really big on Ray? I think it was
I saw that a
Ghost.
couple hours ago.
Really? I just got that notification 1 minute ago.
Let me look. It's probably still on my phone. Let me take a quick look here.
Ah, the candle just happened. Yeah, it's about 10. I'm about 5 minutes late on the candle.
Oh shit, I lied. It was 8 minutes ago.
Yeah, no, it was late.
K6. Yeah.
Who did you get that notification from?
K6, KCX, the platform I use to do my futures.
So is it just the handle is just KCX?
KCEX.com. Yeah.
Oh, it's like okay. Oh, this is like an exchange.
Yeah. It's just like BitNix or Blowfin. They just have some really nice rewards, though. You don't have to start, trading a whole lot, and they just keep feeding you $10 rewards, $100 rewards, $200 reward. I got like $200 just for posting something on Twitter for them.
Yeah, I've never heard of it. Is it there's your KYC for this? Yeah, you didn't come. Is it?
If not, I mean, I've got a VPN that shows me up in Canada anyway, or anywhere in the world. But
you don't have the KYC.
No. If you decide to do it, let me know because I can send you a referral thing, and then we both get a little something out of it. Might as well get you an extra $10 or something out of it than just signing up straight.
Yeah, no. Who's talking? My bad. I don't have my Discord out.
I'm sorry.
What was your name on Discord? Just in case if
Rubber.
I do, I'll.
Rubber.
Gubber?
RUBB.
Rubber.
Rubber.
Okay, got it.
RUBBER. Obviously, nickname. That's if they're offering anything like that. I mean, I tried to get my son-in-law on it a couple weeks ago, and it was just one thing where I got a benefit from whatever he traded, but he didn't get anything out of it. So, if that's the case, just go ahead and sign up on your own. I don't want to take advantage of your sign up that way, but if they're offering something right now where we both, it just changes every week. Free money is free money. But yeah, they're pretty quick when they post something. It's I get it pretty fast on my phone as a notification. Are you in the States?
Yeah, yep.
Pump it up. Let's go.
Hey, sorry. Robert, I'm gonna send you a message because it's hard to find my name, but I'm gonna send you a message. Could you also send me that referral link? I'm gonna take a look at it later when I get off.
Yeah, sure. Let me hop on here as well. I'm gonna try to look at the event center here. Let's see. Futures trading.
I just sent you a message. It'll say this is hold.
Okay, let me find it here real quick.
Yeah, no rush. Safe trading. I just gotta head into work here, but I do want to check that out.
Hmm. Sorry, what was your name on here?
I just sent you a message. It's hold these, but
Okay.
it's got numbers instead of E's and
Okay, I'm not seeing it yet for some reason.
you could also put it in the reward. I mean the what's it called, referral programs chat if you have that.
Okay. I don't know if I
That's
have that. Like I said, I just got on Discord for the first time last night, so I'm still finding my way around everything here.
Okay, so if you go, and I'll help you find a couple things. So if you go down to where, sorry, at the top of your list on the left, if you're on the phone or the PC app, there'll be a little message bubble, top left. It'll be like a blue and blue background with a white little message thing icon. If you click on that,
I want to get back here. Hold on a second, because it took me away from that. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. For some reason it switched screens on me.
so yeah, if you go, if you look at the top left, like the left side of Discord is kind of like where all of your channels and some of your like most recent messages will show up. So if you go all the way up to the top, on the left side, it'll have like a blue background with a white like message bubble icon.
Yep. Those direct
Yeah, if you
messages.
click on, if you click on that, it'll show you direct messages. That's also how you can add friends. And
Just a
all
side
that stuff.
note, sorry to cut in, but since you're the new guy, this is your first time on Discord, it sounds like. So you
Yeah.
might get somebody who messages you that's impersonating Dbloc. Dbloc's the channel owner.
Yeah,
Do not
no,
answer.
I have one sitting as soon as I signed up last night when I was sitting there, and I was just like, I'm not. I know not to click
D-Block
anything. I
won't
don't know.
message anyone. He won't message anyone.
Yeah,
It's
he
not
will
him.
not message you. Not at least not first. Like
So your message says, hey, this is hold.
Yep, that's me.
Okay.
And yeah, generally, unless you like, even if you know somebody on the channel and they're asking you this, that, and the other, unless you know them, just be
Yep.
mindful. People do a lot of
Oh
things that
yeah.
are not
Yeah, I've been in enough other
necessarily.
groups, and I've been
Yeah,
fortunate enough. I haven't had that issue, but I've seen it happen to way too many people. So I don't click on a damn thing I don't expect or know. But yeah, appreciate it.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, let me find it here again on this because let's see, and then I will drop it in that message to you here.
Yeah, whenever you can. I appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, you bet. All right, man. Have a good night.
You too. Safe trade.
All right, cheers. Let's see here.
XRP's track. We haven't really had an XRP run yet. I mean, obviously we had one like last year, but we'd expect XRP to have another explosive run.
And with my boy XLM gonna hit an all-time high, man. Come on, y'all.
If you're still here, if you're still here, hold. I just sent it to you, buddy.
Somebody was
You got it.
asking which coin performed best. This was a while ago. I was just holding on to it. But which coin like performed best in like the last bear market or bull market or so? I don't even know. But here's what I do know. Whenever I saw 30 days after the election was called, so like November 6th to like December 6th of 2024. And I'm a big XLM guy. Big, huge. And I go to crypto market cap or whatever. I go to basically the best return over the last 30 days. And 30 days in, what was the number one best return after 30 days? XLM. Gang, gang. Peace out.
What the heck just happened here? BTC. Click down.
Somebody said, what's XLM? I'll tell you what it is. It's what you need to buy a lot of. Not financial advice, totally kidding. Goodbye.
Actually, I did. Whoever was just talking about XLM, I believe we talked before. I did use it to transfer between different exchanges, and it was pretty quick. So, thanks for that tip.
Yo, bro, you know XLM the GOAT, man. Yo, XLM is OG, homie. People like, oh, what's the most OG? XLM the most OG shit. Kinda.
Well, I remember when it came out, because like I wasn't a trader, but I was like into crypto, I guess, just as an idea at that point, and trying to learn all these things, man.
Oh yeah, dude.
And I don't really remember like anything super crazy bad about it at any point. But I remember like shortly after that time, we started seeing a lot of less conscionable tokens, or maybe more risky tokens come out that were kind of trying to claim to do the same thing. So it's good to see these some of these tokens still around.
Oh, bro. Well, like I mentioned one time, like, if it weren't for the fact that XLM back in the day allowed me to move money, like I wouldn't be in crypto. I would not have been able to afford to be in crypto if it weren't for XLM. I mean, a lot's changed since then, but back then, man, dude. Especially like when I was dealing with like just regulation in America, all kinds of stuff. Just it was impossible to do anything. The only thing you could do it with affordably was XLM. So I don't know. To me, it's just like, you know, it never left me, so I can never leave it. It's like a good dog, man, or a step kid, you know.
I was muted, but I laughed.
Thanks, because a good dog and a stepchild have nothing in common.
Yeah, I was expecting like, I don't know, anything but a step kid. That was fantastic. Cheers to you, brother.
Hey,
Great
thanks,
trade.
man. Appreciate it.
Unless he was a redheaded stepchild.
You know, and see, somebody had to bring the redhead into it. You know, that was my first one.
What's up with that? I freaking love redheads, especially that copper hair. Oh,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
heard that.
redheads are saying. Good for that.
They're so fire.
Anyone's in AVAX. AVAX is getting hammered for some reason. I don't know why.
Say what? Really?
It looks like it's about to break support.
Oh, gosh. Isn't this what AVAX always does, dog? Dude, I have seen AVAX at $18 like so many times. Like I wonder how many months, like in the past 48 months, how many times in each month, like, or how many of those months did AVAX hit $18 in that month or whatever? Hold on, let's see. It'd always be just hanging out. I do like AVAX a lot, though.
I'm on my way to go for my second round of learning how to play Magic the Gathering. Yeah. So that I don't look at charts anymore.
Wait, you play the arena game, or you mean like the actual card game?
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same thing. Are you playing the video game or the card game? I think that's what he was asking.
I'm sorry, I missed it because I switched over to Bluetooth. What did you say?
Oh, he was asking if you played the video game or the card game, like the physical card game.
Oh, I'm learning to play the physical card game. Like I'm going to an actual
Nice.
card shop to watch people play, and then they're teaching me how to play.
Oh
Nerd.
yeah, it's fun. It's awesome. It is nerd. It's nerdy as hell. But listen, get them. There's an actual game on Steam or from Epic Game Store. They actually have Magic the Gathering, and it's
Yo,
free. You know, obviously if you want to spend money on picking cards, but it's a good way to learn. Very
are
fun.
they gonna teach you how to LARP?
I already know how to do that. I did that in my teenage years.
For real?
Gang.
We got a bunch of
Yeah.
LARPs here. Uh-oh, watch out. We
Heck
got LARPs in the
yeah.
house. Watch out.
We would run around and play in parks and have real guitars and jers and swords. Yeah.
What's going on, good people?
What up, D-Block?
What's up, bro?
Chilling. Just getting back to the lab.
What'd you end up eating?
Some good hot wings. Nice sweet and spicy hot wings
Okay.
with some mac and cheese. Good stuff.
Bitcoin still chilling.
Yeah,
Like a villain.
just hanging out, man. I'm looking for a psychological high. If we can get above our psychological low, we should reach out for high. But we're just kind of chilling between our daily open and our side low here. Take a look at the daily and see how we close.
I gotta give
Look
the
at
market
that.
makers of the boards, whoever props is keeping it up though, you know.
Guys, remember earlier when we checked the daily and we were in the middle of this range? For the 6th day in a row, they managed to push it up and close above our magic line on the weekly. Well, the daily anyways, but the weekly line. That's beautiful. Thing of beauty. Still stand by. That's the only range that matters right now till we get out of here. Circle's just begging me to come back to Legacy. Circle's like, what you doing over there, bro? Let's come play.
Hey, how do you guys make friends these days?
I already have them. I don't have to make them. I made them early.
No new friends.
Not many of them
Yeah.
last. That's the problem.
I'm not really
Making
good at that thing.
them, making them is harder than keeping them. Keeping them is hard, bro. When you get old, your
Sometimes
life
I make
becomes
money
more
here and there
important
when
than
I'm
anything
slaving away
else.
for some company.
But you gotta
I just mo-
work at keeping the relationship up with your friends when you get older, for sure.
Yeah, I got
I
friends
just
from
moved
high
to a new.
school that
I moved to a new city 2 years ago, and there's a couple really cool apps. One's called Time Left, and they meet like it. So like this company has stuff all around the world in all the big cities, and um, they get a kind of a profile of you as far as what you're into, as far as what your business you do, what type of hobbies you like, stuff like that, what your age group is, and then they set up dinners all around the city every Wednesday night, and it's always 6 people. And the night before, you don't get the directions until like the morning of, but the night before, you kind of get an overview of the other 5 people you're meeting. One might be an artist, one might be a doctor, one might be somebody who's in sales or whatever, and they put together a pretty eclectic group. And you just go and you sit down, you have dinner and drinks, and then they have one spot in that city that night where that they might have had 4 dinners set up. Then they have one bar now where
Big
everybody goes
sales.
afterwards, if you want, for a after dinner drink, and all 4 different dinner places can go there and meet. And then there's another one called BASE club or something like that, which is more
Big
professional.
sales. What is that?
Ghost, you have
It's
people
called
muted still.
it's called Time Left. And then the other one is called Base, BASE, and that one's a little bit more for business professionals. And but yeah, I've met some pretty cool, interesting people. Not necessarily made great long time friends,
You
but
guys aren't
they're
good with just talking to strangers, like going out and just talking to people?
oh, yeah,
You gotta
I have
be
no
able to
problem.
do that.
I mean, I'm not saying
Only
I know it's hard for a lot of people to just go out and like spark up conversation, but I'm annoying as shit when I go out, but I'm talking to everybody.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe
I
it's
can
a
Only
New
talk to
York
people
just
I
thing.
anybody about
know are
anything. So,
strangers.
I
I'm like
guess
Cliff
I
Clavin. I
don't
know a
mind
little bit
talking.
about everything.
I hear you.
Yeah, this is in U.S. eyes this weekend for possibility for Iran attack.
We done with it.
What's interesting
Nah,
about
man.
that one too is, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say what's interesting about the one is once you leave, you can say, "Hey, would you like to stay in contact with anybody in your group?" And nobody sees what you pushed, like if you ignored them or if unless you both push the same button, and then it connects you through the app, and now you can keep up with them and meet at another time and stuff like that. So,
Like friend Twitter.
See,
I mean, it's like
I hate to
friend
say that,
Tinder.
but this is yeah. That makes it feel like the phone has gotten in the way of a lot of stuff. Like y'all need to get out, put that thing down, and just like talk to people.
and that's what it's for. It gets you together and you talk, but you don't have that awkward point,
Yeah.
especially for like women. Say, hey, can I get your number? This way, if you want to, and it's not even necessarily dating. Like if you want to just go, I live out by the mountains, so if I want to go on a hike with somebody, just platonically, you know, as a friend or something like that, I can put, yeah, I want to stay in contact with that person. And if they click the same thing, then it connects us. If not, I never know
Yeah.
if I didn't click on them, I have no idea if they clicked on me or not.
That definitely
So
sounds like a swipe left type thing.
I hear you.
but
We broke.
it's not a dating app though.
We broke the 50 MA. 13 hasn't crossed yet. W pattern already played out, so we're just flagging out above resistance. This is what we want, right? Come back up into the range that we lost and maintain it. Just boring price action.
That looks like an M pattern right on top.
Yeah, there's some low time frame bearish divergences. I hope we don't.
Yeah, it looks like it's kind of rolling over.
Radium showing off, huh?
They're getting listed on rooms. Up it. By Koreans. I think it's South Korean.
Yeah.
South?
Nice
My
candle.
bad. I was on the phone call. Who's getting listed on up it?
Radium.
Oh, well, that's what's up.
Nice little candle right in time too. To be honest with you. About to break that support. We're gonna rip back down to the bottom of range here. No. Just remember, guys, let's back up real quick and sort of outline where we are. Right? This is our range. Like it or not, we've been trapped for a bit and we hit the top of it. So if we break this center line, then we go back down to the bottom of the range. Again.
Yeah, that definitely looks like an M pattern at the top right there.
Yo, did you see that bullish genius post from Trump?
No.
He went in on that post. Let me find it.
On the 6 hour, kind of looks like a little bit like a head and shoulders, a little bit.
The Senate this is from Trump on his Truth Social. The Senate just passed an incredible bill that is going to make America the undisputed leader in digital assets. Nobody will do it better. It is pure genius. Digital assets are the future, and our nation is going to own it. We are talking about massive investment, massive with capital, and big innovation. The House will hopefully move lightning fast in capital and pass a clean genius act. Get it on my desk ASAP. No delays, no add-ons in caps. This is American brilliance at its best, and we're going to show the world how to win with digital assets like never before.
That was a post for the House. They got to vote next. He's just letting them know what he wants.
He's like, yo, you know what time it is?
Yeah,
He
like,
said,
get that shit to my desk ASAP, and don't try to add nothing crazy either. I know y'all. Gotta sneak some shit in there.
No delays in caps, no add-ons in caps, like no add-ons whatsoever. It's like, hurry it up, dog. I'm trying to load up because things getting expensive.
They're gonna be like Eric and Don Jr. wrote it. That's why I didn't want any add-ons. It's because his two sons wrote it.
Nah, add-ons mean that it's got to be fought. More add-ons, the longer it takes. Both sides wants to add something on, then they got to debate it. Now you're 2 months in.
Keep the bill as it is. Do not add any carve-outs, anything. Just keep it as it is. Bring it to me how it is. Let's go. Let's do this.
Won't have to go through committees that way.
All I know is my circle position is gonna go absolutely bananas when that shit gets signed.
It should be. I mean, it should be doing
It,
good, especially
it
after this
already
last
did.
week.
Yeah, it already did like a $50 gain today.
Yep.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that, I was like, damn, Dbloc literally called it.
I'll
So
be
does
honest with you.
D-Block have a
It's an
hunch?
easy. This one's an easy one, bro. We've been trying to be like we haven't been able to make any money off of stables unless one of them depegged and we did some degenerate shit. You know what I mean? Like this is the first time we can actually make some money on stables.
Non-financial advice, but in my opinion, hold that because I think this is just a hunch because they're going to introduce tokenized stocks on Coinbase, and people are going to ape into that if that's going to be on Coinbase tokenized stocks once that gets listed. So that's going to be probably some nice exit liquidity for first rounders like you know.
You know what they have to buy it with? USDC.
Word.
It's like a win-win, you know. You're at the top of the market. You're about to sell all your coins. You know what you have to buy? USDC. You're at the bottom of the market. You want to get in. You know what you have to buy? Yep. Right again.
I love it. And I'm thinking the tokenized stocks are going to be rolled out probably before this winter.
They've been moving fast, so I think they'll.
I've been really
That's what
researching
like-
deep into DePi. So, you know, we know the DePIN narrative. There's a DePi narrative blowing up now, which is decentralized physical AI. We're talking robotics here, right? We're talking AI jumping out of the PC into the robots. And there's a couple of interesting projects, but it's really early in the narrative, and I don't want to shill anything, so I will make a little list later once I dig into these companies a little more. But I think that's coming next.
I can see that, especially if we're trying to automate workforces.
Yeah, it's the labor. I mean, the labor market. Just think money-wise, how much money there is there to grab if you can replace it.
Mm-hmm. It looks like we're moving. Like the more the world progresses, it just feels like we're moving into like that movie I, Robot with Will Smith.
I wonder how that flipper company's doing. It's like just one robotic arm that flips hamburgers. It's called Flipper.
Man, they
I
better
think
they better start adding limbs to that robot because the other ones that are out are like fully formed. One of the companies I was looking at has robots actively on the BMW assembly line. And they're already starting.
Yeah, I was
It's
just
also
say
going to be
on
hard.
On the assembly line, you don't like one just has one function. So one's flipping the arm. I mean, flipping the burger. The other one's prepping it with something else. You know. So yeah.
I think Flipper is going to have a hard time though with branding because as soon as you said Flipper, I thought the Flipper Zero. Like that's the only thing that I know of that was called that. Obviously, it makes sense why they called it that, but like you know how Google does. If you search something and something doesn't have X amount of hits, the thing that has more hits is going to get seen first.
Yeah,
I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Yeah, I don't think that caught on too well because I mean I work in the restaurant industry, right? I've been doing it for a long time. I think it's just because like kind of like what you said, where it has to be like one arm for one thing, and that's inefficient. Like that would make it like you need like 10 different arms to make one burger. You know?
Not on the assembly belt because you got different things that do.
Yeah.
You know the bun handler has a different type of mechanism than the burger flipper. You know.
Yeah, exactly. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
an
saying? So you need
assembly
multiple arms.
line.
It's
Assembly
just that
line
one
basically
robot.
has lead time and they know where their capacity is going to be. Whereas, like someone actually flipping burgers, you know, you wait for the order kind of thing.
Yo, my bad. It's called Flippy. Sorry, guys. It's called Flippy.
Yeah, Flippy. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Flippy.
now, so I bet you if you see a company that's selling something like that, that does a fully modular system, that you can buy the main part of the arm and then you can buy the different attachments or different
Nah.
whatever.
I feel
And
like it
that
has to be kind of like that assembly line robot that Dbloc was saying. Like it has to have like the full motion, being able to mimic the movements of cooks. You know what I mean? 'Cause
Guys, you
that's the biggest
understand why
thing.
these assembly lines are single task, right? That's not how it's going to be in the future. Assembly lines are single task because humans are stupid. And it's hard to train a human that hasn't done the job before to put a whole complex thing together. But you can teach them to tighten one screw and pass it on. And the next guy tightens a belt and passes it on. They're going to want units that can do it all. They're not going to train these robots to be as inefficient as humans are. I don't think they're going to be single task. Like, look at the Gigafactory, right? The Gigafactory is like an amalgamation of robots that work on one section of the car, but they're interchangeable. You can program those robots to do any job in the warehouse. You know what I mean? It just happens to be what they're programmed to do at the moment.
And that's why I think modular systems will make sense for smaller businesses still, right? Like the big companies, they're gonna buy, they'll buy a whole automated kitchen, right? Because they can just spend the money and it's gonna save them so much money in the long run. But like the smaller companies are like, there's gonna be a ton of restaurants that are gonna have to either shift to compete or so on and so forth.
Yeah, I'm curious.
And back of house will change even if front of house doesn't change.
I mean, you can try to automate your back of the house as much as you want, but there's that whole aspect of multitasking when cooks are on it. You know what I mean? Like cooks are working on maybe like 10 to 20 to 30 orders all at once.
Yeah,
Well,
but
the
it doesn't.
robot.
So it doesn't have to do that. Think about it this way: if the orders are coming straight through the network, straight to it, like it doesn't have to think about that's where it's gonna succeed. Is that like it has a process by which it can run and function. But like not everybody's gonna be able to afford to buy a whole automated kitchen, right? There's gonna be people that are gonna want just like an automated can opener and an automated burger flipper and something like that.
Yeah, but even
And
for anyways, but even back to the point I was making, like these companies, they're buying it. These guys got $4 billion annual revenue, or $3.8 billion. It's Misa Robotics. They call it Flippy A Fry Station or something. And there's restaurants using it. All I'm saying is like, we're gonna go into an era where it's gonna pop off, and robotics is where it's at.
Absolutely, I'm not disagreeing with you guys. I just think that it has to have like the full range motion like a human for it to really thrive and be successful in the restaurant industry. It can't be something stuck by the station with one hand. You know what I mean?
I think you're thinking about it from the perspective of a human, right?
It's not just one hand.
Like if you like it, you can take up way less space for the kitchen if you don't have to have humans walking around behind each other and around each other. But anyways, like
I think they want to turn us into robots.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Like if you take the concept from iRobot and like that robot that just can go around and you can program it
why
to
would
do
they want
anything.
Bro,
straight up? Why would they want the liability? Why would they want?
I think it's just
Try
about
not to speak
replacing
over each other, guys, because nobody can hear what you're saying.
Sorry.
You ever seen this movie Chappie where they transfer the conscience into a bot? I think that's like what happened in the movie. I was young when I saw it and my dad was watching it, but they like transferred the conscience into the robot, I'm pretty sure, something like that.
Something like that.
That'd be crazy. That's scary stuff to think about.
We just went from an immediate problem to a 10-year problem to a 100-year problem to probably a 1,000-year problem.
Yeah, word.
Yeah, and that's also that's a pretty worst case scenario. Like if you're talking about a movie that's just like I think that's already been a thing. They've already started doing the like trying to record people's memories and stuff like that to preserve their life or their memories and their knowledge and like the
Well, they'll
personality
say
or
we
whatever.
can live forever if you'll be able to live forever. You won't die, potentially.
I don't know about you guys, but I meet a
Yeah,
bot every time I go outside. 90% of these people outside are bots. Automatic reactions, automatic responses to shit. Just running out a program that's been designed.
And they can't think for themselves.
Everybody's just
Yeah,
on automatic.
I'm buying an Optimus for sure. I'm buying an Optimus.
I definitely see it like as a business owner, that thing will definitely like I said, replacing buy it one time and you just have to maintenance it like bolts, oils, things of that nature, as opposed to constantly feeding it, constantly paying it away, like it just makes sense. It just makes sense.
right. You just pay one maintenance guy instead of paying
Exactly.
food for all of the employees. And well, that's on. I do think there's going to be a big market for modular systems until like, because there's going to be a lot of smaller businesses that don't want to close down, but they have to automate part of it, right? And so I think that'll be a thing. Like, so the easier it is for them to cover more positions in back of house, I think is like the more likely you're going to see some
yeah.
serious profit in robotics for that.
It's being played off kind of like, I don't think technology is good for humanity. It's not going to be good for us in the future.
Level of the people with the power and the money are going to have the technology that benefits them the most, and that technology that they give us is not necessarily going to benefit us as much as them. So if you're mindful,
on the back of the iPhone, if you mirror it, it makes like an alien face.
Hey, what are you guys smoking?
I don't know.
Stocks apparently.
I'm out.
Sorry to interrupt, but yo, Dbloc, do you think it's high, like more probable we clear out liquidity on the bottom, being that it's much closer than what's up above? Because
Yeah,
trying
but I
to make
mean,
a
we just had a
decision.
really nice reaction off of that SR flip, right? So it seems as though we want to hold support here. But yeah, we can't get over this 50. They'll probably just come sweep that liquidity underneath us. Pretty good chance. I gotta reset the stream, guys.
What do you say?
I'm saying that's you that's playing with the cards.
Oh yeah. That's my technique to making new friends is learning to play this game here.
You don't have the cards.
I actually don't.
It gets expensive. It gets expensive. Hold on 1 sec. I'm back. My bad. I couldn't leave quick enough. People were talking to me. But yeah, the card game gets very expensive if you really go down that rabbit hole. So I do recommend you try like the digital game first, because I would not try it first, but just to pick up, what cards you want to build, because you can literally just build decks. The more you play, you get like coins, and I've had friends go down the craziest rabbit holes with those things. That's why I'm like, yeah, that's